Okay, so let's.
It's fine.
Hello, everyone. Congratulations, Bend Over. You are first.
If you want to skip leg day, yes, I said it. Yes, get up from your chair, start clapping. This is the video you leg skippers have been waiting for all this time. Dr. Pack here, straight out of the Doctors Without Borders office, aka Milo's office, who's also a doctor, a real one. Borders, Schmorders, 2024, we out here. Gang. A bit clickbaity, or quite a bit clickbaity, I know, but hey ho, man's gotta eat, we gotta play the game, you know the dealio, Emilio. So, the past year, plus the past couple of years, I've been training my legs with relatively low volumes. Now for the past year, those volumes have been extremely low. 1 to 3 sets of squats and deadlifts for my quads and hamstrings respectively, usually in the form of singles or triples with the odd 5-rep set here and there, and I've had like a few months where I also did Romanian deadlifts. Why, you may ask? Because I simply don't want to train legs. And that's really the point of this message. If you do not want to train your legs or any other body part, you're fine to not train them. It's totally fine. You're not going to miss out on the health benefits of resistance exercise, and you are not going to be less of a lifter. I mean, in certain circles, you will be. And in my opinion, if you are not blessed with solid leg genetics and you're essentially looking like a flamingo, it's probably wise to do something for your legs to get them up to speed. But these are my aesthetic standards, and in reality, you shouldn't care what some random fatso on YouTube thinks about you. So if leg training is not something that you have fun with, and you don't look close to failure sets.
Fido, why get you close?
What's up, guys? We're back.
Let's see.
Back with another educational video, and this week we're talking about a new study that came out looking at the effects of resistance training on symptoms of depression and anxiety. But first, make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment on markers of depression and anxiety in people who had like mild depression.
Hey VG, have you ever had a dream that you had a dream that you had a dream?
Let me see.
Have you ever had a dream that you could do so you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Oh, this was the
Have
original.
you ever had a dreams that you want them to do you so much you could do anything?
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Chamomile Cam.
What is your morning protein smoothie recipe and calories?
I get water, and then I put protein powder in the water, and then I mix it, and then I drink it. That's my morning protein smoothie recipe. And the calories are whatever is in the protein powder. Thanks for the donation, though, Jalen.
Versus people who were basically not depressed, either were subclinical or healthy. And the intervention was 8 weeks long. It was 2 sessions per week, an average of 25 minutes. They had them do 8 different exercises like barbell squat, bench press, trap bar deadlift, curls, some other things. And they basically just had them push until their form broke down, or they couldn't do another rep between 8 to 12 reps. And when they got to 12 reps, they had them increase the weight by 5% and do the same thing. Let's just break this down for a second before we get into the results. 2 times a week, 25 minutes a session, 50 minutes a week total. So if we do that math, basically you're looking at about 13 hours and 20 minutes of total work done on average over 16 weeks. Less than an hour a week of basic resistance training. Not only did they see improvements, these effect sizes were impressive. A moderate effect size is like a...
Yeah, it's getting pretty clear that resistance training and vigorous exercise in general is likely more effective than traditional drug treatments, so like SSRIs.
Cohen's D of like a 0.5, you know, small is like 0.3, large is considered above a 0.8. We're talking about effect sizes above 1. Okay, now an effect size measures how clinically relevant and powerful is an effect. So we are talking about very clinically powerful effects of resistance training on symptoms of depression and anxiety. Now, the interesting thing is the results apply to not just people who were diagnosed with depression and anxiety, but people who weren't. They still had improvements. They didn't exclude people if they had a resistance training history, but basically nobody had a resistance training history that they recruited, so it ended up working out. So I'm not saying like, hey, if you're training right now, if you go to like 2 sessions of 25 minutes, all of a sudden it's gonna fix your depression. Like there's nothing magical about this protocol. These people are going from not moving their bodies to now moving their bodies. Now, here's what's crazy. This effect size is greater than what they see with medication. I don't want people to hear this and get it twisted. I'm not saying to not take medication for depression or anxiety or anything like that. Some people need that and get a lot of help from that. However, for 50 minutes a week, you can get really powerful effects from this. And maybe it's something where we need to see studies where they're doing both. Maybe there's a synergistic effect. That would be great. But the take home is we have for too long tried to separate what happens above the neck and what happens below the neck. And you cannot separate the two. What happens in the mind affects the body. We see this in pain science. We see it with autoimmune disorders. People with more psychological stress have greater risk of cardiovascular disease, greater risk of cancer, greater risk of autoimmune disease, more likely to have chronic pain. It is in your mind, but what you do in your mind, the psychological stress in your mind transfers into your body. I can even tell you anecdotally, in my life, when I have been in a very, very stressed state and I took action to get out of that state, in this case, leaving a personal relationship that was causing me a lot of stress, not only did I...
Oh, that was causing you a lot of stress. I thought your wife was the one who got, shortchanged in that deal. Getting cheated on while she was pregnant. That relationship was causing you stress, huh?
feel less stressed. I immediately...
Layne is such a fucking jackass, dude.
got stronger in the gym, and not by a little bit. I'm talking about a lot, and I was actually still sleeping less as well. I was only getting like 6 hours of sleep a night. But my strength went up by like 5% within about a 1 month period. It was crazy. And I realized it's because I was recovering better because my body wasn't vibrating all the time, right? Like I didn't feel like I was on edge all the time. What happens in the mind affects the body. What happens in the body affects the mind. It is the great dichotomy of life. If you want term, video games, Netflix, eating junk food, not being active, will make it harder in the long term. Type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, death, stress. And when you exercise regularly, without realizing it, you are keeping a promise to yourself over and over again. Even when you do it when you don't feel like it, you are keeping a promise over and over to yourself. And whether you know it or not, that builds confidence. I can tell you today...
Should set up a debate with Douglas Murray. Is that the Islam guy? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how the fuck I'd set up a debate with him, dude. Yeah, I don't see how I could possibly set up a debate with him.
What's up, guys?
Eddie Abu is just absolute fucking cancer, dude.
What's up?
I can't wait for fucking Eddie Abu to just croak from all the fucking shitty dieting and steroids he fucking takes. That guy's just a fucking jackass.
Guys, we're back. It's Friday, and so you know what time it is. Are going to lose their freaking minds. Well, they have to have brains to lose those first, but whatever 2 brain cells they have to stuff, I don't know. I guess that they crap on deadlifts and squats and whatnot, and lifting, and they talked about functional movement. Whatever that is, I don't know. I got to sit down and stand up. I feel like that's pretty functional. You know, I picked off the ground. I feel like that's pretty functional.
Stop lying to yourself about voting for Biden. I don't know what the fuck that means, but everybody should still vote for Biden, even though he did fucking terribly in that debate. The Biden cabinet is far fucking better than Trump. He has gotten way more fucking bills passed. He's done way more for the country. He's way harder on Russia and China. He's a much better president for preventing the spread of fascism and for just global security in general. So even if he did bad in the debate because he had senior moments, who the fuck cares?
Functional, but hey, you know, if you want to feel better about being small and weak, then hey, cool. If you can do the splits, I mean, good for you. Great. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to be strong and jacked. But, you know, if you need a better way to feel better about yourself for being, you know, small and weak, then cool. And they like to point out, like, Layne's had all these injuries. Yeah, show me any professional athlete who has done their sport for 20 years who has not incurred significant injuries.
React to this.
Let me take a look, Dodo. Fuck. I keep getting these really annoying bug bites on my hands. I think they're just mosquito bites, and I saw a fucking earwig crawl across my desk. Fucking bitch.
No-fault divorce is very, very bad.
I think the reform to no-fault divorce is far simpler. It should be reformed by simply ceasing to exist. Marriage is much more than a contract. It's a covenant.
There are a lot of problems with the current.
Oh, my God. Yes, let's force people to be together when they don't want to for absolutely no benefit.
Legal structure of marriage. I agree with that critique of the current legal structure of marriage. No-fault divorce is one of the worst things that ever happened to Western civilization.
I think she's entitled to nothing during these proceedings. And I think the problem is no-fault divorce.
I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible. But in today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter.
We gotta get rid of no-fault divorce.
Crowder is an abusive piece of shit. There's literally a fucking video online of him abusing his wife, freaking out and screaming at her because she wouldn't give some medication to his dog that could actually, like, kill her fucking unborn kid.
An earwig gross kill it.
Don't worry, Dodo. I did. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Well, Tim Pool, you might be getting your wish because there are Republican lawmakers who are literally working on that type of policy as we speak. So conservative lawmakers in multiple states and on a national level are considering attempts to eliminate or restrict divorces in cases where fault cannot be proven. Right now, laws exist on or in all 50 states that allows people to end a marriage without having to prove that someone in that marriage did something wrong, like cheating or domestic abuse. The socially conservative, though, and often religious members of society have a different idea, right? So right-wing opponents of such laws are arguing that this deprives men of due process and it hurts families. In reality, oftentimes, couples that want a divorce don't want to accuse.
Hi VG. I hope that you are great tonight. So, while you were gone for the past 2 days and when the debate happened, I felt a little heartbroken that Biden had senior moments and Trump arrogantly gish-galloping and dodging almost every question. I'm still voting Biden.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little worrying seeing Biden's performance in that debate, but it actually seems to have increased his popularity. If you look at the most recent polling data, after the debate, it's only gone up. You're not seeing this like crash of Biden supporters. More people are actually supporting Biden post-debate, so I think people are kind of freaking out too much. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Each other of terrible things. They just want to part ways and be done with it. And I don't really see how it's beneficial for society to force two individuals who no longer want to be in a marriage to continue being in a marriage, living under the same.
Trump is such a Dutch bitch.
Yeah, he is. He's a Dutch bitch, for sure. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. The reason why there's a conservative push to get rid of no-fault divorce is because all of these men are loser incel douchebags who basically got a woman purely out of like dumb luck, and they convinced like some chick to be with them because they had money or something. And then once these women realize the relationship isn't benefiting them, they want to cut and run. And they just want to prevent women from being able to do that. That's it. That's the only reason they want to get rid of no-fault divorce. If they had other concerns, like, oh, women are trying to, like, steal your money or something like that, that's why they're, like, getting out of these marriages, well, then they'd just try to change those particular laws where, okay, well, you know, women can be girl bosses now, they can get a job, let's get rid of alimony and crap like that. But that's not what they're doing. Yeah, and Steven Crowder's gay. Michael Knowles is also gay. He's actually more clearly gay than Crowder. So, Bobo donated $2. These men gonna change their minds when they realize they won't be able to leave their girlfriends when they get fat and old. Yeah, really. Yeah. They're all just so fucking stupid, dude. Thanks for that donation, Bobo.
Same roof and being miserable with one another. But nonetheless, many of you have already heard claims from conservatives like Tim Pool who think that it's a bad idea to allow people to have these no-fault divorces. And you're about to hear more. Let's watch.
That is so fucked up. What sex it's Doges.
Yeah, it is messed up. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What we're talking about in the American divorce regime is called no-fault divorce. And no-fault divorce is, one, a country.
Dude, Michael Knowles is clearly fucking gay. Like, this dude just clearly thinks about fucking penises all day long. Okay, I have an OnlyFans account, and mostly dudes sub to my OnlyFans. I have a pretty fucking good gaydar at this point. This dude just thinks about dick and balls all fucking day long, going into his ass. Is Michael Knowles even married? He's not, right? Oh no, he is married. He got married in 2018. His wife's kind of cute. She has a bit of a big schnoz, which I appreciate. Yeah, she actually has a nice big nose. I'd like to play with his wife's nose. That's a nice big schnoz. Yeah, he literally made a fucking gay video. Michael Knowles gay. Didn't he make a... Yeah, here we go.
No, I don't care. Hey, I got Penny. For Light and Truth?
Sure, please come in.
I'm fine here, thank you.
Well?
I'll just wait for you to get dressed.
I'm wearing a towel.
Right. So we're an organization that promotes a positive sexual culture on campus, one free of liberty.
Is that a petition?
Yes,
Great.
it's for...
Perfect. There you go. A sanctuary free from fear where you can love whomever.
Come on.
That was... wow. Yeah, Michael Knowles is gay. You're not going to find too many straight dudes who are going to make a video like this in college. Frank did the same thing. When Frank was in film school, he made some of these gay videos where, you know, he basically was acting as himself, some gay dude. Michael Knowles is doing the same fucking thing. Yeah, Michael Knowles is gay. Clearly a fucking gay dude. Let me see.
Here's one example for TH claim with more support for Biden. This comes from a center-right source lol.
For one undecided Latino voter, debate shifted him to Biden. Went on to say Biden was indeed a bit slow talking, saying the president has a stutter, but believes Biden explained what he has done and what he is willing to do while president. After being undecided for a while, I think today switched to Biden. That's pretty funny, because he did particularly bad in that debate. I think the worst aspect of the debate was just how much of an old man he was.
I don't know.
It's not even necessarily what he said during the debate. It's just he was such an old man. Thanks for that donation, though, Ben. Justify donated $2. It's extremely hard to convert people to veganism because they have a hard time empathizing with farm animals because they look exactly the same. Like, they were literally cloned, low priority. House pets are unique, diverse, cute, adorable like kittens. I don't think so, dude. Like, most dogs look the same. There's not much... Why does my fucking mic volume keep changing? There's not much diversity, like, among most domesticated animals. Like, if you look at Border Collie, most Border Collies are gonna fucking look the same. Most Labs are gonna look the same. I think when people do see these farm animals, they absolutely do empathize with them. That's why people get so, like, disgusted and heartbroken when they see factory farm footage and slaughterhouse footage. It's just that it's such a cultural norm to eat meat, everybody tries to come up with some sort of stupid fucking cope. Thanks for the donation, though, Justify. Will Mage, $90. Benefits of a Cybertruck, not lol.
One of the greatest things about owning an electric vehicle, specifically a Tesla, other than the Cybertruck being the best looking vehicle ever produced ever, is that after charging for about 12 hours overnight, and me not being able to drive it during any sort of emergency because it's charging, I have a whopping 42% battery, which means I can go 133 miles anywhere I want to go. But even better is that 42% battery only cost me about $40 or $50 to fill up. Can your gas car do that? With a gas car, I'd have to pay about $50 for a full tank to go 500 miles. Why would I do that when I can pay $40 or $50 to go 133 miles in an electric car?
I think he's talking about charging station costs, not drawing power from your home. There's no way that amount of power costs $50 if you're drawing from your home outlet.
Car. And with an electric car, you have to wait 10 or 12 or 15 or 40, 50, 60 hours to charge it. With a gas car, you have to wait 3 minutes at the gas station. It just doesn't make sense to buy a gas car anymore at all.
Yeah. I've been there and done that with electric cars. Well, not electric cars, electric bikes. And they're a fucking massive pain. If there's any sort of problem with those bikes, they're so much harder and more expensive to fix because you're talking about just replacing very large, like, electrical components, rather than just being able to, like, literally just replace a tiny little, like a tiny little part. Like, oftentimes a fucking fuse will blow and then it's like, okay, like literally $2 to replace a fuse or something. But if something goes wrong on an electric vehicle, you're like, you're replacing very significant, expensive, complex components, generally speaking.
Looks like C-Bum fucked around and found out using Greg's horrible Turkish hair transplant place. Check out the horrible hairline at 56. Why not go to Beverly Hills or anywhere else when you're this rich?
Yeah, dude. Why the fuck would you go to Turkey for a hair transplant when you're a fucking millionaire?
Those moments where Courtney leaves the house and she's like, you just
Did he actually get a hair transplant?
watch what I go through all day. And
This does look like transplanted hair, but it also could just be his hairline. I can't really tell. I never heard about Sebum getting a hair transplant. Oh yeah, he actually did.
Many people are going to...
They must have offered him... The only thing I could think of is they must have offered him a pretty big bag. Like several hundreds of thousands of dollars for him to go over there to get the hair transplant there. Otherwise, like, Sebum's rich. I don't see why he'd bother traveling to, like, to Turkey when he could just go to way better places in his home country. It doesn't look that bad. I'd have to see it from other angles, but, like, considering Greg fucked his hair up, like, Greg absolutely fucked up his hair going to that transplant place. So if you saw Greg Doucette's fucking hair transplant results, and then you're like, oh yeah, I'm going there, like, you have to be fucking mental. Yeah, that doesn't look that great. That looks, pretty artificial. Like, to me, the problem here seems like they didn't put enough donor hair in this frontal area. This, like, seems like it needs another revision. Like, he needs a second operation. There's just clearly not enough fucking donor hair. You can, like, really see it here. It just seems like there's, like, these little fucking wires just sticking out of his head. Yeah, stupid. Jolington, are you vegan gains? I am indeed vegan gains. Kid Beer donated $2. Trump 2024. Trump crushed Biden in that debate. Latest polls. Trump 41, Biden 40.9. That doesn't seem too bad. Patriot 4144, Survey USA 4345, Morning Consult 4544. Like, it seems with most of these polls, they're like neck and neck for most of them. So, yeah, YouGov, they're neck and neck. New York Post, there's quite a bit of difference. So, yeah, it seems that Biden is doing better after that debate. I think most people could see Trump was being an evasive, lying dickhead the entire time, and that's the issue most people have with Trump, that he's kind of an idiot and a liar. And everybody kind of knows what they're getting with Biden. Like, they know he's an old man. They kind of expect him to not do great in debates, but they're supporting him based on his policies. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Oh my god, that is so ironic.
Yeah, I guess so. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Nipple Clamps donated $2. Thoughts on the great helmsman? Ew, gross. That's a baby. I don't want to take a look at the baby. Thanks for that donation, though, Nipple Clamps.
Prediction in terms. You can't get it. You can't break a contract if there's no fault of anyone. And two, it's horrific for children and it's horrific for the spouses.
Marriage is much more than a contract. It's a covenant.
I know that training helps my emotional distress, but being emotionally distressed makes me avoid training. I've been hanging on by a thread lately, but tonight I will watch this stream instead of killing myself. I hate my brain.
You might want to watch the debate I had, or not the debate, the stream I did where I took mushrooms. The kind of mental state you're in is a choice, dude. You can have a glass half empty or glass half full mindset. Your life doesn't have to be perfect to enjoy living. Some of the people in the worst situations imaginable, who have extremely difficult lives, are happy and they're not suffering. It doesn't mean they're not stressed. It doesn't mean they don't have anxiety and stuff like that. But the degree of suffering that they have is just minuscule. You can always be confronted with problems in life that cause a bit of pain or distress, but suffering really is a choice. And it's from just a bad mindset that you put yourself into. You should also take a look at Sam Harris's meditation videos. That might also help you quite a bit. I need to distract myself. I just need to distract myself. Are you okay, bro? Yes, I just need to distract myself. Wake up, distract myself. Distract myself, distract myself, wake up. Well, as long as you're distracting yourself with hentai, I don't see what the problem is. Thanks for the donation, though, Dreamzation. If you need any help, dude, and you actually are, like, hanging on by an edge and you think you're actually going to kill yourself, feel free to reach out. Just message me on Instagram and we can just talk privately if you need help, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, bro.
Had a friend who's really feminine and has gay attitude, but always swore that he was straight and the thought of doing men disgusted him. He has a twin sister, lol. I don't know if that could be why he's got these features.
I mean, there are some just very feminine men, but they're not gay. I don't know if he's just coping and he's kind of ashamed. But yeah, there are some dudes who are extremely feminine, but they're not gay. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
To truly go your own way, alone and isolated, is to give up on your duty, your legacy, your ancestors, your bloodline, your civilization, your happiness.
Here you go, Richard.
I was scared of dentists and the dark. I was scared of pretty. You fucking asshole! Get off!
That's a cat.
It's funny, the orange cat doesn't want anybody to eat any food. It's all his. Oh my god, dude. Oh, that's such a nice chonko kitty. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, that's a good cat. Those are some good cats. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo. Riley donated $2. Michael has said some dumb stuff on veganism. I think he even said he even offered for vegans to give him reasons for why it's wrong to eat meat. He probs would just ignore it, though. Have you tried to set up a debate with him before? Did he ignore it? Yeah, I've tried to reach out to debate him, but he's never responded. Michael Knowles is, like, absolutely fucktarded, dude. He's on the same level as, like, Frank Tufano, basically. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley. Ancient Sanctuary donated $2. Why do you hate Musk and spread misinfo about him when he's light years smarter and intellectual than 99% of the population? He's not smarter than 99% of the population. The only reason he's rich and wealthy is because he was born rich and wealthy. His father owned an emerald mine in apartheid South Africa, and his mother was also came from a really rich family, and she was making a ton of money doing acting and modeling and shit. I think his parents had a combined net worth of something like $500 million when he was born. And his father was the one who got him into, his father got him into business. He had a friend who worked at what was it? Hewlett Packard, and he was able to get a contract where Elon Musk was developing like a search engine for Hewlett Packard. They ended up making a huge amount of money off that deal, and that was entirely due to his father, and Musk didn't do any work. He was on the board at PayPal before it was called PayPal. He got kicked off, but then he kept his shares. Then when PayPal was worth a damn, he ended up cashing out, making a ton of money there. So, yeah, he's a fucktard with rich parents. That's the only reason why he's rich right now. But he's running every single company he has into the ground. Tesla stock is going downhill. There's no good future for Tesla. He's making stupid fucking cars that aren't financially viable, like the Tesla Cybertruck. The public perception of Elon Musk as the head of Tesla is actually driving down sales. They're actually having less sales than they were like 10 years ago, because his because of his stupid ass. People don't want to buy Teslas because people hate Elon Musk. He's also driving Neuralink into the fucking ground. They're not making any real advancements in technology with Neuralink, and that's largely due to Elon Musk. His boring company is literally a fucking scam. Every single fucking contract they've had, they've gone way over budget. They've never met any deadlines, and they never met any of the future features they promised, like that underground fucking rail network that they're supposed to build in Vegas. It's literally just a narrow-ass tunnel with a bunch of Tesla vehicles going through. He's autistic. He's not autistic. He's never been diagnosed with autism. He's just stupid. And he claims he's autistic because he thinks it makes him look smarter and more cool when he's just fucking stupid. Thoughts on Texas? Texas kind of sucks. Texas has horrible urban sprawl, and they're also a largely conservative state, so it's not great. I would probably preferentially live in Texas if I had to live in the States because the weather's warm and you don't have to pay state taxes, so I would live there for that reason, but otherwise Texas isn't that great. It's a shitty state compared to New York City. Are people there generally dumber, even liberals? Texas is shit. Yeah, there's a lot of idiots who live in Texas. I would, I would prefer to live in Texas just because of the financial benefits of not having to pay state taxes. New York is also extremely fucking cucked. They tried to ban concealed carry for a long ass time, for no fucking reason. They basically have made crime legal. New York's kind of fucked, but thanks for the donation, Ancient Sanctuary.
Hey Gaines, I'm trying to suck my own dick, but I gave myself a herniated disc. Is it all worth it?
Probably not. I would recommend getting somebody else to suck your dick. Might be a big ask, but it's not as difficult as it sounds. Thanks for the donation, I am Simp. ABC donated $3.
What if
Let
you
me see.
attempted to celebrate Pride in an area ruled by terrorists? As the month of June comes to an end, many countries around the world, including Israel, recognize Pride Month. This is a month to celebrate love and freedom and work toward equality. Hamas, on the other hand, continues to show their genocidal agenda. For 17 years, Gaza has been controlled by this cruel, oppressive, jihadist terrorist organization. Over these years, many stories of the LGBTQ+ community and other marginalized groups from Gaza have come to light. Have you heard of the story of Mahmoud Ishtiwi? He was a former Hamas commander who was executed by a fellow Hamas member solely because he was gay. And what about the story of Abdul?
So, this is a little bit inaccurate. He wasn't executed just because he was gay. There was corruption within Hamas where they knew there were informants that were leaking info to the IDF. And because everybody knew they were a suspect and Hamas commits torture, they were worried that they would either be rightfully or wrongfully accused. So basically, they blamed everything on this gay dude that was in Hamas because they didn't like him for being gay. So they figured, okay, let's blame it on the fag. And then they used that. He was technically executed just because he was gay, but they decided to falsely accuse the gay dude because he was gay so that they wouldn't, have to undergo torture and shit. So it's a little bit simplistic to say he was executed because he was gay, but yeah, he was executed because he was gay.
And what about the story of Abdul? He was arrested and held in inhumane conditions for being gay, and later fled Gaza. Hamas's cruelty doesn't stop at queer people. Did you know that according to UN officials, 70% of women in Gaza were victims of abuse or domestic...
Dude, if I had to live under Hamas rule and I could go to Israel and get asylum for being gay, I would suck any fucking dicks I had to get the fuck out of Gaza.
Domestic violence in 2022. If you really care about equality, then removing Hamas from power in Gaza is the only way for a future of human rights and respect in Gaza.
Yeah, absolutely based.
I need your advice, VG. I'm 27 and still a virgin, and therefore I'm considering going to a prostitute, but I'm afraid that I might regret having my first time taken by a professional. What are the pros and cons? I feel insanely horny recently.
Well, the only cons are that, one, the risk of something like HIV transmission. As long as you wear a condom, you should be fine. And two, you're not going to have any emotional connection with the person, so you might not find it as enjoyable as you might expect, but, I don't know, you're fucking 27, so you might as well lose your virginity. I would say go for it. Thanks for the donation, though, Cream Pie. The only path to $20 Holy Mother of Mangus. Let me see. Oh my god. Oh my god, I want him. What a sweet chonko boy. Oh my goodness, I want him. I want that sweet little fuzzy chonko. Oh my god. I love fucking groundhogs. Look at him. Oh my goodness, he's so chunky. That is very mangusy. That's amazing. Oh my god. He's going right for the lettuce. Oh my goodness, what a good lettuce eating boy. How the hell do you get groundhogs? Dude, I need groundhogs. They're just fucking awesome. That's amazing. Oh. Oh my goodness. It's a squirrel home. Oh, he's having a nap. That's a good squirrel. He fast as fuck, boy. Let me see. Oh my goodness. Yeah, wild boars are pretty goddamn quick. That's a nice boar. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Look at that deer nose. Oh my goodness. That's a good deer. Oh yeah, I saw this. What a weird fucking insect. Dude, that is bizarre. Yeah, that is such a weird fucking creature. I don't know why, but there's a fuck ton of millipedes that keep ending up in my garage. There's literally a corner in my garage that is just fucking loaded with dead millipedes. Every time I fucking vacuum and get rid of them, like a few days later, just tons of fucking dead millipedes. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know, like, why they're there or what's killing them, but, yeah, there's just a ton of dead millipedes in my garage. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path. Aaron P. donated $2. I've heard 1,000 people said Trump lied. Tell me the lies, please. Apparently Biden's son didn't die in Afghanistan, and he said the Border Patrol endorsed him, and they did not. He lied about just about everything. He lied about his policies with Russia, Ukraine, China, the criminal cases against him, just everything was just lies and bullshit. I don't know about Biden's son dying in Afghanistan. I'm not sure about that. I'd have to look that up. But thanks for the donation, Aaron.
Oh yeah, I remember that speech. You gave so much meaning it changed the way I view things in my life.
Well, that's good, Dodo. Glad I could help. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Gaines, you did a debate on mushies? How I found it, bro, I demand to know, or I will try fuck myself in the bottom.
I didn't do a debate on mushrooms. I did a stream where I was on mushrooms. I misspoke. But thanks for the donation. Is my doodle do? Or sorry, I am Simey doodle do.
Proof that free will exist. Lamau.
Let me take a look, Enigma. I don't think that proves free will, but this chick's pretty cute. She's gotta have an OnlyFans. Any butt shots? Yeah, it's a nice butt. She looks like she has a nice, tight asshole. She's gotta have an OnlyFans. TikTok, Instagram, support Ukraine. Exclusive content. That's gotta be the... Yeah, it's OnlyFans. Yeah, she's got an OnlyFans. Yeah, she's cute, though. Thanks for the donation, Enigma. Gay butt sex enthusiast donate $2. Could we react to some of this bullshit, please?
All right, I want to take a moment to comment on the past.
Okay, John McDougal dies at 77.
What's in Oatly oat milk?
All right, we'll react to that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, gay butt sex enthusiast. Bend over donate $2. Can't stand spiders, but I thought this interaction with a tarantula was great. Oh, that's funny. That's stupid but funny. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Cream Pie donate $2. Think you missed my previous dono. No, I didn't. I answered you. You asked about whether or not you should get a prostitute because you're a virgin at 27, and I said... The benefit is you would lose your virginity and stop being like some fucking incel beta. The downside is you could potentially get like HIV or herpes or something from a sex worker, but as long as you wear a condom, you shouldn't really have to worry. And the sex might not be as enjoyable for you either because it's not with a romantic partner, but I would say if you're a virgin at 27 and you don't have any relationship right now or whatever, yeah, just get a prostitute. Thanks for the donation though, Cream Pie. Riley donate $2. I'm wondering, is Name the Trait popular in philosophy circles or is it more just between vegans? It's more of a vegan thing. I'm planning to do a philosophy degree and I'm planning to argue with my fellow profs about it. Yeah, I know there are some well-known philosophy PhDs who've debated Name the Trait. Dr. Dr. Avi debated one, and the guy was a complete fucking dumbass, and he literally ran from the debate after he was losing, so... But yeah, name the trade is something that you only really see in vegan circles. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley.
Gaines, do you have a BBC or a half BBC? I get a free pass, my wife is Chinese.
Like, I'm not dark black, so I guess half BBC. Thanks for the donation, I am simp.
Ha 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 ho ho. This dumb commie bitch quit her only job doing OnlyFans because apparently it's run by Jews.
So you remember how I told you that this creator monetizes their account? Well, they said, I'm actually fine and made rent off of 2 videos. How's that job you hate and have to be bottom bitch at? Zeal is using the attention that they're garnering by saying that they're saving Palestinians when actually they're going out of their way to attack Palestinians, asking for assistance. And they're using that attention so that they can personally profit. Go and look at how many of their videos actually have anything to do with Palestine, what it takes to free Palestine, what it takes to end the occupation, how many actual videos that they've made promoting the families. Additionally, I would like to say that no, I don't have a job right now because I quit my job. Why did I quit my job? Because I was doing OF. OF is owned by a Zionist who is sending money to the occupational colony. I have principles. But again, it's not about me, it's not about you, it's about Palestinians. And
yeah, I'm sure quitting OnlyFans is going to help a single Palestinian. What a fucking moron, dude. These people are just fucking unhinged lunatics. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
BTW Gaines, is it possible I gave my wife genital warts when I don't have them? Thanks Gaines, and tell her I love her.
No, if you don't have genital warts, it's impossible to give somebody genital warts. Thanks for the donation, I am simp.
Passing of someone who was a vegan icon, if you will. His name was Dr. John McDougall. He was an advocate of something called the START solution, and apparently he passed away yesterday at the age of 77, which unfortunately is too soon in my opinion. I lost my father at the same age of 77, and I can tell you it was a lot sooner than I would have liked. You know, he obviously had a different dietary belief system than I do. And he believed that, you know, eating lots of starches and humans were basically evolved to eat starches. And, you know...
Like, by the way, that claim that humans evolved to eat starches is kind of supported by scientific evidence. The fact that we have starch digesting enzymes in our saliva, and you can actually track amylase copy gene mutations throughout the last few thousand years. Yes, we have in fact made evolutionary adaptations to consume starchy foods.
Where have you been the past days? Make sure to see the new Frank vid on his eyes.
Yeah, I saw that he has an eyeball update. I've just been catching up on sleep. That's basically all I've been doing. Thanks for the donation, Coffee.
First of all, condolences to his family, to his wife, to any kids that he has. I don't know the guy. I don't know enough about that. I mean, apparently he had a stroke when he was a young 18.
Christy Stinky Hole donated $2 watch. Let me see.
That don't kill me, can only make me stronger. I need you to hurry up now, cause I can't wait much longer. I know I got to be right now.
Look at this guy. Dude, if somebody was that slow, I'd just fucking move it myself. Oh my god, why is this pussy lifting like this? Dude, that's pathetic. Age restricted. I don't know what that was. Smash or pass? Let me see. I'm not sure. She does look like she has a big booty. But, yeah, this is all age restricted and shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Christy Stinky Hole. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Would you rather her be in the woods with a man or a bear?
A man.
Why would you not rather her be in the woods with a bear?
Because a bear will kill her and eat her. For a fact. That's for a fact.
That's not for a fact.
That is
not
for a
all
fact.
bears kill and eat. And if you avoid the bear, but like, why is the man in the woods? What is the man doing in the woods?
What is my daughter doing in the woods?
If a man is in the woods and you're in the woods, he probably has ill intentions towards you, whereas a bear is just acting off of instinct. You don't know anything about the guy.
Stupid ass feminist woman. Well, I'd rather this 12,000 pound animal with teeth and claws. I'd rather be in there because you can't just trust all men.
I'd rather be in the woods with a bear than a guy.
There's a small percentage of men that do bad things. But women generalize all men doing bad things. Most men doing bad things. When it's really a small percentage. If you get 100 guys in a room, one of those guys might be a creep.
If you had a...
That was just remarkably stupid.
18-year-old kid or something like that. But one thing that was clear as he got older and older, he appeared increasingly frail. Had several fractures from falling down in his bathroom, and those things are probably consistent with, in my view, just unfortunate poor bone mineralization, poor probably protein in the bones. And I think the diet, irrespective. I mean, one thing that's...
So my wife has white spots inside her minge. I have 0 symptoms. If it isn't genital warts, what can it be? I'm not ready to be a single dad if it's cancer. Should she see a minge doctor? Man, a single dad. Driving around and being supportive. No.
I have no idea. Go see a doctor. I don't know what it could be. So yeah, just go see a doctor. Thanks for the donation, though. I am simp.
That won't change is the fact that, even though he's passed away, 77 is about the U.S. average right now for people in general. Some people would argue that if you're relatively wealthy and educated, then you should maybe live a little bit longer. But nonetheless, 77 is a pretty good length of time. That's 20 years older than I am. Now, who knows what's going to happen to me in the next 20 years? I can't say for sure. But
you want to bet he's not going to live as long as McDougal?
In my view, I think he was suffering from some sarcopenia and probably osteoporosis. And
he almost certainly was. He was very skinny and frail. He didn't do any weight training, and he ate a relatively low protein diet. So pretty much guaranteed he did have age-related muscle wasting, and I think he had like a spiral fracture in one of his legs at one point. He did not have strong bones.
And probably, in my view, again, his diet was inadequate for that. And I think the same thing, unfortunately, is happening to his wife. Hopefully she'll maybe change her direction. Who knows? Perhaps not. Probably they tend to be dug in at a certain point. I think it's so critically important that we get high quality protein. And when I mean high quality protein, I don't mean beans and grains. I mean, that's quite honestly low quality protein. Things like
it is not low quality
meats and dairy
protein.
and eggs and things like that. And then couple it with vigorous exercise, resistance training that protects you from these sorts of things as we get older.
I want to see one of these toxic hoes out into the woods and look for a motherfucking bear and a guy on the other end and see what the fuck happens. Why are all these pink pill bitches trying to make all guys out to be creep rapist? What the fuck, brah? How are you?
I don't know, dude. There's just a lot of fucking crazy women online. It's kind of retarded. This chick has a nice ass, though. I love the gif. Let me see. That's a nice butt.
Gosh, that's stupid. Why would a PhD philosopher try and dodge a simple modus ponens argument like netet? We should all try and push it into philosophy circles. Netet should be taught in an intro to philo class.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised how many intellectuals are just straight up fucking sophists. Like Sam Harris. Isaac actually asked Sam Harris to name the trait, and Sam Harris just completely dodged. So a lot of these, you know, philosophy PhDs and supposed experts are just fucking lying cunts. Thanks for that donation, Riley. The Only Path donated $2. Chimps are fucking terrifying. Let me see. Yeah, that's weird. Got really big nuts. Family caught in a tornado while driving. That looks interesting. Oh my goodness.
You guys open? I think so. I mean, I'm here and you here.
Wow. The kitty brought home a deer. That's amazing. That's nice. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at him. Oh my god, I need an alpaca. That's amazing. That's amazing. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of chicks have, like, some kind of weird horse fetish. Like, they do make horse dildos. It wouldn't surprise me. Thanks for that donation, though, The Only Path.
Lol, did you see Steak and Butter Gal's bloodwork video and the Cope panel tries to justify the horrible numbers?
I did not. I'll look at that in a minute after we watch Shawn Baker. I would imagine her LDL is just through the absolute fucking roof, and her A1C probably isn't as good as she would think it would be, because, like, she's likely technically diabetic because she eats, like, no carbs and very, very high fat. Thanks for the donation, though, Omni.
Please, Gaines, I need your medical diagnosis on white spots inside a vagina, please, and if possible a prognosis. Thanks, Gaines. They feel like genital warts.
I have no idea what white spots inside a girl's vagina means. I don't know if it's genital warts or what, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. But thanks for that donation, I am Simp. Just go see a doctor.
Years since I've...
Let me see.
Anyway, I just wanted to say I am truly sorry, and I mean that he passed away early, even though I totally disagreed with his dietary recommendations. Although what I will say is, I can't say totally. I think obviously anyone who's out there preaching lifestyle, anyone who's out there telling people to stop eating garbage is in my mind doing a good thing. Now, I mean, the details and the particulars, I obviously don't agree with. I think when people tell you that meat is bad for you and killing you is just wrong, quite honestly. But, you know, and it doesn't change.
Okay, random gal, Vosh isn't a known pedophile. He has said extremely sus shit, but I wouldn't call him a pedophile just because he said some of the most retarded shit imaginable. You'd call him like a pedophile apologist or a pedophile enabler, stuff like that, but I wouldn't go as far as calling him a pedophile. Just because he has some lowly porn on his computer and him making retarded fucking claims like him not seeing an ethical problem with like somebody viewing child porn.
My belief, it doesn't change the message because this guy has passed on. And it doesn't change the fact that I think he was probably inadequately nourishing himself. Anyway, guys, truly sorry to hear that. Let me know what you guys think. If any of you guys, you know, were you influenced by that?
All right, that was only mildly stupid.
LMFAO. I left a comment on that dumb bitch's post saying exactly what you said. Then she told me to go eat farts and then she blocked me.
Whose post and what I can't even remember. You mean the chick who said she quit OnlyFans because of Zionism? Yeah, like, good luck saving a single Palestinian by not doing porn. It's fucking idiotic. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Irishman.
I'm going to show you guys. You might not believe this. Start with some water, add some oats. Should probably stop there, but no. We're going to add seed oils. You got some canola oil in there. Then they add dipotassium phosphate, calcium carbonate.
Isn't that just an emulsifier?
Tricalcium phosphate, sea salt, dicalcium phosphate, and a bunch of fake vitamins because there's not a lot of real vitamins in oats, it turns out. That's pretty gross. Ugh. Why would you drink an oat milk full of seed oils and synthetic vitamins when you can get a real...
Yeah, that's gross, dude.
I am sorry, Gaines, for asking for medical advice. Just I am peeling back my foreskin, checking to the left, checking to the right, checking to the front, but when I check to the back I end up staring face to face with my asshole.
Okay. I don't know what advice to tell you, but just go see a doctor. Thanks for the donation, I am simp. Yeah, why would you want to drink oat milk when you could literally just drink cow titty juice? Because this is what normal people do. This isn't gross. This is normal. But drinking milk made from oats, that's weird and gross. This is normal. What a fucking idiot. Ancient Sanctuary donated $2. Elon's kids go to Ivy League school. Those in college and multiple studies confirm he has over 130 IQ. No. So he's, as far as I understand, he's never actually gotten an IQ test. Secondly, IQ tests are very easily faked. So what you can do is practice taking IQ tests to artificially increase your score, which is something Elon Musk would absolutely do. There was that idiot meathead who bragged about being able to bench 500 pounds and claimed he's the smartest man who ever lived. I think he got his IQ score to like over 200 or some stupid shit like that. But he basically just cheated on his IQ test. He practiced the same test over and over again until he got the highest score he possibly could. So I don't really care if Elon Musk claims he got an IQ test. If you could prove that he got an independent test taken without any prior practice, I'm not going to believe he has 130 IQ. He's an idiot. Everything he does is just monstrously fucking stupid. Him buying Twitter is a great example of him being an absolute fucking idiot. But thanks for the donation. Oh, wait. Most billionaires aren't perfect, and I feel like you're harshly judging him to extreme standards. No. He's just stupid. Isn't Texas unlivable by, like, 2050 due to climate change? I'm not sure. It might end up becoming so hot that it is less than ideal to live there, but I'm not sure. Thanks for the donation, Ancient Sanctuary.
Steel glass of milk full of nutrients that naturally occur in cow's milk or goat's milk. If you're lactose intolerant or you don't tolerate cow's milk, goat's milk or A2 varieties help.
By the way, it's so funny. He's saying, cow's milk is so natural, it's so great for human beings. Lactose intolerance is the most common dietary allergy. I think something like over 70% of the world's population is lactose intolerant. But he's trying to tell you that milk is like a natural food that human beings should be eating. But 70% of us are fucking lactose intolerant and have an allergy to cow's milk.
People look for a grass-fed organic milk, or even look for a raw milk if you can find it near you. A lot of people find...
Yeah, drink raw cow's milk so that you can get bovine tuberculosis and die.
They tolerate raw milk much better, and a lot of people who are lactose intolerant can even drink raw milk when they...
Nope. Drinking milk raw is not better for people who are lactose intolerant. You're lactose intolerant because you're lactose intolerant. Drinking milk that hasn't been pasteurized is not going to get rid of lactose intolerance, you fucking moron.
They can't drink pasteurized milk. So this, in my opinion, is so much better than this.
What an idiot. Paul is just so stupid.
He quit his job as an electrician where he was making over 6 figures a year to work a minimum wage job at a fast food place just so he wouldn't have to pay me $3,000 a month in child support. Is that not ridiculous? He would rather take a massive pay cut than to give me money.
So this is clearly a lie. If you have any knowledge of how child support works, this just could not be true. People have tried to do this. So there are people with like relatively high earning jobs, and they have to pay so much money in child support. They actually end up making less money after they make child support payments compared to if they work a lower income job and then would thus have to make smaller child support payments. But the courts know about this loophole. So if you're making like 6 figures at one job, you quit your job and go to a minimum wage job, they won't really do much to alter the child support payments because they know you could get another job that has a similar level of income. So unless you can give a very good excuse, like you're disabled or you have like a severe head injury or something like that, where you can't do the same work you were doing before, they're going to keep the child support payments at the same level. So you can't do this loophole. So she's just lying.
To pay for his kid. I'm just so pissed right now because how the fuck am I going to pay for my mortgage? How am I going to pay for my mortgage?
Smooth Sweet Alien donated $2. Vegan Gains, can you help us find the exact stream where you were on mushrooms? I can't find it. It's very easy to find. So it's the stream with Godzilla with the mushroom. Yeah, it's right there. That's the stream. It's Godzilla with a mushroom. Also, did you recently smoke weed on that stream where it said you were faded in the title and will you make it viewable? No, I don't smoke weed. Also, have you watched American Horror Story? No, I've not. Thanks for the donation, though. Smooth, sweet alien. All right, let's see Steak and Butter Girl's terrible
I've been on
blood
this
work.
high-fat, strict carnivore life. A deep dive into my lab work as a carnivore and compare it to when I was on a vegan diet.
So this guy is an idiot. I've seen him before, and he helps these carnivore diet influencers cope when their blood work is horrible.
Answer. I'm actually going to share screen and share my vegan to carnivore cholesterol numbers for you, Dr. H. And if
Hello.
you don't mind providing your thoughts, just some backstory.
Holy fuck, that's bad. So her total cholesterol was a little high as a vegan.
Hey Gaines, I want to start a YouTube channel giving my opinions about the opinions people have about the opinions have about creators. Can you help me out about debating me on the significance of cock size? Mushroom stream, please.
Sure, I guess I can help you out with that. Maybe after stream I can give you some pointers. I'm not planning on doing another mushroom stream. Last time I was at the mushroom dispensary, the guy told me about these non-psilocybin mushrooms that have this other compound that doesn't cause a brain high, but it causes a body high. I'll probably try those out, but I'm not planning on doing psilocybin mushrooms again anytime soon. I'm in a really good state with my mental health, and I don't see myself getting any additional benefit from doing more mushrooms, and I'm worried about getting permanent psychosis from doing too much mushrooms. Mushrooms also aren't like a kind of party drug that you can just enjoy. They're like, if you watch my mushroom stream, I was laughing and having a lot of fun, but at the same time, they cause a tremendous amount of anxiety, especially when you're like past the peak of the high. When you're on the come down, the amount of anxiety you have is just insane, especially that those last mushrooms that I've had, the penis envy, for whatever reason, that particular dispensary, the mushrooms are great, but they cause way more anxiety than I've ever had on any other mushrooms. So I just don't want to have to fucking deal with that. Thanks for the donation, though. I am simp.
Hey VG. What is a meso, or meso? If I'm lifting weights to have big muscle and look good with no shirt, is that hypertrophy? If it's hypertrophy, how many sets and reps should I be doing for lifts like rows, bench, squats, and ALs? Thanks VG.
A mesocycle is generally a 4 to 12 week period of training where you're trying to elicit specific adaptations. And if you're lifting weights to have big muscle and look good with no shirt, is that hypertrophy? I mean, hypertrophy is you're going to be doing hypertrophy training like almost no matter what type of weight training you're doing. Almost like even if you're training specifically for strength, you're probably going to get a hypertrophic effect from doing strength training, even if you're doing like sets of 3. So hypertrophy training is very general. It's not very specific, but if you are focusing on hypertrophy, you're usually going to be doing sets in the repetition range of anywhere from 5 to as much as 30. But usually for hypertrophy training, usually most of your work is going to be in the 5 to 15 rep range, usually. But you can do as many as 30 repetition sets and still get a hypertrophic benefit. And as far as sets are concerned, there's a wide range of variability. So it's going to depend on your genetics, how much volume you need to elicit an adaptation, how much volume you can just handle. Some people can't handle a very high volume of training just due to their genetics. Some of it has to do with training age. Some people can handle a very high amount of volume. Some people get such an extremely high stimulus from doing a low amount of volume that they neither need nor can they handle very high volumes of training. Some people are the opposite. Some people get a very low amount of stimulus from training and they need very high volumes in order to get the adaptation they want. Generally speaking, you should be aiming for at least 6 total sets per muscle group per week. And most people will probably fall under like around 8 to 10 sets per week per muscle group, generally speaking. If you have an advanced training age, and especially if you're female, you might see much higher volumes, so you might need somewhere around 15 or more sets per week. But it really depends. It's something that you kind of just need to figure out while you're, trying to construct an ideal training plan for yourself. Thanks for the donation, though, Sander Bling. Hope that helps.
I told you about Casper last week when it dipped to 13 cents. It just broke a new all-time high today. It's almost 20 cents. Hope you bought the most based Israeli-made crypto. Marathon Digital and BlackRock are involved now. We need more vegan millionaires.
Okay, I'll look into that, and I might put some money in, and then hopefully, it gets to like the level of Bitcoin, and I can be a millionaire. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Supremacy. Ancient Sanctuary donated $2. In 2021, you bragged about Elon losing all his money and going bankrupt. Now he's the #1 richest man in the world. He's not. I don't know where the fuck you heard that. He had that evaluation at one point because of the amount of money he had wrapped up in Tesla stock. Now that the price of Tesla shares has tanked, he's not considered the richest person in the world anymore. Secondly, claiming somebody's the richest person in the world because of the amount of shares they have in a particular stock is a really stupid way of determining wealth. Most people can consider wealth as like having liquid assets. Elon Musk has very, very little liquid assets. He's probably got like somewhere in the range of maybe 10 billion in liquid asset. And again, if you look at his wealth in terms of Tesla, his like the amount of shares he has in like SpaceX, they're not actually worth anything. If he were to cash out all of his shares in these companies, he wouldn't get much out of it because as he sells off these stocks, they're going to go down in value. So he wouldn't be able to get much out of it anyway. His companies are also massively overvalued. Tesla still to this day, even though their share price has gone down so much, it's massively overvalued. So once things kind of settle out and this like Tesla bubble thing kind of goes away, he's not particularly wealthy. I don't think he even cracks like the top 100 wealthiest people. Thanks for the donation, though, Ancient Sanctuary.
I hate religion.
Same. Religion is bullshit. Thanks for the donation, Sinjid. Going Anders donate $2. This was you on mushrooms.
Fucking shrooms. I just fucking ate fucking shrooms earlier ago. Oh shit, it's fucking kicked in 1 hour ago. Oh shit, yo. Fucking freaking out outside in the woods. Oh shit.
I don't think I was quite like that, but thanks for the donation, Going Anders. Riley donated $2. Would you consider helping me with YouTube? ALG if not. Alright, I think you mean alright if not. I don't know exactly how I could help you. You can't give much specific advice for YouTube success. Like, the only thing I can really tell you is to just upload as frequently as you can. Try to make the highest quality videos you possibly can. I can critique some of your videos and give you pointers on things like basic composition of the video, editing. I can give you some pointers with like camera and audio quality, stuff like that. But otherwise, there's not much specific advice I can give you. Thanks for the donation though, Riley.
Come for me, Richard. Come for me. Come for me, Richard. Come now. Come for me, Richard. Come for me. Come for me, Richard. Come now. Come for me, Richard. Come for me. Come for me, Richard.
Sure. I'll do that later. Thanks for the donation, random gal. So her total cholesterol was 173 as a vegan. Ideally, it should be below 140, so it's a little high. Her LDL calculated score was 81. There's about I think a 10 to 15% yeah, it's like about 85 to 90% accurate when you have a calculated LDL score. So it could be, you know, it could be a few points higher or lower, but it's a little high, but it's in a very good range here. Triglycerides were 97. That's about in the ideal range. You want to have it at below 100. Hemoglobin A1C 5.5, that's normal. And vitamin B12 was 205, so she clearly wasn't supplementing with vitamin B12, which might explain why she was having health problems on a vegan diet. She clearly wasn't supplementing as needed, and she probably wasn't having very good dietary planning considering how low her B12 is. But as a carnivore, her cholesterol is through the fucking roof. 365 is astronomically high. 264 for LDL puts her in the extreme high risk category for heart disease. Her LDL to HDL ratio is also much worse. A lot of these low-carb idiots will tell you, oh, it's more about the LDL to HDL ratio. Your LDL to HDL ratio doesn't really matter, and even if it did, she's still in a worse place, you know, compared to when she was vegan. Her triglycerides are very low, 15. Again, going from a 97 to a 15 triglyceride score, it doesn't really matter. Hemoglobin A1C is a little bit lower. It's probably because she's not eating any carbohydrates, but yeah, her B12 is at the high end of normal. So again, she wasn't supplementing before. She has the same B12 score as I have. I was at 1,400 and something. So if you supplement with B12, you won't be deficient.
I thought Biden won. Like, yeah, he was sick and stuttered a lot cause he's old, but he wrecked Trump on almost every point. Should have been yelling at the shit cunt like he was at the podium the next day. Here, I got something for Palestine. tinyurl.com/hertz4sar527.
I think Biden did better, probably later on in the debate. Guess his brain started kind of moving a little faster. His mannerisms were just so bad, though. Like, his voice was really hoarse. He had, like, no energy. His mouth was open for so long. It was just really weird. He did make better arguments than Trump, for sure. Just optically, it looked really bad for Biden, though. Thanks for the donation one. Fuck Hamas, donated $2. The bitch lied on you. Well, yeah, I left a comment. I've already seen this. She completely lied. She never sent me an email. She claimed she emailed me, but then she never showed the email in her entire fucking video. So she's fucking lying. If she emailed me, she would have shown, look, I emailed him, but she never did that. I also told her to message me on Instagram, so I don't know why she's even trying to fucking email me. I even linked her my Instagram in chat when she was there. And then she fucking made up the lie that she couldn't send me a message. Anybody can send me a fucking message. I don't have messages blocked. Like, how am I getting new message requests every fucking day? So she's a fucking liar, and then she made up the secondary excuse saying, oh, I'm not even interested in debating him anymore because he's mean. Like, she's a lying cunt. Thanks for the donation, though. Fuck Hamas.
Are you a tits or ass man? I'm a ass man.
Oh, I'm an ass man. Ass is just... I don't know how you can be more into tits than ass. Ass is just amazing. Just a big, jiggly butt with a nice, cute little hole in the middle. So nice and stinky. I just like poking butts. Yeah, just, you can do so much more with butts, you know? You can smell them, you can lick them, put your tongue inside, fuck them, just fill them up with cum. Their butts are just great. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Rocket Fingers. Going Anders donated $2. Let me see.
You're so kind, you're so protective, you're like my daddy. Is that what you like to hear?
No.
Do you want to fuck me, William?
No.
No, yeah.
Never
of course
mind.
you do. Of course you do. Everybody wants to fuck the 15-year-old.
Yeah. Like soul food. Parked up outside in the old school.
God.
Yeah. It's looking like that girl he was sexting was probably around the age of 15. Oh my god. How is that cat using chopsticks? That's really weird. That's a special cat.
100 hours.
Black Ops cat.
Jungle. Location classified.
Those are very special cats. Thanks for the donation going, Anders.
6 years straight vegan. I'm now 5.5 years carnivore.
So the first thing that people need to understand is that things will be different with different dietary patterns. Let me just explain a little bit.
Yeah, if you're eating a ton of saturated fat and cholesterol, your cholesterol is going to be through the fucking roof and you're at high risk of heart disease.
About these types of cholesterol. So the LDL cholesterol, which is the so-called bad, is the low.
Why is everyone trying to claim the girl Dr. Disrespect was talking to is 17? Was that even proven? She might have been way younger than that. He has a lot of dumbass fanboys that are trying to cope for him, and claiming she's 17 kind of softens the allegations where, you know, you can say, oh, she would have turned 18 in a few months. And they could say that, like, like 17's legal in most states. So that's what they're trying to do. As far as I understand, her age has not been verified. There's no information that's being released yet that suggests she was 17. And again, like, Dr. Disrespect admitted to having sexually inappropriate conversations with a minor. He admitted this himself. If this chick was 17, you would expect him to try to mitigate the circumstances by mentioning, oh, well, she was 17 and like 6 months old. So, like, in a few months, she would have turned 18 anyway. It's not that big of a deal. In most states, it's illegal. You would have heard him say things like that if she was 17. The fact that he wouldn't mention her age suggests that she was probably well under the age of 18. So, if I had to guess, she's probably around 15 years old. Apparently, this is what I've heard from some ex-Twitch staffers. Apparently, they did actually notify the police about it. So, yeah, it's probably pretty bad for him not to mention the age of the victim. So I would be very surprised if that chick was 17, or else, like, again, he likely would have admitted it.
Low density lipoprotein. So it's actually not a cholesterol, it's actually a carrier of cholesterol. It has a large.
So whenever people give you this bullshit that, oh, well, it's not actually calculating the amount of LDL, it's calculating the protein carrier, it doesn't fucking matter. The actual cholesterol molecule, the LDL-C, if the LDL-C is higher, you're pretty much automatically going to have a higher particle count. And again, you can see that with her total cholesterol score. Her total cholesterol score went up, and there's a concordant increase in the actual molecule count. You very rarely ever see a discordance with the molecule count and the actual LDL protein carrier, the ApoB. It's a very, very rare.
Larger proportion of cholesterol to protein, making it less dense, and it basically carries cholesterol to the.
I don't know why he's saying this. That makes no sense. You can see the molecule count, and you can see the total increase in the cholesterol particles. So what is he saying? Oh, it's less dense. There's a you can see the difference. There's clearly a concordant increase in the actual particle count. Like, he's just lying. And it's a stupid lie because you can see the fucking numbers here. Soul Cry donated $2. Let's pretend you are about to have sex with the woman of your dreams, super hot. What would you say to her based on foreplay talk? Say something creative, unique, and intellectual. Say the best thing you can come up with. That'll make her quiver and attached. I'd probably tell her that I'm going to slowly work open her asshole with my tongue. And then once her asshole is thoroughly loosened up, I'm going to stick my big black cock up her ass. Thanks for the donation, Soul Cry. Going Anders, donate $2. Sheet, as you were talking about ass, I saw this. I mean, she's just fat. Yeah, this chick is just fat, and she's had liposuction and body sculpting done. I don't find her attractive at all. Like, if you're into fat chicks that have gotten cosmetic surgery, you know, that's your thing, but yeah, I don't find her attractive. Your spirit animal. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a pretty damn based cat. Dude, imagine in the future if we can make, like, rocket raccoon animals, and we can have cats that can, like, ride motorcycles and stuff. That'd be so dope. I'd love to just go outside with a cat friend and just ride bikes and shit. That'd be so awesome. Yeah, these cats are based. I really like that one. That's a good cat. Thanks for the donation, Going Anders. Son Goku donated $2. Animal abuse ? I really hate it when people do that. Yeah. Stressing your animals out like that is definitely animal abuse. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. $1 donate $2. Bunch of fat, ugly women. Can you play this game when it comes out?
Na skraj urwiska sprowadzono kolejnego więźnia. Nie wiedział, co go czeka, a to właśnie on miał wszystko odmienić.
W imieniu jego wysokości, króla Robara II, pana Verantu...
Tylko czego zażądasz? Milcz. Dobra, zrzucajcie go!
Oh, this is from a gay porn.
I believe every functional man can achieve a 315 bench. I hit it at 19 years old 5 years ago. There's this guy I know that's been working out for well over a decade and in his 30s that still can't do it. Does genetics really prevent one to bench 315?
Yes. When people say that everybody can bench 315, they have not seen enough people. Especially if you work as like a personal trainer, you will see the widest variation in like people's genetics and physical performance. You'll see people who are just incredibly physically inept and people who are just insane genetic freaks. So yeah, there is a lot of people who, no matter what they do, even if they take steroids, they could never bench 315. There are people that are so physically inept, have such a low amount of muscle mass to begin with, that are very uncoordinated, that don't get a large stimulus from training, who will never bench 315. They may never even bench 225. I remember when I was training kids in hockey, there was this one kid who never got better. He actually worked really fucking hard, and he would do his best, but he never got better. He was very fucking uncoordinated and awkward. He just looked like he was drunk when he was running. And girls his age were outlifting him. I remember there was a mixed group of boys and girls that he was with, and the girls were all outlifting him. And I've seen some insane genetic freaks too. There's this one chick who was a goalie that I was training. Her legs looked like fucking Nappa from Dragon Ball Z. She had the craziest fucking quads I have ever seen on a fucking human being. I'm not kidding. Her legs literally looked like this. And this is a fucking teenage girl who I think was 15 years old. And her legs looked like fucking Nappa from Dragon Ball Z. I was training her for her first weight training session she ever had, and I was getting her to do squats. She started off squatting like what other girls were squatting in the gym. She was like doing just the empty bar with like an extra 10 on each side, and I was saying like that's way too light for you. So I got her to do 95 pounds, so 25 on each side. That was super easy for her. Then I got her to do 135, so a full plate on each side. Way too easy for her. Then I like convinced her, okay, like you have really strong legs, like just keep going up. So then I got her to squat 185. And again, this is a 15-year-old girl, never weight trained before. And she did 185 easy. Like it was like nothing was on the bar. And then I told her, like, you can keep going up. And I tried to get her to do 225, but she just wouldn't. She was too afraid. But I have never seen somebody who had like such insane leg genetics in my fucking life. This is a 15-year-old girl, and she had fucking quads like Nappa from Dragon Ball Z. It was insane. But yeah, you see, like, there is a wide genetic variability between people. You'll see people who are just have the most freak insane genetics you'll ever fucking see. And then there are people on the opposite end of the spectrum who cannot do fucking shit and, like, will just never get better. So, yeah, it's just definitely not true that every man can bench 315. That is far from the truth. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan. Son Goku donated $2. This dude is a retard, and I hate him.
Nobody cares if you're aesthetic and weak, or if you're strong and not aesthetic. And these two scenarios happen because of the way you train. In my first year lifting, I was squatting 315, but I look like this because I was taking way too long to rest. Over 5 minutes exactly.
This guy is a monstrous idiot. So first of all, you would expect somebody who looks like this to squat 315. Your quads are a very strong muscle group, and it's pretty easy to get to a 315 squat. Like, pretty easy. That's the one lift where you will generally see people who are not particularly big be able to squat a pretty impressive amount of weight. There was a guy who used to train at my old gym when I was living in Toronto, who was a soccer player. And he was a pretty slim guy, but he was squatting 405 for sets of 5. So this guy's like strength and physique standards are just stupid and whack. And secondly, longer rest times do not reduce the hypertrophic stimulus you get from training. If anything, they increase it. Because the longer your rest periods are, the more repetitions you're going to be able to do each set, because the fatigue you have going into each set is lower. And since volume is the driver of hypertrophy, you're going to get more hypertrophy from longer rest periods.
Because I was taking way too long to rest. Over 5 minutes exactly. While people who are aesthetic and weak don't focus on the compound lifts and don't focus on getting stronger in the gym. Powerlifting and bodybuilding are...
People who have a large amount of muscle mass but are relatively weak just have lower nervous system efficiency and have good genetics for muscle growth. Like, that's it.
win-lose situation. Why not combine?
They might also have an ideal like limb ratios and tendon insertions and shit like that, but yeah, people who are skinny but very strong, they just have ideal proportions and they have higher nervous system efficiency.
Which is an athletic bodybuilder, where you build an aesthetic and a strong physique. You can achieve this win-win scenario by ignoring fat powerlifters and lazy bodybuilders. No.
Yeah, nothing he said made any sense.
Witamy w kolonii. Dość tego! Zostawcie go! No już.
This reminds me of
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Sorry for what? Our daddy taught us not to be ashamed of our dicks, especially since they're such good size and all.
Yeah, I see that. Your daddy gave you good advice.
It gets bigger when I pull on it. Sometimes, I pull on it so hard, I rip the skin.
Well, my daddy taught me a few things too, like how not to rip the skin by using someone else's mouth instead of your own hands.
Will you show me?
I'd be right happy to.
Oh god. Oh god, I have to poop. I have to poop really bad. I'll be right back. Oh, I gotta poop. Oh my god. Oh, I'm back from pooping. Oh, goddamn. Well, you can find out how large my testicles are if you sub to my OnlyFans.
I know only a select few are capable of 405, but I was always under the impression that 315 is the very least that a man is capable of achieving. But what you're saying makes sense. It just baffled me how he couldn't get past 295 pounds after 3 years.
I would say your average man is definitely capable of benching 225. The low end of average is probably like 185. Like, again, there are very, very physically inept men. If we're not talking about people with, like, deformities that are missing an arm, stuff like that, I've seen dudes who can't get past, like, 150. And, let's see. But yeah, 315 is very, very difficult for most people. Very. And 405, you have to be, like, fairly genetically gifted to be able to do 405. That's pretty rare. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan.
Do you like NWA, niggas with attitude?
Not really. I'm not really into rap or anything. Thanks for the donation, Mince.
Hey faggot, where have you been? Good to see you back. Did you watch the presidential debate? It was retarded as fuck. Biden needs to resign ASAP. Also, in Frank's new eye surgery update vid, he admits to getting lip filler and admits it's Galamau.
Well, yeah, we all knew he had lip filler. We'll watch that later. I didn't see the entire debate, but I did see a fair bit of it. It was pretty bad. I would say, like, Biden really did better than Trump in the actual debate itself. It's just that optically, Biden looked like, you know, such an old, frail, you know, man. He had trouble speaking and stuff. Like, he looked worse in that aspect, but this shit about Biden resigning is fucking stupid. There's no way they could get another viable candidate in time for the election, so they would just guarantee a loss if they would run with another candidate. Like, yeah, Biden's old as shit. Nobody's denying that, but he's a better candidate than Trump. Thanks for the donation, though, Gay Twink.
One more thing. I don't know who the fuck is teaching these kids how to lift, or if they convinced themselves that this is actually considered working out. Like, what the fuck is this?
This already looks very bad. I love how Mark Plummer is fucking trolling this kid. Clean, get it, King. Oh, that's good. That's hilarious. That is so stupid, man. Oh my god. Bro, with the amount of, like, lifting content that exists online these days and how easily accessible it is, I don't know how these dumbass kids are lifting like this. It's just insane. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan.
Would you recommend MK677 for a woman?
I wouldn't recommend it for anybody. It's a growth hormone secretagogue, right? You're only going to increase, so it's not actually growth hormone. It's it increases your natural growth hormone production, and it's only going to increase it by like maybe 20-30%. It's not some kind of miracle drug. I would say the most benefit that you're going to get out of MK677 is that it increases appetite. So if you have a very suppressed appetite and you have trouble eating enough to actually gain muscle and grow, that's where most of the benefit from something like this is going to come from. It's from the increase in appetite, not from the increase in growth hormone. Increasing growth hormone production by like 20%, it's not really going to do anything. Generally speaking, you need to double the circulating hormones in order to get a performance-enhancing benefit from it. So if you want to, I don't know, heal faster, recover more, stuff like that, and you're taking something that acts on growth hormone, you're better off just taking growth hormone and doubling your endogenous production. You're only really going to increase appetite from taking something like this. There's also side effects. It does cause like shutdown. I think it does other like bad things. I haven't looked into it though, but combats aging. Yeah, right. Bro, I don't know who the fuck wrote this. Bro, if you're taking MK677, you're not going to live as long as somebody who isn't. So, yeah, yeah, so this might increase the risk of type 2 diabetes because growth hormone is antagonistic to insulin. Increased appetite, lethargy, joint pain, insulin resistance, increase in prolactin. Yeah, I wouldn't really recommend MK677 though. Thanks for the donation, Lolly. Peace and love, donate $2. Funny how that vegan teacher is the most popular vegan, but her most popular video has 2 million views. She has a very silly, witchy face. If she used better logical analysis, comparisons, she wouldn't be hated so much. She's a very good activist. I don't think you've ever seen any of her fucking videos, because people who say, oh, she's crazy and she makes stupid videos, they've never seen any of her videos. Her videos are extremely good. And whenever she's debating and arguing with people online, like with her response videos, she makes very good arguments. And she's particularly good at helping people visualize the problems with their eating habits and their ethical values. She made a response to Link at one point, and she was using these stuffed animals. And I'll show you. Give me a second. Dogs can be vegan. How do you fucking... Damn it. How do you spell her stupid name?
Why love one, but eat the other?
September 24th, 2023.
Yeah, I can't find the fucking video for some reason. But she's very good at helping people visualize the problem with eating meat and everything. So no, she doesn't usually have any logical problems when she formulates arguments. The reason people hate her is because they're stupid, miserable fucks, and they can't stand seeing a sweet old lady making, you know, animal rights content with a cheery, upbeat attitude, and they want to try to make her as miserable as they are. Type vegan on YouTube, most videos she's fourth. Yeah, you know. Thanks for the donation, peace and love. Kid Boo donated $2, let me see.
Men are cheaters. They're bigger cheaters than men.
Listen, as much as I would love for some of my biases against women to be true as well, this one is not. Women do not cheat more than men. There is nothing within the nomological network of female and male sexual behavior that would indicate that women...
In non-marital relationships, cheating seems to be about equal. In marital relationships, it's very clear men cheat more often.
Men cheat more than men. Not only statistically does a larger percentage of men cheat, men also on average have a stronger sex drive, are more likely to desire multiple partners, has a stronger desire for and attraction to novelty, and men report cheating more, and women report being cheated on more. Men out there who believe that women cheat more than men just want this to be true. But no matter how bad y'all want this to be true, this is simply not the reality. And you can say you don't trust the stats or women who are reporting the stats, but then you'd have to reject all the data that you believe in that supports what you believe to be true about women as well. And if you also have issues with the studies not rendering the results that are in favor of your biases, then I suggest you conduct a better study that wills the results that you want and then get back to us.
Pretty base take. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Watch at 55 seconds. Yeah, the debate was awful, but he's human and will have bad days like us all.
The race for the White House.
Let me see. 55.
I don't walk as easy as I used to. I don't speak as smoothly as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to. But I know what I do know. I know how to tell the truth. I know.
Dude, why couldn't he have come in with that kind of energy for the debate? Like, why didn't they just pump him full of steroids or something?
I know right from wrong. And I know how to do this job. I know how to get things done. And I know, like millions of Americans know, when you get knocked down, you get back up.
Biden seeking to reassure his supporters and control.
Yeah, that debate was just so strange. Thanks for the donation, though, Alan.
Have you seen the videos where August the Duck responded to that vegan teacher and said she should be in prison for using the Hitler analogy? Have you tried to set up a debate with him?
I have seen the August the Duck videos. I don't know of... I haven't seen her...
Guys.
I haven't seen him talk about how she should be in prison for using the Hitler analogy. I don't know if I asked to set up a debate with him. Let me see. August the Duck. Can't remember if I emailed him or not. Let me see. Let's see. Veganism debate. It's vegan gains. I was wondering if you'd be interested in debating the ethical Principles of veganism. And related subtopics, including things like health, vegan activism. I know you did a video on that vegan teacher, and we can discuss issues that you have. Vegan activists normally host my debates live through Zoom. Tell me if you're interested. There we go. I emailed him. He probably won't agree, because most of these people are dishonest retards, but we'll see. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Can you just skip to 6 minutes? You've reacted this before but not the whole thing. Cranky vegan criticizing comments from people including Miss Katie sending death threats to Alex O'Connor.
6 minutes. Let's see.
Ourselves. Doesn't mean we can't be angry, I'm just saying. But people went after him so hard, with such rage and like seething hatred of this guy. It was I don't get shocked very often, but I was like shocked by the things people said. And in a way, I guess I kind of wasn't that shocked. But Fred, can we put a couple of these comments up? Yeah, let's take a look at some of these. Kathleen Butler says that she hopes he gets cancer because he's not vegan anymore. What kind of response is that?
If somebody was a Nazi and then they quit Nazism and then they went back to being a Nazi and went back to killing Jews, would you think that it's like disgusting for somebody to wish death upon somebody like that or send them death threats? Like, that's what meat eaters are. They're fucking Nazis. It's just that instead of killing Jews, they're killing animals. So if somebody goes back to being a Nazi and they start killing animals, how the fuck do you expect people to react? Like, this guy wouldn't have a problem with sending Nazis death threats. So why does he have a problem with sending carnists death threats?
V-Gang says, you are an animal-abusing scum. You are a fucking loser. If the animals could talk, they would tell you to kill yourself sooner than later. Why is that? What in the world? That is just...
Cranky Vegan's a fucking bitch. Like, he's literally just a pussy-ass fucking bitch, and he's a carnist cuck. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
Some valuable from a senior scientist. Cardio is bad for you. Mike Israetelli's moron. Law of thermodynamics aren't real. 1800 hours 22:55 35:15.
Oh, yes. I saw a clip of this. Bart K's a fucking idiot. This guy's an idiot too, Revival Fitness.
I worked in cardiovascular pathophysiology, among other things, peripherally. So those are my kind of absolute areas of expertise if anyone's interested.
I've heard you go at cardio, and this is like the dream for the gym bro because we all don't like to do cardio.
Good.
And I've heard you, yeah, this is fascinating because you're like a godsend to us. It's like, wait, he said we don't have to do, because all you hear, cardio is good for the heart, you have to do it, all this stuff. Can you explain, I guess, why cardio is, you would argue it's not necessary at all, correct? Formally speaking?
I would go further than that, and I would suggest that the average person and most athletes, and certainly hypertrophy athletes, muscle builders, should absolutely not do cardio. Here is why.
Oh, man.
Probably when you listen to some person that did an undergraduate degree 20 years ago or even recently, because they're still teaching this, in human physiology will say you have 3 muscle fiber types, type 1, type 2A, and type 2B, sometimes called type 2X. False. No such thing is in fact true. You have a continuum of muscle fibers that exist from one end to the other.
That is not true. You do have certain muscle types, but they can actually change their function based on the type of exercise you're doing. So your body will adapt to the type of training you're doing. The fast twitch type 2 muscle fibers, they can become more like slow twitch type 1 muscle fibers if you're like exclusively doing cardiovascular exercise. So it's not a continuum. It's just that your muscle fiber types will adapt to the type of training you do, and they'll become more like a different type of muscle fiber.
The differences between those muscle fibers being not only the enzymes that are expressed within those muscle cells, the way those muscle cells like to work, the substrates they like to oxidize for energy, etc. There are also differences in the myosin chain. Is it light chain? Is it heavy chain? Is it somewhere in between? The diameter of the fibers themselves are trainable. That's how you get hypertrophy happening, by lifting heavy weights requiring that to occur. It's not because you're gaining more muscle fibers. You're not. You're gaining...
We actually don't know this. You may actually be gaining more muscle fibers. So what's the technical term? Why is that word escaping me? Let me do a quick Google. Increasing the number of muscle cells. Hyperplasia. Hyperplasia likely does happen in human beings. There's been studies on things like on birds where they're able to observe hyperplasia. There's no reason to think that hyperplasia doesn't exist in humans. If it happens in birds and other animals, it probably happens in humans as well. So hyperplasia does probably is a thing in human beings.
Bro, there's no way if you saw all the clips of Biden you can say you think he is fit to be president. He clearly has dementia. There's no way he could finish out 4 more years, let alone have access to nuclear launch codes. Dems are calling him to resign even.
There's a difference between age-related cognitive decline and dementia. So there's more signs that Trump has dementia than Biden. When you have dementia, you will do things like confuse people. So you'll think like you'll confuse your daughter for your wife. Things like that. Those are things that Trump has done. Trump has confused his wife with other women. He's confused his daughter or his sons with other people. Joe Biden doesn't do that. He'll do things like confuse dates, like he'll forget that something happened in a certain period, but he won't confuse people. You might confuse names, so you'll call your son Jeffrey when his name is actually like Jim. You can do things like that, but yeah, Trump literally confuses like family members with other people, whereas Joe Biden doesn't really do that. You'll see him like maybe confuse names. They'll get very confused and delusional. You'll see Trump talk, like he'll say really weird delusional things, and his sentences like don't have any coherent structure. He'll start talking about how he thinks magnets won't work underwater, and he'll start talking about like boats and then go on some other ramble about how he thinks like gay people are evil. You don't see Joe Biden doing those sorts of things. He'll like forget, he'll like stumble over his words, but he won't have like completely delusional thoughts that make no sense. So Joe Biden clearly has age-related cognitive decline. It's not very clear that he has dementia. Trump, on the other hand, he almost certainly has early signs of dementia. But thanks for the donation, Gay Twink.
How much stretching of the hamstrings and quads is needed to maximize flexibility? Like the frequency and duration.
So, there is some research on this. I can't remember what the ideal training strategy is for maximizing flexibility, but you want to make sure you're not doing very aggressive stretching. So you want your pain threshold to be somewhere around a 5 or 6 most of the time when you're doing stretching. If you really, really try to push past pain barriers when stretching, that seems to be less ideal for flexibility. Flexibility is... it has very little to do with actual structural changes in your muscle tissue or tendons. It's getting your body used to the physiological feeling of being stretched. So if you really try to stretch aggressively and you're in a 9 or 10 out of 10 pain threshold when you're trying to do the splits or reach for your toes, you're actually preventing your body from getting used to the physiological feeling of being stretched. And it actually slows down your progression when you're stretching. So you want to stretch with a very moderate pain threshold. So you're kind of aiming for a 5 or 6 on the pain scale. Stretching frequently is a good idea, almost every day. And you don't want to stretch for too long of a duration. So I would say probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 to 2 minutes for a given muscle group or for a given stretch is ideal, and nearly everyday frequency. I think that's the general recommendation for improving flexibility. Thanks for the donation, though, Mr. Krabs. Hope that helps.
You clearly didn't see the debate.
I didn't see the entire debate. I saw a few clips, but we're gonna watch the debate tonight. Thanks for that donation, Gay Twink. Alan donated $2. I've been a nurse for 7 years and a CNA before that for 7 years. I've taken care of dementia, all stages of the disease. Biden doesn't show signs of dementia. Yeah, again, he'll kind of stumble over his words, stutter, forget things, but dementia is like a delusional state. So Trump shows many more signs of dementia than Biden does. He'll slur his words, and sometimes he'll notice that he's slurring, and he'll keep doing it. So he'll try to say something like strata, but he'll say shrata, and then he'll try to say it over and over, shrata, and it just won't come out right. And oftentimes, again, he'll completely confuse who people are. He a few times he thought he was running against Barack Obama. He'll say, "Oh, Barack Obama has no chance. We're going to win against him again." That's something somebody with dementia will do, where he'll forget who he's running against and completely confuse somebody for somebody else. Joe Biden doesn't do that. Again, he might forget somebody's name, but he won't completely confuse an individual. Thanks for the donation, though, Alan.
How do you feel about Lil Budang? I've been talking to him on Instagram and he's thinking about going vegan. He tried vegan food, loves it, agrees with the ethics and already eats less honey products.
Booting. I kind of like the beat there. I don't know who Lil Boudin is. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the lyrics. I like the beat, though. Yeah, that sounds sick. I might listen to that later. I don't know who he is. But thanks for the donation, Chamomile Cam. DD donated $2. Could you check this video out? They mentioned hyperplasia and vivisection.
And can I say one potential piece of hope for the future?
Hyperplasia.
We say it doesn't happen in humans. It probably does.
Don't tempt me.
Yeah.
It's so funny how people hate the Holocaust comparison, like often when vegans use the Socratic method, you can get the meat eater to make the comparison themselves.
Yeah. They often do. The militant vegan, Rafaela, we were talking about this a little bit, and she was complaining about having to go to court in Germany over the weird hate speech laws they have there regarding the Holocaust, and they've accused her of like trying to diminish the Holocaust when she doesn't even have to bring up the Holocaust. Like a lot of people, like these carnists she debates, they make the comparison themselves. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley.
When Democrat Biden supporters who have supported him for years on CNN and MSNBC are asking Biden to resign, you know it's bad. It's coming from both sides, it's no joke.
Biden is clearly mentally competent enough to be president. I think the more realistic worry is whether or not he'll survive the next term. He's very old, so it's a very realistic possibility that he might die, like even in the next few months. So that I think is a actual genuine concern. Whether or not he's mentally competent to be president, I don't think there's really an argument to be had there. He's clearly mentally competent enough. Just because he did poorly in that debate, had some senior moments, was struggling to find words, was a little forgetful, that doesn't really matter. Like again, compare that to somebody like Trump, who has very obvious signs of dementia, who's delusional. He was delusional to begin with, but he's even more delusional now that he's getting dementia. I would be much more worried about somebody like Trump being president and his cognitive capability compared to Biden. I think people are just kind of having this doomer sort of mindset just because of how bad optically he looked in the debate, but they're kind of ignoring how well he's performed as president, and they're kind of ignoring his actual cognitive capability and looking at things optically with, okay, he looks like this frail old man in the debate, but they're not actually looking at the actual arguments he made, his policy positions, how well he generally does with things like public speaking, and they're just looking at his performance in the debate. But thanks for the donation, Gay Twink. The Matrix donated $2. Most vegans are pro-Palestine. Jeff Side has a lot of vegan friends and posts pics of endangered animals on his Instagram for activism, but he's not vegan. Do you prefer girls, goth punk, alt style with tattoos and some face piercings, or clean look, no tats? I think I generally prefer chicks with like tattoos and shit, generally. I'm not a big fan of face piercings, but I think tattoos are pretty hot. If you have like the same girl with like who's like an identical twin or something, I would prefer the chick with tattoos over the girl with no tattoos. Thanks for the donation though, The Matrix.
Maybe you could reach out to this person to moderate a debate between you and Lenny. She has inserted herself into the piss, and Lenny and the maniacs are very aware of her. Here's her ick.
A message for all the maniacs. Let me know in the comments what your questions or suggestions for the next podcast interview with Andrew are. We'd love to know what you're thinking, but we want to make sure the next one it's piss.
So, like, what's the conflict here? Lenny has no interest in talking to me or debating, so I don't think he'd agree to that anyway. Thanks for that donation, Mentinator.
Here's her YouTube too.
Like, what the fuck is this? I don't even know what this is. Thanks for the donation, Mentinator.
You can't be huffing the copium so bad that you think Biden is more cognitively there than Trump. Biden was awful and it will reflect in the polls. The average viewer isn't thinking that deep about it. It was a horrible look.
Biden is doing better in most polls compared to Trump after the debate. There was a small increase in support for Biden after the debate. So I think most people realized that Trump was lying and he had really bad policy decisions. Even though Biden, like, again, looked like a frail old man and everything, it doesn't seem to have actually negatively impacted people's opinions of him in general. Thanks for that donation, Pika.
I've put that off in my mind for forever.
I mean, if it happens in animals, it probably happens in humans with the right stimulus.
Humans are not animals. We were created. Never mind.
So anyway, in these original studies on quails, chickens, etc., because they actually sacrifice them, weigh the muscle, and count it, huge amounts of hyperplasia were observed. Increases
cell multiplication
in the number.
Hypertrophy is take one cell, grow it. Hyperplasia is you multiply that cell. Hyperplasia plus.
Yeah, like I've changed my position on this. I used to think hyperplasia didn't happen in humans, but I mean, it's observed in animals for one thing. Animal muscle tissue is practically identical to human muscle tissue, so I don't know why. Logically, you would suspect it only happens in animals but not humans. And secondly, you can see massive, massive changes in the size of, you know, a human being's muscle from training, especially when you're talking about steroids. The difference is just fucking ridiculous. What's his name? I'll just look bodybuilder before and after. So, you can see like absolutely ridiculous changes to people's physiques before and after training. Like here's Kevin Levrone. This is like when he was really young, before he started lifting weights. Here he is as a pro bodybuilder. The idea that hyperplasia isn't happening here, and it's literally just the size of the muscle cells that are increasing. It seems like it's almost impossible for this increase in size to merely just be an increase in the size of the muscle cells, like happening, pretty much indefinitely.
React to this panel. You gotta watch the intro. Pretty funny.
Don't even open your mouth. You don't have no reason.
Okay, I'll react to that later. Thanks for the donation, Metonator. So yeah, like hyperplasia is probably happening here when you're seeing these massive increases in muscle size. It becomes hard to believe that you're only getting hypertrophy and not hyperplasia. You're probably almost definitely getting hyperplasia.
Hypertrophy is you get more cells and they're all bigger. Hyperplasia is the destiny of truly insane gains.
Yeah, at least theoretically, right? Yeah. That is observed in these long-term stretching protocols. It hasn't been observed, although we don't really have the mechanisms to look at it. I would say that there is a very low probability, and I'm being highly speculative, that there could be synergistic effects of stretching and resistance training, that if you were a psychotic bodybuilder like myself, and you couldn't make your calves grow, you might decide to do 12 weeks of boot stretching 6 days per week. And by the way, keep an eye on PubMed because we submitted.
When you were gone pooping, I clearly heard a cough very close to your microphone. I'm not joking. It couldn't be something on my end. So, I'm afraid your house is haunted.
Okay, well that might explain why my cats run around and freak out sometimes. Thanks for the warning. Appreciate the donation, maybe.
This is a case study.
Oh, excellent.
And I did it on top of my resistance training, and I had an intro period where we didn't have it, where we looked at what my normal trajectory of change was.
Sure.
And then we also measured at the end of the 12 weeks, and then again a week later to make sure it wasn't just swelling.
Sure.
Because I was doing 20 sets plus 6 days a week of an hour of stretching.
You really want big calves? You guys have the answer. One benefit upside to you was that your ability to dorsiflex.
Yeah, so when Bart K says there's no hyperplasia happening, it's just an increase in muscle size, that likely isn't the case. There's probably hyperplasia going on.
Bigger ones, by training them to be bigger. And you train them to be bigger by asking them to overcome the biggest resistance you possibly can. In the case of hypertrophy training, you're looking for 8 to 10 rep maximum, 2 working sets. Big compounds, please. No isolation work. You don't need body splits until you're over 200 pounds. You can do your whole body every time, and you should probably not do that more than 3 times a week, and certainly not on consecutive days. But that's all that's all for another day.
Right.
Here's what you do when you do cardio, long endurance work for an hour or more at a time, whatever, at a moderate intensity. Those muscle fibers that you trained yesterday to become massive by doing that 8 rep maximum set, you're now training them to get smaller again. It's antagonistic.
Interesting.
Well, yeah, if you're doing any kind of concurrent training program where you're training 2 very different adaptations that are opposed to one another, you're going to mitigate the adaptations for hypertrophy and for endurance, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't do cardio outright. Like, there are benefits to doing cardio. Like, if your only goal is to just grow as much muscle as possible, there may still be a slight benefit to doing a bit of cardio. People do find that with a higher level of cardiovascular fitness, they're able to get through their weight training sessions more effectively. So they're not as winded after each set. They can recover faster from set to set. Their general physical just having a general increase in physical preparedness can help with strength and hypertrophy training. And on top of that, there's also health benefits like, lowering your blood pressure, lowering your cholesterol. You may have an interest in just living a bit longer and not becoming the biggest bodybuilder you possibly can. So, like, Bart K always does this. He's never fucking clear with anything he says. And he says the most vague shit imaginable. And I don't know how to, like, interpret what he's saying. Are you saying that cardio is bad for you? Like, it's bad for your health? Are you saying that if you're a bodybuilder, you shouldn't do cardio because it'll be negative for, like, you know, your performance?
As an exercise physiologist, whatever. Yeah, I wouldn't trust Mike Israetel on anything. I wouldn't listen to a damn thing he's got to say on any topic, but that's for another day. Anyway, so that's training. Exercise is incidental movement, i.e. walking. You can do as much of that as you like without probably dragging your muscle fibers the wrong way.
So Mike Israetel is a PhD. He has a PhD in exercise physiology. So as a senior scientist, Bart K likes to brag all the time, I'm a senior scientist, Mr. Charlie Brown. Mike Israetel outranks you. Bart K does not have a PhD. So if Bart K is going to brag about being a senior scientist and all that, I don't know how the hell he can claim a PhD in exercise physiology, doesn't know fucking anything, but he knows everything.
That's fine. Mm-hmm. What I mean by cardio is that stuff in the middle, that zone 2 stuff, the stuff that's like 130 to 170 beats per minute sort of stuff at a steady cadence, cycling, jogging, swimming, cycling, whatever it is, at that kind of intensity, that middle zone, stay the fuck out of there. That's what I'm saying. Walk as much as you like, exercise properly in the gym, quality and not quantity, stay the hell out of here. I hope that's clear.
Yeah, I made a video a while ago. It's called Why
For what reason?
Lifting Weights is Always Better Than Cardio, because I think just logically, like, you get not just, you know, besides just muscle growth, you get, you know, you can improve bone density, all these other things that come with it.
Cardiovascular exercise seems to be more cardioprotective than weight training. Again, you see greater decreases in blood pressure and cholesterol from cardiovascular exercise than you do from resistance exercise. So from a cardioprotective standpoint, cardiovascular exercise does appear to be better.
That goes into the next thing too, because I've heard you talk about aerobic and anaerobic. I kind of came to this conclusion myself, just even reading my own personal training books. It's like, what did they say? It's anaerobic, you rely on what? Stored glycogen. That's how they commonly define it. And then aerobic is like, oh, you're relying on oxygen. That's loosely it, right? It's like, I don't see how you could do one without the other. It seems like you... Here's
the thing. Again, you know how you were taught 3 different muscle fiber...
Let's see... Pure sold in $8. Tattooing is normalized in media. 99.99% of billionaires don't have tattoos. I've noticed that most from well-educated and wealthy from a professional setting, only like finance, economics, tech, STEM, etc., have little to no tats. Ink quality degrades, so I won't get. Okay. Thanks for the donation, Pure Soul.
Types, and that was completely nonsense. The same is true of, they tell you you've got 3 different energy systems. You've got an aerobic system and 2 anaerobic systems, one of which is the lactic system and the other one is the alactic system. Absolute fucking nonsense. You have one energy system only, and those 3 things I've just mentioned are 3 gears, all of which are absolutely dependent.
So oh my God, this is so idiotic. Bart, please explain to me how you can't do an absolute full-out sprint indefinitely. I wonder if it's because you're using a completely different energy system when you're doing an all-out sprint compared to when you're walking at a brisk pace. I wonder. Like, everything he says is so fucking retarded.
Upon each other in a muscle cell. Every muscle contraction of every muscle fiber in your body, of all muscle fiber types, absolutely requires glycogenolysis to actuate and affect the sliding filament theory that causes muscle contraction to occur. No muscle glycogen, no muscle contraction, period. Will not work. In fact, you'll have irreversible muscle tetanus and cellular death within 4.5 minutes, basically. you have mitochondria, which oxidize substrates to produce ATP oxidatively. All muscle cells require those too. If you could magically get in there and pluck out the mitochondria instantaneously.
So again, this isn't...
Go to 650 Van Jones is the biggest Biden supporter in history and watch him cry now.
President and former president making their way off the CNN debate stage. Looks like Jill Biden, the first lady.
That was painful. I love Joe Biden. I work for Joe Biden. He didn't do well at all. He did not do well at all. And he looked, I'll give you the analysis. You kind of have the old man versus the con man. I can walk you through how I'm supposed to see it and say it, but I just want to speak from my heart. I love that guy. That's a good man. He loves his country. He's doing the best that he can. But he had a test to meet tonight to restore confidence of the country and of the base, and he failed to do that. And I think there's a lot of people who are going to want to see him consider taking a different course now. We're still far from our convention, and there.
Yeah, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Gay Twink.
Out of a muscle cell, it would twitch.
So again, what Bart K is saying is not contradictory with the energy system model. It's just not. So it's the same thing with the muscle fiber type thing. Recognizing that different muscle cell types or fiber types can perform different functions is not contradictory with the muscle fiber type hypothesis.
Twitch once or maybe twice, depending on the muscle fiber morphology. Then the glycogen at that stage will be completely worn out, gone, and irreversible muscle tetanus and death within 4.5 minutes of that muscle cell. Do it to all of your cells at once and you'll die within 4.5 minutes. Now, how do we get energy shuttled from a mitochondria to the sliding filaments? Well, that's what the PCR system is. It's the gear in the middle. So there is no such thing as anaerobic exercise in humans or any multicellular organism, actually. The only organisms that are anaerobic are organisms that live in the...
That makes absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever. Please explain to me why fucking, why does he think lactic acid is created? This is just so retarded. 3515.
Thermodynamics, though, here's what I say when someone says it to me. Fantastic. Quote it for me.
Well, Layne Norton would say that it...
I believe drug use can cause hyperplasia. I've heard sources suggest that very high reps and sets, excessive muscle damage, might stimulate hyperplasia. What about growth hormone? I'm curious what a meta-analysis would suggest.
Well, I don't think there's currently any way to actually examine hyperplasia in human beings because you need to, like, dissect the animal to analyze hyperplasia. So that's the reason why there's no research looking at hyperplasia in humans. It's because you'd have to, have very unethical experiments where, you just completely dissect the animal to observe hyperplasia. It's entirely possible that anabolic steroids might encourage hyperplasia. And it is possible that doing higher rep training might stimulate more hyperplasia than lower rep training. But like again, when you're seeing these massive increases in muscle mass, when you see like somebody who just started training, skinny as a rail, and then they become just absolutely gigantic and massive, it's hard to believe that they have the same amount of muscle cells, but those muscle cells only got bigger. So the only way I can realistically see getting that much more muscle size is with hyperplasia. Thanks for the donation, though, Dick on the Moon. Firefly donated $2. I wish the sweet release of death would come and take me right now. I want to die. I can no longer bear the unbearable burden of having every beautiful song I Once new, now sound like a garbled cacophony. I want to go to sleep forever and never wake up. Maybe you just need to get a better pair of headphones. The Sony XM5s are pretty good. That's what I use. But hope you feel better soon, Firefly. Thanks for the donation.
Mass is conserved, correct?
Yeah, Layne Norton would say, oh, the first law of thermodynamics indicates that mass is conserved. Okay, well, there's a couple of errors there, Layne. Number one, no, it doesn't. The first law of thermodynamics not only doesn't say mass is conserved, it actually doesn't mention mass at all. It's explicitly excluded from the first law of thermodynamics.
Doesn't it say energy is conserved? First law of thermodynamics, energy cannot be created or destroyed. Second law, for a spontaneous process, the entropy of the universe increases. Third law of thermodynamics, perfect crystal at 0 Kelvin is 0 entropy. So, yeah, its energy is conserved.
Secondly, mass is not fucking conserved. Layne Norton. By the way, neither is energy. That's false too. Red.
I'm sorry, Bart K is saying the laws of thermodynamics are false?
Do you like Marilyn Manson?
Not really. He has like 2 good songs, but most of his music is for like gay emo fucktards. So, you know, people like TJ Kirk just absolutely love Marilyn Manson, but they're also like gay emo weirdos. So, he has 1 or 2 good songs, but most of it's just weird, gay, emo shit. Thanks for the donation, Balls.
Really?
Redshift is what happens when they are measuring how fast other things in space are moving away from our position. And they say, well, that changes the frequency of the light and it shifts it towards the red. It's a Doppler effect, they say. Great. That means the law of conservation of energy is also false. Whoop.
No. What? What? How? This is the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life. He's claiming redshift proves the laws of thermodynamics are false? What?
Oops. Oh dear.
So there's a concept too you hear a lot now, because some people, they don't even say calorie balance anymore. They say energy balance.
Sorry, he's not going to, like, call him out on this? This is insane.
Balance.
Sure.
From what I gather now, you are talking about mass in, mass out. That's
correct.
That's okay. So how, because we're commonly told about the energy.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe in more detail the mass in, mass out? I have seen that Michael Eads, I think,
mm-hmm.
he has a video talking about, he kind of goes over if you invert the calories per gram,
mm-hmm.
and he goes over like fat ultimately weighs much more less. I have a very rudimentary understanding of it, but can you go into that more so?
Okay, look, at the end of the day, energy is a construct. It's an idea. It's the thing that we have to invoke to explain the phenomena that we observe.
Oh my god. This... Is he a existential realist, unironically?
Cannot be directly measured. Why do I say that? Well, let's think about calories.
What the fuck is he talking about? He literally sounds like an existential realist.
For an example, how do we get the calories that are so-called contained in a food substance? Well, we stick it inside a bomb calorimeter, which is a closed thermodynamic system, and we put a large electrical current through the food sample. We nuke it, basically, and it's vaporized instantly to H2O, CO2, and some ash. This releases photons, which fly away from that explosion, if you like, at the speed of light, and those photons hit the walls of the bomb calorimeter, which are usually made of metal, and it excites the molecules. Then the molecules, being excited, that's what heat is, by the way, transmit that excitement to a bath of water surrounding the bomb calorimeter of a given volume and excite the molecules in the water, which makes them get hotter. And we measure the temperature of the water and we go, well, that's how much energy there was in that food. But we haven't measured energy. We've measured the movement of molecules in a water bath.
Yes, that is energy, Bart K. Like... Oh my god, this guy is just insane. That's what energy is.
Which is a physical thing involving mass, things that interact with the Higgs field. Photons do not interact with the Higgs field, ergo they have no mass and cannot be brought to rest. They do transmit energy from place to place by interacting with things that do interact with the Higgs field, while not interacting with that field themselves. So there are mathematical conversions between this form of energy, that form of energy, and the other form of energy. Potential energy, which is positional, where something is in a gravitational field, for example, or chemical energy, the kind that we get from food. That's about the position of different molecules with respect to one another and the swapping around of electrons, actually. That's what all these chemical interactions are, which either absorb or release heat. Movement energy, kinetic energy, radiant energy, etc. So we can mathematically interconvert and change different currencies of energy so that we can say this is equivalent to that. This many calories is equivalent to this amount of work, physical movement, in kilojoules. Yes, we can do that. The mathematical sum is 4 point something.
And again, these calculations are highly accurate. You can pretty much perfectly calculate weight loss or weight gain based on calculating energy intake and energy output. So what fucking point is he trying to make? Firefly donated $2. Every hearing test from 10 ENTs I went to with an audiologist doctor all told me my hearing and ears are perfect. My hearing isn't that good. Doc lie. There's a burning sensation occasionally, daily for 6 months, triggered from rubbing ears and cold. I don't know what you mean by your hearing isn't good. All a hearing test does is it tests what decibel range and what frequency range you're capable of detecting. What hearing tests don't do is detect your ability to, say, interpret detail in a sound. So if you're listening to music and it sounds very muffled, or you're having trouble hearing the difference between like a bass and a tinny sound, it's not going to really detect that. Hearing tests are really only able to detect what frequency ranges you can hear and the what decibel of sound you can hear. But thanks for the donation, Firefly. You might just have a lot of earwax build up. You should just try to get your ears cleaned out and then see if that helps.
Something is the conversion rate. Well, that's exactly the same argument as taking a New Zealand $10 note, flying to the States, putting it on the counter in a shop for a bottle of water and saying, here's my money for a bottle of water. What's the shopkeeper going to say? We don't take that. That's not money here. We're in the States. You need US greenback dollars to buy things. The same thing is true of the human body. We have an energy currency that we are able to use to do work, and that's chemical energy, not heat energy. If we could live on heat energy, all we need to do is go and sit in the sun for long enough. We don't need food anymore. We can be breatharians now.
Oh my god. This is just so monstrously fucking stupid. You can convert your body converts chemical energy into heat energy and kinetic energy and electrical energy. And again, you can compare this to the energy in food. So it takes about a 3,500 calorie deficit in order to lose 1 pound of body fat. I don't know what is he trying to say? It's like he's just deliberately trying to confuse people? Is this what he's doing? This just sounds so fucking stupid to me.
Now, okay, I could take my $10 New Zealand to a bank in the States and say, can you change this into greenback dollars? And they'll say, yes, you get $6 and something for that on a good week, right?
Yeah.
But the bank can do that because they have the technology, the kit, the
Like, by the way, how does he think like electronic devices work? Like I can reframe his argument and show you that it doesn't make any fucking sense. Now, how do you do a New Zealand accent? Now, I can get a battery, and the battery on my phone says it's at 30%. Now, the battery has chemical energy, and that chemical energy is converted into electrical energy so that it can produce things like photons on the screen, and that's how I can see my phone. Now, how is electrical energy being calculated from chemical energy in the battery, and how does my phone know that the battery is only at 30%? It's using two completely different energy systems, and that makes absolutely no sense. Chemical energy is very different than electrical energy, therefore my phone is not at 30% battery. Like that's basically what he's saying. Did that make any fucking sense to you? It is pure fucking gibberish. Yes, just because your body is using different energy systems, that doesn't mean you can't calculate the equivalent amount of fucking calories needed to either gain weight or lose weight. It's just stupid. What he's saying is just pure fucking gibberish.
The equipment to do that. The shopkeeper doesn't. The human body is a shopkeeper, not a bank. So to say it's equivalent, absolute nonsense. Stupidity.
I've seen some people...
Yeah, so, like, again, if he's saying this, saying, oh, your phone is at 30% battery, well, that makes no fucking sense because the battery is chemical energy and it's being converted into electrical energy in your phone. So how could your phone be at 30% battery when it's using two completely different energy? Like, it makes no sense.
Talk about... Somebody commented this on one of my videos, because, like, if I...
Yeah, what a fucking dumbass, dude.
To talk.
Vinny,
Just shut up.
I'm a big
Just
fan
do me a
of
favor
you.
and shut up.
I'm a big
respectfully.
fan of you. And,
okay, but hold on.
I'm a
hold
big
on.
fan
Don't
of you,
talk
so I don't want you
bro,
to die. I feel like
you
your
say
heart pressure is
9/11,
going up. You're turning.
You say
You're turning red, Vinny.
Somebody like you to say America deserved 9/11 Hassan. You shouldn't be on this fucking panel.
President Joe Biden had just one simple job in last night's debate: to convince America that he's fit to serve. The bar was set at ankle height, but the president tripped straight over it. He faltered, he mumbled, he lost, and his race must surely now be over for the good of democracy and his country. There were so many toe-curling incidents in last night's debate. We'll analyse and dissect them in detail. But the defining moment, the moment they're calling the kill shot, was this.
Total ban on the total initiative relative to what we can do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
I don't think anyone did.
I don't know how that's the worst point in the debate. Possibly the first time ever in a TV event starring Donald Trump. No one's talking about Donald Trump today. And for the first time ever, that will suit him just fine. Republicans briefed for weeks that President Biden will be on drugs for this debate. But if you took anything at all last night, it was surely Valium. For all the spin about cheap fakes and Biden's secret vigor, this was a chance for the American people to judge their president for themselves and to the palpable distress. Sengoku donated $2. Let me see.
Improve your handstand, and we're gonna use elastic band for that. I will show you
I'd like to see her do that naked.
this.
Interesting. That is actually an interesting technique to help with doing handstands and handstand splits. She's got to have an OnlyFans. Let me see. She's got to. PayPal. The fuck? No, apparently not. What the fuck? Weird. Well, she's pretty hot. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Someone in chat that says you want to debate them. Oh, a little better at. Yeah, sure. I don't think Vegan Gaines wants to have a debate with me. I tried emailing him, but I didn't actually send the email, and I couldn't message him on Instagram, even though I could. Yeah, here you go. There's the link to my Discord. Let's debate right now.
I am so disappointed with Dr. Disrespect. Is it proven he knew she was a minor? I hate it when someone you like turns out to be an asshole. My wife was angry with me lol, said I was feeling bad for someone who's either a pedo or a cheating asshole.
Yeah, Dr. Disrespect knew she was underage. I'm sure his wife is thrilled about all of this. It must be a weird, awkward situation to be his wife. Like, the guy is a super rich millionaire and shit, and I'm sure, aside from the cheating and the pedophilia and crap, they probably have a fairly good relationship, so... Yeah, it's just a weird, awkward situation to be in. She probably doesn't have any money of her own either, so if she wanted to, like, hire a lawyer to sue him to, like, get money for the divorce and crap, it's probably difficult for her. So yeah, pretty weird situation. Thanks for the donation, Molo.
I want a girl to stick her ass cheeks in my face while I suck the poo out of her asshole.
I don't know if I'd want to suck the poo out of her asshole, but thanks for the donation. There you go. Did I accidentally give the waiting room, or sorry, the debate room? There, that link should work. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy. I might have accidentally given the link for the debate room, not the waiting room. Try this link. There's 2 different waiting rooms. Try that one. Hello. Hello?
I don't know if it's...
Yeah, can you... What the fuck? I just heard you talk. I don't know why you went into the... Why in the fuck is she going into the waiting room? Okay, this is gonna be stupid. Ben Boy, $22. The world feels empty without Daniel Larson.
It's much better now.
I am just asking for another chance.
It's not letting me into my email. It's not letting me into my email because
I don't have my phone number. That I will try any.
People with Daniel Larson should be institutionalized for the rest of his life. There's no way this guy should be able to go out in public. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. I don't know why you keep going into the waiting room. I did hear you talk, so you just have to unmute yourself. You can get into the debate room just fine. Why do you keep leaving? Why does she keep leaving the fucking debate room? I literally just keep putting you in the debate room and then you leave. Why is she doing this? Just unmute your mic. Yeah, when she just joined, we could hear her, but then she just decided to mute her mic. You're not suppressed. There is no server mute. You just changed setting on your own microphone. So it's not suppressed. We heard you when you first joined the fucking room, and then you did something with your microphone settings. You're not muted. Everybody can see it on screen. You're not muted. There's no server mute. There's no server deafen. There's no mute. Just change your microphone settings. We literally heard you talking when you first joined. No, my server's working fine. Your microphone was working when you just joined, and for no reason, you went back into the waiting room and then you muted yourself. So, no, we know you're lying, okay? So, change your microphone settings. Okay, I don't know why you keep going back to this room. Okay, so she lied. Right, bye. Okay, stop wasting our time. Funny how everyone else can fucking go into the Discord and start talking, but, oh, your server's not working. Oh, you muted me. You were not muted. You're lying, okay? I don't know why the hell you decided to come in here and then say, I'm willing to have a debate, and then you fucking waste everybody's time. Okay? You have one last fucking chance. If you don't fucking come in and debate me, I'm fucking banning you. Okay? So you lied. You lied when you made that fucking video about me. I did not ignore your email. You never emailed me. My fucking Instagram is not blocked for fucking messages. People message me all the fucking time with new message requests. So you're lying about that, and now you're lying again. So last chance. Get into... Oh, look. Here's somebody who can fucking join. Oh, weird. As soon as they unmute their fucking microphone, they can talk just fine. So, and by the way, when you first joined, we could all hear you. Your microphone was working. So you lied again. You came into my fucking Discord, you fucking pretended as though you were having technical difficulties, and you were fucking lying. Your microphone worked just fine, then you fucking deliberately went into the waiting room for no fucking reason. You claimed, oh, it's not letting me into the debate room, when it was. We can all see it on fucking screen. You just deliberately decided to go into the waiting room over and over and over again. You're a fucking liar. So again, last chance. Get into the waiting room. I'll put you back in the debate and we'll talk. Otherwise, I'm fucking banning you because you're a fucking time-wasting jackass. Why the fuck is... What the hell are you doing? who's this ink person? Turn your fucking microphone on, so I can prove to everybody she's lying. What the hell is this person doing?
I'm just here to prove that people can talk in this channel. It works fine.
Yeah, there you go. So what's your excuse? You're a fucking liar. You lied to everyone claiming that I just ignored your fucking email when I didn't. If I was, you would have provided evidence of that in your fucking stupid video. You lied to everyone claiming that you couldn't message me on Instagram when I get new message requests every fucking day. And now you're lying again, claiming, oh, the server doesn't work. It's muting me. Then why the fuck can everybody fucking join and talk? Yeah, you're lying. So again, last fucking chance. I have been extremely fucking generous. I'm not letting you fucking waste my time like this. If you're gonna fucking play these stupid fucking games, pretend as if you want to debate me, and then you, lie, go into my Discord, it's not working, it's kicking me out of the server. When it's not fucking doing that, I'm fucking banning you. Last fucking chance. Get in the fucking Discord right now and debate me, or you're banned. Okay, congratulations, you're banned. I'm not wasting my time with your stupid shit ever again. Fuck you. Fucking loser. What a fucking loser. She lies about me ignoring her email, lies about not being able to message me on Instagram, and then does this stupid, ridiculous lie that, oh, your Discord doesn't work. How fucking retarded. We could literally see it. Your microphone was working when you first joined, then suddenly, for no fucking reason, oh, my microphone doesn't work. Fuck you. You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking idiot. So it's just literally the dumbest fucking lie I've ever fucking heard.
Cells like that mortar. So I don't consider it bad. That's number one. So if I see an elevated LDL, I don't necessarily see it bad if the ratios are okay. So
her LDL to HDL ratio got worse. It's at 3.7 where it was at 2.4 before. So I don't know how, is this guy literally not even looking at the fucking screen?
Number two, the HDL is the high density lipoprotein, and it has a larger proportion of protein to cholesterol. Thus, they call it high density. And it packages and returns cholesterol to the liver for recycling. And that's why they consider it a good cholesterol. And then finally,
so her HDL only increased by 26 points, whereas her total cholesterol increased by 100 points. And her LDL cholesterol increased by almost 200. It's 93. Or sorry, 193. So, again, I don't know how the fuck he can say any of this when we can look at the screen right here. I'm assuming she just made this, Zoom or Discord call, and this guy actually isn't able to see her blood work panel on screen. So when he says this, with the blood work on screen right here, nothing he's saying makes any fucking sense. She had a concordant increase with her LDL and her ApoB. It's not like her LDL went up, but her ApoB didn't increase. We can see it right here. If you're going to emphasize the importance of LDL to HDL ratio, well, her LDL to HDL ratio got much worse on the carnivore diet. So again, that argument doesn't make any fucking sense. This guy's a fucking doink.
finally, the triglycerides. They're really named after, there's 3 fatty acids with a glycerol backbone, thus the name. And it's basically the part of the cholesterol that correlates the most, not the LDL, it's the triglycerides that correlate the most to your risk for heart disease. So
that is completely and utterly false. Show me one study that found a greater correlation between triglycerides and heart disease as opposed to cholesterol and heart disease. You won't find a single one. There's actually a paper published recently on diabetics with heart disease, and they used triglyceride lowering as a target of therapy, and another group got cholesterol lowering as a target of therapy. The group that got triglyceride lowering as a target of therapy saw no reduction in their risk of heart disease, but the group that got cholesterol lowering as a target of therapy saw a decrease in the risk of heart disease. So there is literally no fucking study on the planet that has shown triglycerides play a greater role in heart disease risk than cholesterol. Again, that's why cholesterol is a target of therapy and not triglyceride lowering. This guy is literally making shit up. Riley donated $2. Great job, VG. They deserve that. My God, the excuses. You are the most base person on YouTube, I reckon. Well, thank you, Riley. Appreciate it.
if your triglycerides go down, that is a very good sign, especially if your good cholesterol, HDL, goes up. And by the way, in order to reduce your triglycerides, there's only two things that have been known to do that very effectively. Number one, exercise. Number two, a low-carb diet. And by the way, that triglyceride to HDL ratio that we care.
New Frank vids to watch. You sound well and strong.
Well, thank you, Charmers. There is a new Frank vid to watch. I'm kind of waiting for Sam, aka James Wade, to come in to watch Frank, but it's pretty late. I think we'll just watch Frank anyway. Frank Tufano. There is a new eyeball update video that he made, so we'll watch that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Charmers.
It tends to improve greatly with this dietary pattern, and it tends to not necessarily do that with the other pattern. So let's.
That is false. You can actually typically see people with very high triglyceride numbers, despite being on a carnivore diet. She's kind of an outlier. Her triglycerides were low beforehand on a vegan diet. They got very low on this carnivore diet. I'm assuming the reason why her triglycerides are so low right now is probably because she's in a caloric deficit. If you're in a caloric deficit, your triglycerides can go way, way down. Usually when you see people eat a carnivore diet, and especially if they eat a lot of like butter, lard, very fatty cuts of meat, you actually typically see them have relatively high triglycerides despite eating a very low carbohydrate diet. So she's probably in a caloric deficit right now.
Let's just look at it and see the difference. So if we start with the total cholesterol, you see that in the vegan diet, the total cholesterol was a lower number. And then when you go to the carnivore.
By the way, it's literally less than twice as low.
Diet, it shoots up, right? And part of that is that with a vegan diet, you're definitely eating less saturated fat and things of that nature. And on the surface, you would say that doesn't sound like a good thing. Mm-hmm. Well, the reality is it's the ratios that matter. So
her ratio got worse, you fucktard. She increased her total cholesterol score by nearly 200 points, and her HDL only increased by about 20 points. So her ratio got worse. Why is he saying this?
And you guys may want.
I am James Wade. I had to relaunch my StreamTabs account. As a 35-year vegan, my triglycerides are 67.
Yeah, I think the last time I did blood work, my triglycerides were roughly around that. I think they were like 50-something. But yeah, that's pretty typical if you're on a healthy diet. Thanks for the donation, Charmers. Jessica donated $3. Let me see.
Stop. Stop it. Stop.
Stop, you're scaring me. You're scaring me. I said no. Stop being ratchet. Get off me. We're done. We are over. Go.
Cats are funny. Thanks for the donation, Jessica. Mike donated $2. Do you see people who are pro-Palestinian, anti-Semitic, or just misinformed? Pretty much 100% of them are anti-Semitic. The reason is all these kids on these college campuses, they don't know shit about the Israel-Palestine conflict. If you interview them and ask, what does river to the sea mean? What does Antifada mean? Is Hamas a terrorist organization? They don't know. They can't answer any of these questions. So you have to ask yourself, why are they protesting? If they don't understand any of the history of the area, any of the politics, if their interest is in helping the Palestinian people, why have they not protested the Syrian civil war? Why haven't they protested about Yemen? Why haven't they protested about any of these other conflicts in these regions that have led to far more civilian casualties? It's because they don't care about humanitarian issues. They care about attacking Jews. This is an opportunity for these people to attack Jews and spread anti-Semitism without it being overtly anti-Semitic. And when you do debate these pro-Palestinians who do know about the history of the region, who do know about Hamas, they will do all of these coping strategies where, Hamas are freedom fighters, they're not terrorists. Rape is the language of the oppressed. So yeah, Hamas committing these mass rapes. How do you expect, oppressed people to act? They'll ignore why there's a border wall around Gaza. They will lie about Palestinian land being stolen. They will do everything they can to paint Israel in the worst light possible. And they will do everything they can to apologize for jihadist terrorists. It's all anti-Semitism. So all of these people get involved in this issue because they hate Jews, whether you're an ignoramus college student who doesn't know fucking jack shit, or if you're a relatively well-read, politically involved individual. They all are doing this because they hate Jews. It has nothing to do with holding Israel accountable and trying to create peace in the region. It's all about hating Jews. And I mean, just look at the rhetoric and shit that's being chanted at these protests or these, opinions that pro-Palestinians have. They will say stupid shit like allow the right of return. They'll say after the October 7th attack, Israel should have just knocked down the border walls. Well, what do you think would happen? You would see mass amounts of violence. You would see many more Israeli civilians dying, and there would be an even greater existential threat to the existence of Israel. These people want to see a second Holocaust. So they are all anti-Semitic. All of them. Thanks for the donation, though, Mike.
You can go to Frankie. Ow.
I'll do that in just a minute. Thanks for the donation, Charmers.
New one. What is Zionism?
Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Isn't it possible that some pro-Palestinians just feel bad for people in Gaza and don't support Hamas? So the people that are actually pro-Palestinian that don't hate Jews, they would get ostracized from these pro-Palestinian groups. People who hate Hamas that are critical of Israel but don't hate Israel and don't hate Jews, they're going to have nuanced positions like Hamas absolutely needs to be destroyed. Israel does have a right to invade Gaza. They might have minor criticisms over Israel's use of high explosives in certain areas. And they might say, okay, I agree with the invasion, but I think Israel should use a little bit more discernment when using weapons when these are, highly populated civilian areas, but they'll agree with the war in general. None of these people are going to be allowed in on these protests. They're all going to be called Zionist shills, and they're all going to get ostracized from these groups if they have a nuanced position like that. So, like Lonerbox. Lonerbox gets criticized for being like a fucking Zionist shill. So, yeah, you can't even really call them pro-Palestinians because they are technically ostracized from these groups that call themselves pro-Palestinians.
You a Zionist at the game show. What do you think the definition of Zionism is?
Hate, isn't it?
Bad things. Oppression. You think that there can be one Jewish state? Yeah. Well, that makes you a Zionist. You gotta.
I'm not gonna lie, if this guy shaved his beard, he'd be pretty cute.
A t-shirt. They're throwing it in the garbage.
Did you just throw that in the trash?
Yeah, he'd actually be pretty cute if he didn't have a beard.
Yes, I'm recycling. Think that makes you look good? Yeah. Do you think the Jews deserve one sovereign safety home? Yeah, I think they deserve a home. Well, that makes you a Zionist. You won a DVD copy of Borat. Sacha Baron Cohen lived on a kibbutz. I dislike Zionists. So you dislike 95% of Jews? 95% of Jews are Zionists. I am from a Jewish background. Would you consider yourself a Zionist? I would not.
If there was another Holocaust that were to happen in the U.S., where would you go?
That's a good question.
That's why Israel exists.
Why do you keep saying you guys?
We're just
you guys are Zionists. Zionists are occupying and infringing. That's not what Zionism is.
Our definition of Zionist is believing Jews have the right to have one state.
There's over 20 Christian countries.
Or 50 Muslim states.
The Mormons have Utah. The Scientologists have Tom Cruise's house. They just want one state of protection. Can you get on board with that concept?
Yeah, of course.
Well, that makes you a Zionist. And you guys have also won.
I actually love this.
Are you gay?
Yes, I am.
You know that the Middle East is the only state where it's legal to be gay is Israel?
I did not know that.
You visit there anytime I want.
You absolutely could.
You've won Matisse Yahoo CD. A signed photo of Gal Gadot, salt from the Dead Sea. These are Israeli. Take some.
Thought the prize was like $20.
Well, clearly people don't seem to know what Zionism is. But luckily, once they learn, they don't seem to hate Jews nearly as much.
Yep. A lot of people just don't fucking know, dude. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Wanted you to...
Ben Wad here donated $2. I got badly ripped off by a service online, and I have the person's photos and ads. I want to create a site like Genovapedia where Jason Blaha was exposed and write a site about the scammer like that anonymously. How do I do this? They have a bad reputation. I wouldn't use a site like Squarespace because you could probably file like some sort of DMCA request and get your personal information from Squarespace. I would use a hosting website that isn't in the United States. So yeah, make sure you get a hosting service that doesn't adhere to DMCA requests. I can't remember what hosting service it was, but all the like pirated websites like Watch Cartoon Online, they use it. But yeah, just make sure you get a website hosting service that doesn't adhere to copyright. Then you should be good. Thanks for the donation though, Benoit here.
Math for me today, but the HDL, which is the high density, the good cholesterol, you notice that it went from 73 and it went up to 98. And it doesn't sound like a big rise, but it is so hard to raise that HDL. What's the best way to?
HDL is non-causal for heart disease risk, so it doesn't matter. And this is not a big increase.
Raise HDL, a low carb diet, which is
Low carb diets do not inherently raise HDL. You're typically going to get an increase in HDL if your total cholesterol score increases. So you can eat a low carb vegan diet that's low in saturated fat. You're not going to see an increase in HDL. HDL usually increases when you increase your total cholesterol score. So this guy's a retard.
Carnivore as well. So you'll see that rise. So far, if we were to start off, we'll say, okay, I'm not sure if I should be concerned about this cholesterol if I don't know these things, but I'm certainly happy about this HDL. And then you'll look at the LDL, the low density lipoprotein, which some people consider the bad cholesterol. And you'll see that number rise substantially. And we do see this in general, what you should expect. If you do low carb, keto, or carnivore, you may see a slight rise.
This is not a slight rise. That increased by like fucking 6 times. 264 divided by 81. Yeah, that's a 3.2% increase.
In the LDL, and in some
cases... Or sorry, a 3.2 times increase.
More. We have lean mass hyper responders, people who respond more, and Dave Feltman.
This is not a lean mass hyper responder thing. She massively increased her saturated fat and cholesterol intake. This lean mass responder thing is the biggest stupid cope in the carnivore community. So you can see an increase in serum cholesterol score from a low carbohydrate diet in lean people because of a change in energy systems. They're moving from relying on carbohydrates for energy to fat as an energy source. So that's the hypothesis for why you see an increase in cholesterol score on a low carb diet in certain lean individuals. That's not the reason for her cholesterol increase, for one thing. It's because she's just eating massive amounts of saturated fat. Secondly, it doesn't even matter. Serum cholesterol, regardless of the cause, regardless for the cause of increase, is the main risk factor for heart disease. So whether you get an increase in serum cholesterol from stress, from increase in saturated fat, from your genetics, from eating a low carb diet and like the change in energy systems, because you have an increase in your serum cholesterol score, that means you have an increased risk of heart disease. Doesn't matter why your serum cholesterol increased. If your serum cholesterol increases, you have a higher risk of heart disease. So I don't even know why he's bringing this up. It's just a stupid fucking red herring.
And others are doing research. So far, the preliminary data suggests that rise is not of any concern. So
that is not true. This guy is just lying.
We look at the vegan diet, the cholesterol to HDL ratio is 2.4, and it went up to 3.7 with carnivore. But the thing that is really critical and more predictive of a future heart attack is what I mentioned earlier, is the triglycerides. And if you
So notice how he said cholesterol to HDL ratio is more important than your total cholesterol score. Oh, well, now we can't rely on that anymore because her cholesterol to HDL ratio is way higher. Now he's saying, oh, well, triglycerides are more important. They're not more important. Show me one study showing triglycerides have a greater predictability for heart disease than cholesterol. You can't. There's not one single study showing a greater degree of predictability with triglycerides. Also, if you use triglycerides as a target of treatment, it does nothing. If you use cholesterol as a target of treatment, it has a massive benefit. So this is a lie. And again, the reason why her triglyceride score is probably so low, despite eating a very high-fat diet, it's probably because she's in an energy deficit. She was probably dieting when she got her blood work taken. That's why her triglycerides are like rock bottom low. You're not going to see a rock bottom triglyceride score on a high-fat diet unless you're in an energy deficit. So her triglycerides are probably at least in the 50s if she was at a energy balance. But like, again, this doesn't fucking matter. Her triglycerides were low anyway. They were below 100.
look at her vegan.
Yeah, okay, so this guy's just full of shit. Let's watch Frank now.
Remember the last 3 words he says.
Destroy the world. Because it's the only action one could take that would have any purpose. Every decision we make is meaningless. Because somewhere on a parallel Earth, we have already made the opposite choice. We're nothing. Less than nothing.
How can you say that? We're rich. We're conquerors.
And here we're poor. We're slaves. And here, our parents never met, so we were never born. Here, the world ended in nuclear war. Here, no fish was ever brave enough to crawl up on land, and humans never evolved. And so on. Somewhere in the multiverse, there is a world I call Earth Prime. Every Earth is a variation of this one, the original. And once I destroy it, all reality will follow. Welcome to Earth Prime. Before there was thought, there was this place. One Earth, with a single history. But with the coming of man...
This, I get he's using the multiple worlds theory of quantum mechanics. This wouldn't work though, because with the multiple worlds theory of quantum mechanics, there would be a parallel universe where you don't destroy Earth Prime, and then you keep existing. So destroying Earth Prime wouldn't do anything. So regardless of the choice you make, there would never be absolute destruction.
Came the illusion of free will. And with that illusion came chaos. With every choice we make, we literally create a world. History branches in 2, creating one Earth, where we made the choice, and a second, where we didn't. That's the secret of the universe, you know. Billions of people making billions of choices, creating infinite Earths. Some so similar to each other you could spend a lifetime searching for any distinction. Others so radically different, they defy comprehension. It seems so different from the Earths we know. I can't imagine what series of decisions led to this world hurtling out of its orbit. But I know this. The source of the cataclysm was the same as it always is. Man.
You can't be sure of that. Anything...
You know better. Man is a cancer, and I've chosen to cut out the disease.
You're talking about killing
everyone who ever lived, whoever will live. I choose to make the only possible real choice.
It's not a real choice.
You're insane.
Does it really matter? There are alternate versions of me that you would find quite charming. It doesn't matter.
Yep. It doesn't matter. I don't even know why he'd bother trying to destroy all of existence. It's impossible. It doesn't make any sense. Like with the many worlds theory of quantum mechanics, there would be another world where he didn't do this. Well, that's pretty cool, though. What movie was that from? Kind of want to watch it.
Why would you want to destroy the world?
Thanks for the donation, though, Shinetsu. Yeah, Shitsan Netsu.
It's funny how there are so many different stances on IP, like, don't support Hamas but do support destroying Israel, do support Hamas, against Israel bombing. Being pro-Palestinian can mean different things. Seems as if you take the pro-Hamas definition.
No, 99.9% of fucking pro-Palestinians hate Israel, hate Jews, and they're using this conflict as a means of spreading anti-Semitism. The pro-Israel position is really the only pro-Palestine position, ironically. People who support the state of Israel and its expansion are really the only people who have a pro-Palestinian stance, because that's the only position that would fucking guarantee the welfare of fucking Arabs. Israel is the only country in the Middle East that grants the most amount of rights and protections to all people, including Arabs. Arabs living in other nations like Gaza, West Bank, Jordan, Iran, Syria, they're all getting fucking massacred. They're getting killed by their own government. They get killed for political dissent. The only fucking country in the Middle East that gives equal rights is Israel. And Israel has a good, comprehensive human rights policy. They don't kill political dissenters. They don't kill people who are gay or trans or bi or anything like that. They have many of the same rights that, like an American would. So if you're pro-Palestine, the only real pro-Palestinian position is a pro-Israeli position, which would technically disqualify you from being in the pro-Palestine camp, ironically. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Wad here. Oh, right. Sorry, Riley said that. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Ben Wad here, donate $2. Website like Genovapedia, where it's impossible to take down, and I can post all their pictures and deceptive tactics they used. I want to harm their business. I also want to write a lot about them. Give me a list of sites. Getting tracked down isn't an issue. I have no idea. Again, you can file cease and desist or copyright takedown requests if a website adheres to US copyright law. So that would be an issue if you use a site like one of these cookie cutter, pre-made websites like Squarespace. Just like I'm not a website developer, so I can't really give you much advice. I would just say make sure you get a hosting service that doesn't adhere to US copyright law, and then you can't get those sort of takedown requests. Thanks for the donation, Ben Wad here.
Apparently, this lady thinks that killing Zionists will literally solve all the world's problems. You think this is some Hitler thinking? Lol.
Well, yeah. Again, the so-called anti-Zionists are they just want to see a second Holocaust.
Truly believe that Palestine is a moral litmus test, that one's position on Palestine is indicative sense of what global liberation is all about, so that when we support
global liberation. So once, if we got this ideal scenario where Israel allowed the right of return, or Israel as a state didn't exist, and we have a fucking jihadist terrorist group running the region, they're not going to have a democratic system. They're going to have a totalitarian regime. Anybody who opposes the totalitarian regime will be fucking murdered. All gay people, all people who go against Islam will be fucking killed. And they're probably going to go to war with their neighbors. Because, again, the idea that you're not going to have a jihadist regime that isn't expansionist is just fucking retarded. Look at Al-Qaeda, look at ISIS, look at the Taliban. They all have expansionist ideals. So this is just fucking retarded.
Palestine, we're not saying that we only support Palestine. We're saying that we support struggles for freedom and liberation all over the world.
Oh, really? So why weren't you in favor of the U.S. invading Syria?
And precisely because of the tenacity of the Palestinian people, precisely because they have refused to give up since 1948, since 1967. When I visited Palestine in 2011, I talked to a man who was a storekeeper, and he said to me, as long as there is a single olive tree left in Palestine, we will fight for the liberation of our people.
Yeah, well, just use nukes, I guess. Just have Israel nuke fucking Gaza.
The reason why we point to Palestine as indicative of struggles for liberation all over the world. Black people have been very much inspired by the...
By the way, blacks in Palestine are victims of massive racism. There are black segregated communities in Palestine that they call slaves. So, yeah, speaking of...
struggle in Palestine. And we know that if we manage to defeat Zionism, we will be able to defeat racism everywhere.
Yeah, that's retarded. Absolutely fucking retarded.
When will you do in real life activism like change my mind or stuff like vegan booty? Or do you feel you are too old and lazy now and feel comfortable just getting donations from doing the bare minimum instead of making a difference? Thanks. Big fan.
I'm planning on doing it this year. I want to fix up my Ural sidecar because that would make it much easier to like set up a TV screen and shit. But I am planning on doing it this year. Thanks for the donation, dude.
That's interesting. Most pro-Palestinians I know are against Hamas, but just think Israel went to heart. Does that mean they actually pro-Israel ironically?
Probably. I'd have to... Like, I don't know. I don't know these people, so I don't know their position, but likely. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Shinzatsu donated $3. Let me see.
So I've been asked to remake this video, 30 hits of LSD. Here's what happened is, I was working at this coffee shop back like 10 years ago on Mill Avenue in Tempe. And at the end of the night, I would put all the pastries and shit outside next to the dumpster instead of throwing them in the dumpster so all the homeless kids could go and, you know, pick through them and shit. And I wasn't supposed to. You were supposed to throw them in the dumpster and lock the dumpster, but I said, fuck that. Because they were always gone in the morning by the time the boss got home, or got to work, so. Anyway, I was walking down, gonna catch the bus, and this hippie guy comes up to me, and I don't remember his name, but I'm familiar with his face. He's like, thanks, man, for the fucking food all the time, you know? And he was high as fuck. He's like, you want a fucking trip tonight, man? And I was like, I was off for the next day or two, so I was like, sure, man. He's like, open your mouth. And stupidly I did, and he had an eyedropper, and he squirted a bunch of fucking acid in my mouth. Like, I could feel it. Like, and you're not supposed to. I could feel the shit running down the back of my throat. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? He's like, oh man, you're gonna be high. That was like 20 or 30 hits of acid, man. So I knew I was in trouble. So my goal was to get back to my house as soon as possible before the shit kicked in, right? Because I didn't know what to expect on that many hits. I'd never taken more than like 3 or 4 at a time. And 3 and 4, you're pretty high. Well, I got on the fucking bus and it kicked in. You know, usually it takes like an hour to kick in and shit. No, this kicked in like 20 minutes. So I'm kind of fucked. And you know how like when you're on acid, like, you know, shit kind of breeze, you know, the colors are brighter, you know, you see tracers and shit. Not on 20 or 30 hits you don't. You lose your fucking mind, man. Like I almost went blind. I was hallucinating so hard. I was seeing just shit like melt before my eyes. I couldn't read. My whole frame of vision was like constantly like shifting like that. I was like, what the fuck? And I missed my bus stop because I was high as fuck. I got off at the wrong bus stop, and I was only like maybe a mile away from my house, right? But I was so high I couldn't even fucking walk straight, man. I ended up sitting next to the canal, talking to myself until the sun came up. And I peaked for like 5 or 6 hours, man. Not like 1 or 2 hours, like with a couple hits. I peaked like at least 5 or 6 hours. I lost all concept of reality and time. It was quite spiritual, and I wasn't really scared though because I knew it was just a drug. So I was more worried that I couldn't find my way home, and it took me like 8 hours to like, which should have taken me like 20 minutes, but I made it. I made it. And I was high for like 2 days. It kind of sucked. I started to get worried after a while because I was like, am I ever gonna not be high again? And so yeah, that was my experience. I don't recommend taking that much LSD.
Yeah, that's a lot of LSD. Thanks for the donation, dude. Ben Wad here, donate $2. How do I get a hosting service that doesn't adhere to U.S. copyright law? I don't know where to start. Can you tell me where to go and where to start, or what I can type on Google to get there? Just Google it. Just look at website hosting that doesn't adhere to copyright law. You'll find something. You can Google like illegal streaming websites like Watch Cartoon Online and see what hosting service they use. Can you tell me where to go, where to start? I need help. Anything would be appreciated. Photos, no copyrighted. Well, it doesn't matter. Like, anybody can file a copyright dispute. So if you're using something like Squarespace and somebody files a copyright claim, they're going to take down your shit, and then you're going to have to like litigate it, basically. So yeah, to avoid having to deal with that, you're going to ideally find a hosting service that doesn't adhere to copyright. So like you can't get whatever hosting service to take down your shit. Thanks for the donation though, dude. I'm not a fucking website developer. Just ask a fucking website developer about the shit. Thanks for the donation though.
What's up, guys? Frankie Eyeballs is back because you guys keep asking me for an eye update, and some of you may have noticed already, my eyes look kind of straight because I had another surgery yesterday. That same surgery we did a video on.
Yeah, his left eye got surgery again.
I think it was like the week of March 21st. We had that again on the other eye. So I think it looks a lot better. Still got, a week or two of recovery here. And we're actually outside because what I want to do is every morning and maybe sometimes during the day for at least like 20 minutes, look at stuff far away to kind of aid in the recovery and make sure my eyes are healing correctly. I'm just gonna lay in the sun for a few hours today because it's really beautiful out here in PA. It's like no clouds at all. Really cool weather from what we've been having the past few weeks. So I'm gonna like lay outside and look at far away and make sure my eyes are healing correctly. So yeah, we just had the surgery again yesterday at New York Eye and Ear with Dr. Wisnicki, who I think he owns the business Union Square Eye Care, who's been nothing but spectacular. If you guys are unfamiliar, I had a cosmetic eye surgery in always some noises out here in the woods, but it's nice and quiet most of the time. Probably some type of bird. So for those of you guys that are unfamiliar, we had cosmetic surgery back last year in November, December, and visually it went well, but it caused me to be incredibly cross-eyed and I had really bad vision problems. So we had one surgery to correct it in March, a few months later, and then we just had this second surgery to correct the other eye in June. So 3 surgeries later, I mean, obviously guys, if I knew what was gonna happen, I would never have gotten the surgery in the first place. But overall, would I have done the whole thing over again? I mean, if I didn't experience these things, I wouldn't have figured out how to fix my copper. And guys, the reason I'm not looking at the camera is because I'm actually trying to look at stuff far away from my eyes. I'll say that again. So the only reason I would do the whole experience again is because I would never have figured out how to fix my copper toxicity. There's a very specific, and I've said this before, there's a very specific course of events that happened with supplementing and experimenting out when I was in LA. And also meeting the nurses and stuff, and they gave me the idea to do several products on organ supplements. And I think those products have been nothing short of amazing in regards to helping people improve their health, and really revolutionary in terms of no one else offering the same stuff on the market, like the multivitamin, the multi-mineral, all natural doses. We just came out with a probiotic actually, which was their idea too. They wanted a probiotic, so I made one, formulated it. That just launched like this week. I haven't even really made any videos on it to show you guys it, but I've been taking it for the past few days. We got flies out here. We got my neighbor's gunshots. I've been taking that probiotic for the past few days, and I'm pretty comfortable saying that might be the most important product I've ever come out with, because in order to fix your gut, I mean, we're doing eye surgery update, but the point is that there's a lot of very special things that happened in me deciding to get this eye surgery as an overall experience. Obviously, the procedure itself would not have done it again because of what happened, but the other things that happened. I'll talk more about that probiotic in another video, I guess, but it's been working really well. It's available on the website, guys, if you want to fix your gut without having to do water kefir or any other complicated stuff. So physically, like aesthetically, he did a pretty good job. It's a little asymmetrical. I think what can't be fixed is under the eyes a little bit. An implant was placed slightly higher than the other one. I don't think that can be adjusted. I don't think any filler can be put in there. The eyelids were asymmetrical too. I think that can be fixed. He said I have to wait a few months after this surgery to get the eyelids fixed, so we'll probably have to have another surgery in September or October. But that,
dude, he's got to be like close to 40 grand into this stupid eye surgery thing. So he spent 30 grand on the eye surgery to get himself cross-eyed. Then he needed like these 2 other surgeries to uncross his eyes, and then he's gonna get other revision surgeries to like open up one of his eyelids and shit, and that's probably gonna go bad too. Like, what an idiot.
that's a lot. Thankfully that surgery is not under anesthesia. It's under like whatever it's called, like local, where you stay awake. So I'm not nearly as worried about that. That should just be a nice trip out to LA.
Oh yeah, right. So they're gonna cut his eyelids open, and he wants to be able to see it happen. It's just local anesthesia. That is fucked.
We'll do some restaurant vlogs. We'll have that quick procedure. He'll even out the eyelids and hopefully put some more filler to even out the upper eyes, and that should be it. So we're almost towards the end of getting it fixed, and then I should be more comfortable filming videos again and doing all the health and nutrition content. But speaking of yesterday that I just had surgery, everything looks a lot better. The eyes look straight. My vision is actually pretty good. So after the cosmetic surgery, but before the first corrective procedure, my vision was so bad. I had such bad double vision, like I should not have been driving. Like it was so bad. After that first corrective procedure, it's called strabismus, eye muscle surgery. It was workable. I could see, I didn't really have much double vision, only when I looked to the right. And then I had some eye focusing issues. So my vision still wasn't great, but it was much better than post cosmetic surgery. And now, from what he did yesterday, it appears that my vision is like pretty much back to normal, if not better than it ever was. So, we're still going to sort some things out. I mean, the cosmetic surgeon still has to correct this, and we're going to see how this whole thing pans out, or whether or not I'm going to talk about that and get more into that aspect of it, because I've never mentioned the doctor's name or anything like that. And, you know, on one hand, he told me the first time I met him I didn't need the procedure. On the other hand, he did misrepresent certain things about the procedure, such as, you know, he mentioned I would have double vision. He didn't say I look like a cross-eyed freakazoid. You know, that's a pretty important factor. He said my eyes would not look closer together. Even after I've had corrective strabismus surgery, my eyes appear a lot closer together. I'm not sure if that could have been prevented, because one of the procedures he did was an orbital decompression, which involves removing tissue from behind the eyes. But there's 4 points at which you can remove tissue from behind the eyes. He removed tissue from the outer and the inner part to
Dude, that can't be fucking good for you.
push the eyes back. Now, there isn't as much tissue in the outer part. There's more tissue in the inner part. So I'm guessing what happened was he removed a lot of tissue in the inner part, and removing that amount of tissue caused the eyes to point inward and like go in. Like the eyes went into that inner socket, turning inward. That seems pretty obvious that's what happened.
Well, no, because it seems like it affected the actual muscle in the eye. Like the surgery he got to correct it, they loosened the muscle on the inner part of his eye.
Now, was it possible that he could have taken an even amount of tissue from all 4 points? I'm assuming that's too invasive. I'm assuming that would be called a 4-stage decompression, but usually they don't cut into those areas unless they have to do full decompression in each of those. Now, hey, what if he did upper and lower? Would the eyes have been pointing up or down? Would there have been issues there? I really don't know. You know, this guy is the best in the field, and I have no experience whatsoever in this cosmetic sense. I'm guessing that's not possible to do. So, from the perspective of getting this procedure done, you guys have basically seen the worst case scenario. I mean, he told me, and I'm guessing he was honest, that he's seen strabismus happen in one eye with his patients. He has seen patients have one eye, but he's never seen both as bad as mine. So maybe I had the worst case scenario, and then I had to go to New York Eye and Ear Infirmary, and I mean, that's probably the best hospital in the world as far as I know for eye and ear surgery, and get 2 corrective surgeries to have my eyes fixed. So, you know, I had New York health insurance. That was completely covered. We'll sort out. The situation still hasn't been sorted out yet, but now my vision's better. I can see. I'm more comfortable with the appearance. And you guys have been bugging me for an update over and over again. The actual experience yesterday was pretty smooth. You know, I mean, I'm a few hours away from New York now, so it's maybe 2.5 hour drive. Checked in for the surgery at 7:30, waited for about an hour and 45 minutes, and then we were in the operating room. So like an hour and 10 minutes on one floor, and then they took me down to the surgery operating floor. But what was funny was, when I went into the first floor, I was the youngest guy there by like 50 years. And all these old people were staring at me sitting in the surgical chair. I was like, oh God, Frank, stop doing crazy stuff to yourself. I was literally like, every single one of them were like 80 or 90. So I was like, oh God.
Bro, I came into the surgery room. I'm the youngest guy by about 60 years. So I think everyone else is like 80 years old getting surgery.
Yeah, but the only negative part about the whole experience was right when I was in the operating room, when there was this like young Asian kid he was putting the thing in my arm for the anesthesia, and he missed, right? I was like, oh God. So I was happy and excited and looking forward to the surgery, and I was comfortable up until that Asian kid was fucking with my arm, and I was like, and I literally said, you all right, buddy? And then the other nurse that was in there came and did my left arm, but he put it in a vein it's like close to my elbow down here, so it was hurting a lot, and then they didn't even count down. I was out cold. It's like he put the thing in my arm, and I started complaining. I was like, that hurts a lot. Can you put it in a different spot? And then I woke up. Then I woke up after the surgery. And I actually scared the hell out of the nurses, because and I asked them afterwards. I was like, why, has no one ever got out of bed that fast after waking up from anesthesia? And they said no. They were freaking out, because as soon as I started getting, and I was like, I tested myself. I was like, am I coordinated? Am I physically okay? Am I groggy? Am I weak? No. So I started getting up, and I sat up in the bed, and they started freaking out. They're like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, that always happens to me too. As soon as I wake up from anesthesia, I feel totally fine, and I always sit up, and then they're like freaked out and worried.
But so I kind of woke up. The nurse asked me if it hurt, if I wanted pain medication.
No, I've never seen the movie Jackie Brown.
And I said yes. And she said she gave me hydromorphine or something. And then just a few minutes after that, that's when I got out and left. So whatever the morphine, whatever she gave me, then I just got up and I basically was out of the hospital within like 10 minutes. I think the doctor came and I talked to him for a few minutes. I got to call them, actually. I got to call them now to see if I have to go back for a follow-up on Monday or if it's in a week or two. I don't remember. Well, then we just drove back to New York. Not drove back to New York. Drove back to Pennsylvania. I had my buddy bring me there, check me out, bring me back. Yeah, so pretty smooth sailing, I guess. What else do you guys need to know about the eye update? Yeah, so we're pretty much good. Probably chill for a few more months until we get the other. You guys might not be able to tell. The right, you probably can. And it's more apparent in some videos. My right eyelid is way higher than my left. Like that's the main asymmetry right now. And then that makes the upper eye area look kind of asymmetric. So I don't really think I need to get filler in the upper eye area, but I think it would look a lot better. Because technically, he filled in all of this under eye area with the implants, but he didn't put implants up here, and he needs to put a lot more filler. So hopefully he listens to me and puts as much as I want, because I honestly don't see any downsides of putting a lot of filler in that area from an aesthetic perspective of like messing up. If not, hopefully, then we'll have to get someone else, which is a whole nother fiasco I don't want to get. Yeah, not great timing with my business stuff, honestly. Like my freezer's failing, big fiasco at the warehouse. All my meat's on. Look, one of you guys called me up. I was actually in the middle. This was on Wednesday. I was in the middle of driving a forklift, getting my meat onto the reefer trucks because my freezer was failing. So I was a little stressed out. And one of you guys called me trying to talk about your order. And after I said fairly...
It's fucking crazy. Frank is terrified of Wi-Fi, but he's cool with going under anesthesia and getting multiple eye surgeries. He still looks retarded.
Yeah, none of his views on things like radiation and drugs, like, it makes no sense. Like, he'll talk about how, synthetic vitamins are so bad for you, but then he's fine with, taking different types of, like, opiates to be put under for surgery. He'll freak out about radiation, but then he's fine with exposing himself to really damaging ionizing radiation from the sun in the form of UV. He's just a fucktard, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, Sanderbling.
Politely, sorry, we don't do customer service on the phone. Please send an email. And I hung up, and I went back to driving the forklift. This little sucker.
Maybe he's running out of money, which is why he's opting for local anesthetic. Also, imagine being a doctor and letting Frank tell you how to do surgery.
Yeah. That does happen relatively frequently, where people will request local anesthesia for cosmetic procedures because it's way, way cheaper. You can easily save like 10 grand or more sometimes, depending on the length of the procedure. If you just use local anesthesia. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
Left a complaint with Shopify that the phone number listed on the website. We called you and you said it was a private number. I'm pretty sure the phone number is not listed on the website. I think it's just on the shipping label if there's any issue with FedEx. And I'm like, are these people recording, waiting for me to absolutely lose my shit and tell you guys to come over here so we... label if there's any issue with FedEx. And I'm like, are these people recording, waiting for me to absolutely lose my shit and tell you guys to come over here so we can like bury you behind the warehouse? Like, guys, please be a little understanding. We got the crisis with the freezer. I'm getting my eyes gouged out. You guys are sending me emails complaining about the egg orders. You know what happened? I emailed my employee the egg orders to print out and he didn't know how to do it. So I can't, forgive me for not leaving the hospital with blood coming out of my eye to send the eggs out. So that's the eye update. I'm gonna get, as I said, I'm gonna get a few hours of sun, catch up on a few things, and I guess we're gonna see how soon we can get this guy to fix my eyelids because, as I said, cosmetically, aesthetically, I think I objectively look better than before, but it's honestly like I already had like social media persona and stuff. It wasn't necessary in any capacity whatsoever, and from like a personal relationship, what would you call it? Yeah, I guess like from my relationship perspective and like me meeting people and having partners and stuff, I just worked like a dog. Like if
Yeah, right. The idea that anybody fucking cares that one of his eyelids is slightly asymmetrical. This guy has serious fucking self-image issues.
my physical appearance has little to do with my success in that realm. And if anything, like me changing my eyes is not that big of a deal. If I put on a pair of stilts, yeah, that would be the biggest difference in my that would make I'd have girls lined up outside my house right now.
Right, because you care about women.
So I just thought it was like something that would make me a little happier, and I'd be more motivated to kind of get through a lot of these negative things I've dealt with from a business perspective and these people harassing me. And I figured, hey, if this works out and all this looks maxing stuff is super famous, it should hypothetically make me go really viral, but they shadow ban me and censor me in every way they can. So like me on paper being
Bro, you make the most stupid, boringest videos nobody fucking cares about.
probably I don't want to call myself a looks maxer because I think it's really stupid, and I got all of my procedures and was interested in any sort of cosmetic procedure before the looks maxing trend even existed. I got my double jaw surgery like 8-9 years ago now. This eye surgery, I scheduled it before looks maxing went viral, so I don't really like associating myself with that community. However, I think I'm the person who's had the most procedures from like a success perspective.
Yes, Frank thinks he's the first person to consider getting cosmetic surgery to look better. He is so fucking delusional. He thinks every idea he has, he was the first one to come up with it. He literally thinks he's the first person to consider getting cosmetic surgery to look better. Like,
I'll give you guys a little bonus. Some of you have been busting my balls saying, "Oh, he got lip filler. Oh, he got lip filler." I did get fucking lip filler, but it's gay as hell. So I didn't want to admit it. But look, if you watch my videos from years ago, I did not have.
well, we already know you're gay as hell, so this guy was on Chatterbait talking about how he loves sucking dick while putting a dildo up his ass, and then he's worried about people knowing if he got lip filler because it's gay. Like,
lips. I had like a small lower lip and no upper lip at all. And from like an aesthetic perspective, if you do just the right amount, it looks really good. But I went to this really good nurse, and maybe I'll talk about this in the future. Maybe I can even get her on video. Normally when people, I shouldn't be talking about this, but I will. So normally when girls get lip filler, they like plump them up. But the way I did lip filler was I wanted to widen the lip area aesthetically. So I had her inject just enough filler to open up the upper lip and have a lip. And what I focused on was if they inject filler in the outer areas of the lip.
That's a lot of verbal diarrhea, Frank. You could just say I love men so much and I feel like I look prettier with cuter eyes.
well, he's still closeted, so he probably won't outright admit it. Thanks for that, Nation Vegan Linguist.
It can kind of widen it, which makes your face look wider and more attractive. So and again, I don't want to touch too much on this, but the most important factor, if you want to upgrade your lips, is that you have wide lips. Your lips can be really, really thin. Like, it's fine if your lips are thin, as long as your mouth is wide. If your mouth is thin, then you might be kind of screwed. There's only so much you can do. So yeah, that's it for the eye update. So the video's already gonna be like 20 minutes. Got a few vlogs coming this week, but guys, please be patient. Please try to be understanding. And you guys have always been fairly supportive. But if anything, yeah, I'm trying my best to get you guys. We're always doing new stuff every week. I'm trying my best to get you guys creative stuff. And honestly, I told myself, look, even if the surgery goes horrifically wrong and I like want to live like a hermit for the rest of my life, I'll still do my businesses, and my goal has always been to help people. So I was like, worst case scenario, maybe my looks help me a little bit get popular on YouTube, but from the perspective of the products I'm offering and what I've done with my businesses, I'm very far from being someone that got by on their looks, to say the least. Working in a freaking warehouse for 10 hours a day and doing YouTube the rest and coming up with all this creative stuff is everything counts, everything helps, but definitely not like most of these other people. So thanks again for joining, guys. Frank Dash.
It's funny he says that when he used to literally be a prostitute. He's saying, "Oh, I got successful, not because of my looks." He literally was a prostitute. He admitted to being an escort, which is literally a prostitute, and he only ever had male clients.
So thanks again for joining, guys. By the end of this year, everything goes well. Oh, it's blood on the inside. Should have probably said that at the beginning, but it should be done in a week or two.
Frank, I will send of the fully maturated vegan Vladi clone to you, Frankie. He is a muscular 2 meters tall and weighs 120 kilograms.
Yeah, hopefully she'll crush him with her big, thick thighs. Thanks for the donation, Charmers. Alright, next we'll review this debate.
Okay, WTF is going on?
All right, I'll look at that in a second. I gotta piss really bad. When I'm back, we'll watch that, and then we'll react to the presidential debate. Thanks for the donation, Shinatsu. I'll be right back. Just gotta pee. Oh, all right. Much better. Riley, don't need to tell others. Do you think a philosophy degree is worth it? You can actually have your ethics knowledge on paper, and you can argue better against meta and sophistry thoughts. Depends on your degree of, disposable income and what you plan on doing with the degree. If you don't need to go into debt to get that degree, you already have a lot of money, and you don't really care if you make a profit, off of that educational investment, then sure. If you have to go into a large amount of debt to get that degree, but you're not planning on getting a job in education to teach philosophy, it's probably not worth it. And there's no need to go to school to learn any of this. All of this can be learned for free online. So I would say for most people, there's absolutely zero point, because you can just learn it all on your own for free online. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley. Jack donated to others. Do hard drugs like meth, cocaine severely impact cognitive function and social skills, like being able to talk fluently and articulately? Would it make saying more than 3 sentences, which are complex, difficult, worse than autism communication skills? You can find people that are burnt out on drugs who are absolutely fucking retarded and can't, form a sentence. Let me see.
My name is Brett. I'm 20 years old and I live in Fairdale, Kentucky.
This is a little girl's bike. I like it though.
Brett is technically my cousin, but I look to him more as a little brother.
Brett is my grandson. That in my mind,
Yeah, I stole it.
but the drugs have changed him. Pharaoh used to be,
I'm currently addicted to heroin and methamphetamine.
I have no idea how often he uses, but I know he uses every day. Whatever he can get his hands on, it doesn't matter.
Anxiety, depression.
He weighs 9.
Like, you can go absolutely retarded from doing drugs. Like,
This guy is
they fuck up your
a
brain.
recently recovered drug addict. He started using drugs when he was only 13 years old.
For 7 whole straight hours.
Despite numerous attempts to quit, he always found himself returning to drug use, while continuing to lie to his mom about being clean.
I'm really not. How do you get that?
He eventually lost custody of his daughter, and that really broke him.
Who are you now?
So he promised her to get clean.
Let me see.
I live with my wife Miranda on crack, coke, booze, pills.
Robert and I receive money from tenants and people that are renting to own their property.
I'm like 2 months and, you know.
Yeah, so I've seen some drug addicts that their brains are completely and utterly fried and they can't string a sentence together. So, yeah, that can certainly happen. Thanks for that donation, Jack.
We're going to make an important announcement today regarding the Bible and the Ten Commandments. My staff has been looking at Oklahoma statute. We've been looking at Oklahoma academic standards. And it's crystal clear to us that in the Oklahoma academic standards, under Title 70, multiple occasions, the Bible is a necessary historical document to teach our kids about the history of this country, to have a complete understanding of Western civilization, to have an understanding of the basis of our legal system, and is frankly, when we're talking about the Bible, one of the most foundational documents used for the Constitution and the birth of our country.
The Bible was not used at all, nor was it referenced in the creation of the Constitution.
We also find major points in history that refer to the Bible, that reference the Bible. We see multiple figures, whether we're talking about the Federalist Papers, constitutional conventional arguments, and Martin Luther King Jr., who use it as a tremendous impetus for the civil rights movement and tie many of those arguments back to the Bible. It is essential that our kids have an understanding of the Bible and its historical context. So we will be issuing a memo today that every school district will adhere to, which is that every teacher, every classroom in the state will have a Bible in the classroom and will be teaching from the Bible in the classroom to ensure that this historical understanding is there for every student.
Yeah, it's not, so this isn't being taught with a historical perspective. This is fucking indoctrination into a religious cult. And it violates the U.S. Constitution.
Between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump, there is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes, props.
Fifth President of the United States. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse?
Biden cannot do fucking jack shit when it comes to home prices, unless like somehow they can radically increase home building and change zoning laws. Like he cannot do anything when it comes to housing costs. Housing costs aren't even related to inflation.
Off under your presidency than they were under President Trump.
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president. what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed.
Oh, sick burn.
There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over.
Yeah, that's good. There absolutely needs to be legal caps on rent prices. The increase in rent is entirely, like pretty much like 90% of it is arbitrary cost, like price increases. Landowners are just arbitrarily increasing the price of rent. And it's this weird game that they're all playing where, oh, I'll increase it. Oh, he's increasing his rent. I'll increase it too. Oh, they're increasing their rent. Oh, well, I'll increase it. It's just a game for them to try to increase rent as high as they possibly fucking can, and for absolutely no fucking reason.
The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for an insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. In a situation and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans.
So this isn't a bad start to the debate. He sounds old and frail as fuck, but he's actually making good arguments.
We're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID. And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished,
Bro, it's funny he says that because for the first time in history, you saw I think for the first time in history, what was the figure? That, I think this is the first time a president under Trump since Hoover, you've seen an actual decrease in the available job market. I think that's the figure.
We did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the
What the fuck is he talking about? That was under your presidency, you idiot.
stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
So I don't see too many illegal immigrants working in like actual high-skilled factory jobs or in the silicon industry. So no.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world, he's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only...
Yeah, that is true. He raised the deficit massively compared to any other fucking president, even though he said he is going to, like, all these... he said he is going to impose austerity measures to lower the deficit. He increased it more than any other fucking president, and by, like, massive margin.
Only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were a safe country.
Oh, dude. Trump made the pullout from Afghanistan so much harder because he legitimized the fucking Taliban and tried to fucking negotiate with them like a fucking idiot. Capcom donated $2. Were you mad when Inkiri called you out? Well, no, I just thought he was a retard. Which YouTuber pissed you off the most and worst? YouTube beef. Does working out significantly positively impact cognitive function and communication? Social skills are not much. Space and cosmos interest you. What YouTube beef annoyed me the most? It's got to be Penguin Zero. Penguin Zero irritates the absolute fuck out of me. Hate that guy. He is the most manipulative fucking dipshit I have ever dealt with on the fucking platform. He's worse than Butterfield, worse than Frank. He is the most manipulative, lying fucking cunt I've ever fucking met. And that's saying a lot. So, does working out improve cognitive function? So, heavy weight training does improve cognitive function, and it protects you more than any other form of exercise from age-related cognitive decline and Alzheimer's dementia. I don't think it improves social skills. You're going to improve social skills by socializing. The gym is an opportunity for you to socialize, but weight training itself does not improve social skills. Does space and cosmos interest me? Yeah, kind of. Not particularly, but it is interesting. Thanks for the donation, Capcom. One donated $2. Nearly everything Trump says is a complete lie where he's making shit up on the spot. Yeah. The shit he is making up is so ridiculous that Biden opened his mouth from how shocked he was from all the bullshit. How are these retarded Republicans just going to believe him? Well, they'll believe anything he says. They don't care about the truth, dude. They're all ideologues. Thanks for the donation, one.
The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have any, this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money.
Oh, my God. That is the worst response imaginable. Increasing tariffs increases domestic prices, you idiot. The U.S. is a large importer of goods. If you increase tariffs, those goods are going to increase in cost.
FYI, that person talking about Bible in schools of Oklahoma also passed a chaplain bill. The Satanic Temple stepped in, lol.
Let me take a look. Thanks to Governor Stitt and Superintendent Ryan Walters. Oklahoma is set to become the first state to offer school credit for religious and morality classes from the Satanic Temple. All thanks to religious freedom champions Governor Kevin Stitt and Superintendent Ryan Walters. That's funny. That's pretty funny. Yeah, these fucking people are idiots. They literally do not understand the U.S. Constitution.
One, just watch. Here we go. We are going to give him a call.
Hello, you have reached the office of the Governor of Oklahoma, Kevin Stitt. To connect with our staff, press 0.
Wondering if I could leave a quick message for Governor Stitt?
Hi, I was just wondering if I could leave a message for the governor here.
Hi, am I able to leave a message here?
Yes, of course, Candace. What message can I take for you? Yes, ma'am. What message can I take for you? I just wanted to call.
And I just wanted to take a moment to thank Governor Stitt for signing HB 1425 into law.
And I wanted to thank Governor.
Okay, this is boring. That's a really badly edited video. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
You heard though. Reduce our deficit tremendous.
Yeah. So this is this is just insane stupidity. So Trump increased tariff taxes on goods coming in from China. That increased the cost of goods domestically, and it did nothing to lower the deficit. Again, Trump increased the deficit more than any other fucking president in history, so this is just a flat-out fucking lie. I don't know what world he's living in where tariffs decrease domestic prices, or even don't change them at all. He's just fucking lying. He's already losing the debate.
And give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And
yeah, no. So there were fewer jobs at the end of his presidency compared to the beginning. The only other president who did that was fucking Hoover. And the tax cuts were for the super wealthy. They were only for like people making something like over 400,000 per year.
The jobs went down and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under
No, that is also a lie.
his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history.
Please explain to me how the deficit increased more, like, under you more than any other fucking president, dude.
There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power.
Oh, dignity, strength, and power. That's why you tried to negotiate with the fucking Taliban, right, dipshit?
He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan...
I don't know if he's just so shocked at how stupid what he just said is, or if this is an old man moment, but what's the deal with his mouth being open so much? So, already, I would say Biden is winning the debate by a fucking mile. What Trump said was just fucking retarded.
Analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so...
Tax cuts do nothing to stimulate the economy. If anything, they make things worse. You saw this under conservative leadership in the UK. They reduced taxes, imposed austerity measures, and they were never able to bounce back from the 2008 financial crisis. In the UK, they're living in a perpetual state of 2008 financial crisis because of all the fucking tax cuts and austerity measures they've imposed. I haven't seen a single fucking economist ever fucking claim that tax cuts help stimulate the economy. This is this trickle-down economics theory that is just a complete fucking fantasy. When rich people get tax cuts, they don't invest more into their own businesses or make other investments into other companies or pay their employees more. They literally just pocket the fucking cash and they buy themselves more fucking Ferraris and Lamborghinis and luxury items. That's all that fucking happens with tax cuts.
May I please get your professional opinion on this and your reaction?
That's pretty nice. I like hearing a nice loud fan while I'm sleeping. Thanks for the donation the other now. Kid Boo donated $2 co-pirater. Let me see. CNN flash poll, majority of debate watchers say Trump outperformed Biden. Okay. Well, so we're not through the entire debate yet, but so far, Biden, in terms of the actual debate, is doing way better than Trump. Trump's just lying and stupid.
Strong that we're able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred that tax spirit. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were
You didn't take in more revenue. Please explain how the fucking deficit increased so much.
bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before. And we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have some.
This makes no sense. There's more domestic energy production under fucking Biden. And again, I hope the guy running this debate asks this. How the fuck did the deficit increase so much then?
Something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And
you're the one who fucking created the vaccine, you idiot.
He did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the
by the way, the people who got the vaccine were 4 times less likely to die from COVID. And then he's criticizing Biden for making vaccine mandates when he's the one who fucking made Operation Warp Speed to get the fucking vaccine rolled out. Like, it's insane.
Trump absolutely destroyed Biden, and everything he's saying is true and factual. I can't wait until Daddy Trump gets back into the White House and all you niggers, trannies and brown folks get deported and or put into chains. Make America white again.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Kid Boo. Appreciate the donation.
Entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent. All of the things he's done, we've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country.
What the fuck is he talking about?
And Will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President.
Please explain to me why you tried to block the fucking border deal then, dipshit?
Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 million, billion dollars, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look.
Okay, this looks bad. He trailed off and forgot. What he was saying up until here was like a great response. Yeah, he did increase the national debt more than any other president. This claim about his tax cuts and energy production and everything wiping out debt, that's not what happened. Like, he's clearly fucking lying about that. And taxing the wealthy more is a good fucking idea. They're fucking billionaires. Make them fucking pay more.
If we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy.
Buddy, what do the fucking Republican Party, like it's been their platform for decades. They want to get rid of Social Security. The only reason Trump has said that he wants to save Social Security is because he knows it's a popular fucking position. He's not going to run on a platform where he wants to destroy Social Security. But if he gets elected into office, he very well probably will destroy Social Security. Biden's been talking about this throughout his fucking presidency, that the fucking Republicans want to get rid of fucking Social Security. Like, again, he's just lying.
Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he.
I don't know how the hell illegal immigrants are going to wipe out Social Security when they're not paying into Social Security. It's just fucktarded. Like, what he's saying just makes no fucking sense.
He was right in the way he finished that sentence, and it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for
Well, they did elect you.
Other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President.
Okay, you know what? We're only 13 minutes in, but Biden is doing much better in the debate compared to Trump. Biden does have an issue with like the old man syndrome thing, but he's actually doing better in the debate than Trump.
And Trump, Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking,
the abortion pill is also, it's a medication that's used for other things. So blocking the abortion pill is just monstrously fucking stupid. Like, I don't even know how the Supreme Court could rule on something like that. It's a medication. Why the fuck is the Supreme Court ruling on a medication when doctors should be doing this? Dodo donated $2. Can you articulate the argument for super determinism? Also, what is your position on it? What is super determinism? In quantum mechanics, super determinism is a loophole in Bell's theorem by postulating that all systems being measured are correlated with the choice of which measurements to make on them. The assumption of the theorem are no longer fulfilled. I have no fucking idea, dude. All events are predetermined by prior causes. Superdeterminism takes this idea further, proposing that every event, including measurement settings and outcomes, is determined. I don't know. Like, I guess it makes sense. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo $9, is this the first time you're seeing the debate, or did you watch it when it happened a few days ago, or have you been watching some clips? I've only watched some clips. I knew from the moment Biden started speaking it wouldn't be a good night for him. You could tell he was having an off night. Well, yeah, like, it seems like he didn't get enough sleep. He's way lower energy than he normally is. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Complex, but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives.
That's not true.
Do you think the cops' punishment was overkill? How cruel.
Let me take a look.
Now to a Fox 61 exclusive. A Meriden police officer is charged with assault after a violent road rage incident caught on camera.
Fox 61, the only station to obtain both the citizen dash cam and police body cam video. Fox 61's Matt Caron went to the Meriden Police Department in search of answers. He joins us now live with what he discovered. Matt.
Well, despite this incident occurring back in December, it only came to light now thanks to a Freedom of Information Act request and a tip. Investigators say the video shows an off-duty Meriden police officer with more than 20 years of law enforcement experience reaching into a citizen's vehicle and punching him in the face.
He's not going to try to make this into some type of major thing.
Well, I've already seen this dude. This is old news. So this guy just honked at him because he was just sitting there, not turning or anything, and then he walks up and just punches the guy.
Taking pictures of Brocuglio's license plates. Brocuglio accused Ganter of being on his phone as the confrontation escalated.
I saw you looking down doing everything else. No, I was moving something in my bag.
Ganter then threatens to give Brocuglio a ticket and call his supervisor.
Sure, sounds good. Let me get your badge number.
Yeah, that was clearly assault and battery, and it was just pure road rage. That guy should be fired. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Everybody wanted it back, religious leaders. And what I did is I put...
So this is a lie. Nobody wanted to repeal Roe v. Wade.
3 great Supreme Court justices.
Even most Republicans were against repealing Roe v. Wade.
On the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was, an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas.
Dodo donate $2. You can consider it a universal form of determinism. Like you said, you're skeptical on whether or not free will exists, so superdeterminism would provide a physics argument for why it doesn't exist. However, I personally don't buy it, and I can tell you why if you want. Sure. Tell me why. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical.
Dodo donate $2. I don't know if it is true or lie, but DNC said Biden had a cold. So, well, yeah, I mean, I could buy that. His voice was really like hoarse and congested. So that also may be why his voice is so hoarse. Seems plausible, but maybe they don't want to really push that narrative so much because it'll seem like a cope, even if it is true. I could buy it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia,
There's no such thing as abortion after birth, you fucking lying fucktard.
Was willing to do this. He said, well, put the baby aside. and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happens?
This is not true. Dodo donated $2. It's frustrating because Trump lied so many times and Biden's administration has done such good work in the last 3.5 years, so there's so much that could have been said. Like, imagine if you were there debating Trump instead in favor of Biden, so much would be said. Well, I think Biden so far has done a fairly good job of calling out Trump's lies. He should have been more direct in pointing out that, okay, if you did all these things, like, the tax cuts, generated so much money in the economy, you got actually more tax revenue and all this shit, like, how come the national debt increased more than any other president? Like he wouldn't have an argument. But thanks for that donation, Dodo.
We brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they were all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman.
Well, yeah, it makes absolutely no fucking sense. Why in the hell would you want a decision like that to be left up to the states? Like, that's a really good point. Why would abortion be unique when it comes to civil rights? Let the states decide. Okay, well, how about we let the states decide whether or not, like, black people can marry white people? Why don't we let the states decide whether or not Jews can, vote? Like, it's just stupid.
Who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in. They talk about that, but here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women.
Yeah, so Biden made a really good fucking argument there. The only problem is that, again, like old man syndrome, he just doesn't, he's not saying this with a lot of luster and charisma, and he doesn't have a very powerful voice right now that's authoritative, but he made a really good argument.
Murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up.
The border is not the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. If you're talking about the most dangerous place in the United States, it would have to be Chicago. So, like, what is he talking about? There's more murders in, like, Chicago than in these border states. Murder capital US. Yeah, so topping the charts with a staggering murder rate of 69.4 per 100K 100K people. St. Louis. The fuck? Search images with Google. What? Why isn't it Huh? Why is it not letting me copy paste? Oh, there we go. Why is Google being this fucking retarded? Yeah, so it's fucking St. Louis. Where's I don't even know if places like Arizona, yeah, I don't even think Arizona, Texas. Okay, there's Texas 42. Albuquerque. Florida's 40. California's 39. Chicago is 28th. I think DC is like, yeah, St. Louis, Missouri, Baltimore, Birmingham, Detroit. Like, none of these states that are the worst for murder are even, like, close to the border. So, like, that's just fucktarded.
Up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion...
Like, again, please tell me why the murder capitals in the U.S. aren't even fucking close to the border.
...is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases,
I'm pretty sure illegal immigrants actually have a lower murder rate than
the state
natural
of
citizens.
things will not get better clinging to politicians like Joe Biden. Let Trump raise things to the ground to show people just how fucked it can really get if we don't start making radical change. It would be Trump's last four and would destroy RPT.
Yeah, I mean, if Trump gets elected, it probably would destroy the Republican Party for decades. If he really fucks up the country and basically the world, I don't think anybody would have the guts to vote Republican again. But yeah, I think a Joe Biden presidency would still be better in the long run. Because especially right now with the issues with Russia, China, you really don't want somebody like Trump to become president. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Frankly, a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted it brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it.
What's funny is the founding fathers pretty much had an open border policy. They allowed, like, just about anybody to come into the country.
Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic
Yeah, so again, that's just a stupid lie.
of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I support it. Roe.
The correct answer to this question is I'm not a medical doctor, and I don't know every medical circumstance that somebody might be under. And it might be rare, but there may be certain medical circumstances to where you do need a late-term abortion. So I'll leave that question up to the hands of doctors and their patients, and I'm not going to mandate something that I don't have any medical expertise in.
V. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means.
Yep. So that's a pretty good answer. It's almost as good as my answer.
He can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it.
No, show me the amount of fucking abortions that occur in the 9th month. And he even said after birth. There's no such thing as an after birth abortion, you fucking idiot.
After birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's
this, like, Trump is just so insane.
Willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen. Democrat or Republican, nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. That Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only a woman's life is in danger. She's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that.
Yeah, so this is just a lie.
That's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was.
Skip to 6:05.
When Tom Robinette.
Let me take a look. 6:05.
Over there? The dude? Yeah. What should I say?
I have lived here all my life. When Tom Robinette moved in here, it took me 9 years to know what he was. And I found that out on TV when they was trying to make...
For $500, act black in America's most racist town.
Trouble with them. They just said the leader, the Grand Wizard of the KKK lives in Zinc.
Act black.
My area of expertise is not black people, it's white people.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
Take a guess.
Some fella in sunglasses.
What do you think he do for a...
He doesn't know who Martin Luther King is. Jesus.
Like living. If you had to flip a coin and it was like $1 billion if you get it right and no dollars if you get it wrong, would you say that he does country music? But like, what about it is like, oh, like he's definitely not a country singer.
I just can't see him in a pair of bib overalls with a banjo.
His name was Chief Keef. He from 0600 block. You ever heard of Chirac?
See, we live in a modern world where our former white nations can't be white nations anymore. Any white neighborhoods can't be exclusively white anymore. I got enough problems around white people.
Right.
They're not perfect.
Now imagine they were the same thing but had melanin in them. Holy fuck, right? You wouldn't want me as your neighbor?
No.
Have you ever heard of the Kodak?
These people are highly, highly racist.
Bop?
Nope.
I got a 4-5, the bitch got extra kid. Pop it on the blitz.
I think I seen something like that on a comedy show.
Right. Am I your favorite black guy you ever met?
No.
Is there any African American in this world that you like more than a white person?
Depends on both.
Me or this white rock right here? Be honest. Don't lie to me.
The rock, it serves a purpose. There's a lot of those little white rocks.
What the fuck?
We got a road.
What if I move next door?
Well, there's nothing I can legally do about it.
Have you ever slept with a black girl?
No.
Keep it a buck. You ever like, would you ever sleep with a black girl?
No.
What's your type, by the way?
I don't have a type.
Like, what about it?
To start with, I don't do that.
Dre and Michelle.
No.
Would you let her sit on your face, though? Like,
no.
You've never been, like, down bad, 2 a.m., you damn near about to explode, and it's like, damn. You wouldn't even just let, like, Megan Thee Stallion, like, low-key, like
no.
sit on you?
No. I don't indiscriminately chase everything.
What do you usually chase? I usually chase a bag. Who's your favorite black icon? Rondo number 9?
Never heard of it.
$500,000 or dinner with Jay-Z?
$500,000.
Why?
I'd choose the $500,000. Like,
it's worth something.
Labor Day?
Yeah. Like, that's a good answer. This is pretty good.
Or Black History Month?
Labor Day.
If it was up to you, would you want all black people gone?
I wouldn't want to be around them.
If you was to go to LA,
holy fuck, bro.
Who would you check in with?
I would not go to LA.
You wouldn't be over there in like Slauson and like Crenshaw? Would you ever go to the Bronx?
I wouldn't go back to any part of New York.
Thoughts on Bronx drill rap?
None. I like classical music.
Swole just saw my op. He's really bopping his ass, get flopped. Look.
Trash.
You wouldn't go to like a concert with it or nothing?
That is trash.
Nothing?
No. Oh, hell no. I'm out of my element.
Wheezy F baby, and the F is for phenomenal.
Okay, if he says so.
Who do you think was the best president in the last 20 years?
Obama.
Wow, really?
He made everything racial overnight.
Oh, shit. That took a motherfucking turn. So you said Obama because you like that he made it racial?
Oh, yeah.
So would you consider Obama the, like, GOAT?
GOAT?
The greatest of all time?
No.
Do you think Obama did something that Tom Robb can't?
Well,
come on now.
I don't like any president we've had in my lifetime.
You don't like Trump?
No.
Fuck, so I'm not like low-key like dripping at all?
He didn't pardon the January 6th people that were his people, but he did pardon a lot of rich people.
How would he have pardoned January 6th when he wasn't president? Like, what?
He did pardon Kodak Black, and Kodak Black do be putting on for Broward.
I don't like a traitor.
Who was the greatest basketball player of all time?
I have no idea.
Just say Larry Bird, he's white. Just say, fuck it. Who's the greatest rapper of all time? Come on, it starts with
not a clue.
It's your favorite candy. Eminem?
Never. I'm out of my element.
Who is this?
Nigga don't give a fuck about none of that. You bitch ass niggas be hiding. We real headhunters, man. Bitch ass nigga, and you caught the cut and left in the hole and left another nigga fanning in the black.
Don't have a clue. Nope.
How do these, like, degenerate scumbags get fucking rich, dude? Do I just need to start acting like a retard and make gangster rap so I can be a millionaire?
His name is Famous Dex. You ever heard of him?
Nope.
Are you familiar with the ex-vegan? Apparently this is one that inspired my idiot friend to give up veganism. Maybe set up a debate
Hey
with her.
guys, so today's video is kind of a biggie. I have been wanting to share this with you, but I also understand it encompass the next almost decade of my life with like the gastrointestinal stuff. So we're gonna need to basically cut you open and just see what's. So then kind of moving into the next section of when did I start to notice some changes? You know, a few years into the lifestyle, there were some things that started happening.
Dizziness, vertigo, heart palpitations. That sounds like they could be symptoms of either B12 deficiency or very low sodium intake. If you're eating a raw diet, that can certainly happen.
A little more rare at the time, but there's just this terrible phase in my life while I was trying to do a lot of different things. Fruits and sugars, right? Natural sugars. There's high fat. There's more of a balanced flavor in plant-based medicine. I think that we can get what we need medicinally from the things that we eat, and that's the biggest thing that will understand why I felt on a plant-based lifestyle have a tendency to look at what am I doing wrong, right? Because no one's perfect, and you're off more and more and more. And so whereas I used to be a person who would I woke up, get my morning drink, whatever that is, and just go for it, right into some of the hair loss and the acne issues. You know, I thought maybe very dizzy, very lightheaded. And so for 3 months,
I don't really care about this person. She's not really a YouTuber and doesn't upload, so why would I bother debating her? Thanks for the donation, Alan.
Do I look stupid? Be honest.
Yeah, Dexter. You done showed me a dance move.
Right.
Let me show you one of my moves.
I ain't gonna lie. Hold up, nigga. What the fuck was that? Hell no, I can't do that. Can you get hungry? I get full. See all the.
Well, that was pretty weird.
The right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board, at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch, overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. Significantly, by the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we can do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
Yeah. Okay. So that was a good response. The thing he said at the end was a little confusing, but again, he did impose a border policy that prevents people from crossing the border at non-checkpoints. So if they illegally cross and they don't go through a checkpoint, they can't be granted asylum. That's reduced border crossings by 40%, and he did try to get a bipartisan agreement passed to increase funding to Border Patrol so that, again, the border problem can be solved. Trump tried to block that fucking bill, so...
Trump? I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere, all over the world they're pouring in. And this guy just left.
What the fuck is he talking about? Like, this is just insane, unhinged bullshit.
It open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been any.
Funny story.
Let me see.
That moment too where he goes like, he like licks the blood off his hands.
Yeah.
What about the hotel room? The hotel hallway.
That's my favorite story ever.
Oh, the Tate story?
It's my favorite story ever.
That guy was such a fucking
Don't worry,
idiot.
he's been practicing on omoplatas. He's going to do one and then choke him out.
Yeah, so we're at this Hard Rock hotel, and it's Tate, me, and Eddie Bravo. And there's this really big dude. And this really big dude is in the hallway, and he's like 6'6", big fucking athlete. You know, like obviously everyone's scared of him.
Yeah.
And you know, Tate's a big guy himself. Tate fought on The Ultimate Fighter. Like Tate's a legit Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt.
Yeah.
So Tate's trying to get into his room, and his key's not working. Like something's wrong. I forget what it was. No, Tate went inside. That's right.
Your
And then
room,
the guy-
your rooms were connecting.
Our rooms are connected. So Tate goes to the room, and then the guy is trying to use his key on Tate's door. And he's saying, "You're in my fucking room." And Tate's like, "No, man, I'm pretty sure it's my room. Look, the key works."
Calm.
And
Tate's
and he's
sober
like,
at the time.
Yeah, Tate's totally sober.
always
and the
sober,
guy's like, "No, fuck you, man. You're in my room." And Tate's like, "I don't know what to tell you. This is my room. See ya, bye." And he shuts the door. And so our rooms are connected. We have the door open. And this guy's pounding on the door. And we're like, fuck. And so we all three of us go out in the hallway with Tate. So it's me and Eddie Bravo and Tate and this big fucking guy and his two dopey friends. And his two dopey friends don't know what to do, and this guy's gigantic. And he says something like, "I'll fuck you up," and this and that. I go, "Dude," "you're making a fucking tremendous mistake here." And we just step back, and then he tries to get out of it. And then Eddie's like, "Man, you said you were going to do something. Fucking do something." Eddie literally causes the guy to come back
Eddie
out.
Bravo.
So this dumb guy comes back out, and he literally steps to Tate like he's going to take a swing at him. Tate grabs him, pulls guard, puts him in an omoplata. Security guard shows up. The security is like, "Hey, stop, stop, stop." And he goes, "Are you Joe Rogan?" I go, "Yeah, what's up? How you doing, man?"
Fear
I go,
Factor
"Don't
Rogan.
worry." I go, "He's not going to hurt him." I go, "He's just going to strangle him unconscious and put him to sleep." And so Tate goes, "Well, now I guess I have to put him to
Called
sleep."
the shot.
So Tate transitions from an omoplata to a rear naked choke with the omoplata. So an omoplata is a shoulder lock, and it's a shoulder lock where your arm is like really high up behind your back, and the guy's legs are wrapped around it. So Tate is wrapped around it like this, and he has access to the guy's neck. So he
show
just
me?
grabs his neck and he puts him to sleep.
Oh my
Puts
God.
him to sleep out cold. The dude goes out. His friends pick him up. They drag him into an elevator, and he just disappears from life.
Just gone.
Yeah, that's not like the best version of an omoplata. It's the best to see it. Like, it's like that's you can see it right there. But from what that position, like Tate has his legs crossed, like he's
That's good. Thanks for the donation, Shitsensetsu.
Anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorists ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of
Yeah, that's true. He is exaggerating and lying.
immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed three people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the two greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens.
What he's saying doesn't make any sense.
When they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens.
So I'm pretty sure undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit murder than American citizens. CATO Institute. Illegal immigrants have a low homicide conviction rate, setting the record straight on illegal immigrant crime. Da-da-da. Alleging my papers missed illegal immigrant criminals who were identified in prison by Texas Department, resulting in inaccurately low criminal conviction rate for illegal immigrants after making numerous additional data requests from DPS, analyzing the data, communicating with one of the authors of the CIS study. It's now clear that illegal immigrants have a lower homicide conviction rate in Texas. Homicide conviction rate for illegal immigrants was 2.4 per 100,000 illegal immigrants in 2015, which is lower than the homicide rate of 2.8 per 100,000 for native-born Americans. Legal immigrants still have the lowest homicide conviction rate of 1.1 per 100,000 legal immigrants. So, like, when Trump says all of these illegal immigrants are crazy, drug addict, serial killer, terrorist monsters, it's just bullshit. They have a lower homicide rate than American citizens.
At a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels.
Yeah, dude, this is literally the type of rhetoric you heard from Hitler, talking about how we need to get the Jews out. They're destroying our country. They're muddying our blood. They're killing our families. This is literally what Hitler said. Son Goku donated $2. What are your thoughts on veneers? I'm talking about the ones where you shave down your teeth and get caps over them. Are they bad for your oral health? I mean, if I had the money, I'd probably get them. From what I understand, they're good. They make your teeth look pretty. And I think you're also less likely to get cavities, so... Yeah, I don't know much about them, but I'm pretty sure they're good. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Like, Greg Doucette, I'm pretty sure has veneers.
In New York City and other places, our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all. And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned.
That's not true. Veterans get more support under Biden compared to Trump, especially since Biden expanded the amount of illnesses that are, covered under the VA.
We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Yeah, dude, this is so weird. Like, Biden is far more coherent than Trump. Like, he'll get asked a question about border security, and then he'll start talking about the fucking VA out of nowhere.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since they passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those.
By the way, Biden should have pointed this out. Trump is a cowardly dipshit. He avoided the Vietnam draft by making up some bullshit fucking medical claim saying that he'd be invalid for the draft when he was perfectly fucking healthy. Like, Trump has zero respect for the fucking military and armed forces, and he's a fucking coward. When the draft happened and he was called upon to serve his country, he dodged. He dodged the fucking draft like a little fucking bitch. Like, Biden should have fucking mentioned that.
Heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery, World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing like many of the...
Trump, suckers, and losers. Let me see. Trump denies report he called American war dead suckers and losers. Trump, McCain, not a war hero. Let's see.
John McCain goes, oh boy, Trump makes my life difficult. He had 15,000 crazies show up. Crazies. He called them all crazy. I said, they weren't crazy. They were great Americans. These people, if you would have seen these people, I know what crazy is. I know all about crazies. These weren't crazy. So he insulted me, and he insulted everybody in that room. And I said, somebody should run against John McCain, who has been, you know, in my opinion, not so hot. And I supported him. I supported him for president. I raised $1 million for him. It's a lot of money. I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, you know, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that, because I don't like losers. But Frank, let me get to it. He hit me. He's not a war hero.
He's a war hero.
He's a war hero.
5.5 years.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you.
Do you agree with that?
He's a war hero because he was captured, okay? You can have, and I believe perhaps he's a war hero, but right.
That is the most pathetic, stupid thing he could possibly fucking say. So John McCain actually served in Vietnam. He was captured after I think he was in a helicopter crash, and he spent 6 years tortured by the Viet Cong until he was finally released. McCain is way more of a fucking war hero than Donald Trump would ever be. Donald Trump is a fucking coward who dodged the fucking draft, and then he has the gall to call fucking McCain a fucking loser who got captured like a little fucking bitch. Like, John McCain actually fucking served, and he lost a lot after Vietnam. That guy was tortured so fucking badly that his shoulders are fucked and he can't lift his arms above his fucking head. And then Trump is like, oh, what a fucking loser. He got captured. Like, fuck Trump. He has absolutely zero respect for any fucking serviceman. I'm just trying to find something about that suckers and losers quote. This is Forbes. Biden calls Trump a convicted felon, sucker, loser, tense debate. The Atlantic. Trump. Americans who died in war are losers and suckers. The president has repeatedly disparaged the intelligence of service members and asked that wounded veterans be kept out of military parades, multiple sources tell The Atlantic. When President Donald Trump canceled a visit to the Aisne-Marne American Cemetery near Paris in 2018, he blamed rain for the last-minute decision. Wow. Saying that the helicopter couldn't fly and that the Secret Service wouldn't drive him there. Neither claim was true. Trump rejected the idea of the visit because he feared his hair would become disheveled in the rain, and because he did not believe it important to honor American war dead, according to 4 people with firsthand knowledge of the discussion that day. In a conversation with senior staff members on the morning of the scheduled visit, Trump said, "Why should I go to that cemetery? It's filled with losers." In a separate conversation on the same trip, Trump referred to the more than 1,800 Marines who lost their lives in Belleau Wood as suckers for getting killed. Yeah, so he said that. Trump is a fucking piece of shit, dude. For somebody who fucking dodged the draft, who is too cowardly to fucking fight, and then making fun of people who actually served and lost their lives, or like whose health was fucking destroyed because they're captured and tortured, calling them like fucking suckers, losers. Oh, they're not a war hero. They were captured. Like, fuck him. Total piece of shit. 21st Savage donated $2. RFK Jr. put it best. Could you imagine either of these two men, especially Biden, being woken up at 3 a.m. and being asked if they want to launch a retaliatory nuclear strike on Russia? Scariest part is Biden is the president currently. Biden would be able to do that just fine. I would worry about Trump because Trump is a massive fucking coward. Again, this is a guy who is too scared to fucking fight in a war, dodged the draft, and then makes fun of dead war veterans, calling them suckers and losers. He's also extremely friendly with Putin. He loves dictators and fascists. The idea that Biden would be worse equipped to make a decision like that than Trump, I would much prefer trusting Biden to make the decision for a retaliatory nuclear strike than fucking Trump. He'd be too much of a fucking scared bitch to actually, press the button if he needed to. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. Abel donated $2. Do you still take antidepressants? And I have family members with schizophrenia, so shrooms are off the table. What can I do that same clarity or realization like you did? I don't take antidepressants anymore. Again, it's early to say, but I'm pretty sure I cured my depression. I'm pretty sure. Medically speaking, I'm in remission, but I'm pretty sure I cured it. So for somebody who's too worried to take mushrooms because you're worried about getting schizophrenia, I would say you absolutely should take antidepressants if other treatments aren't really helping enough or working at all. So if you're eating well, exercising, getting lots of sleep, minimizing stress, socializing, you're doing all of that, but you're still very depressed, absolutely take medications. They do help. I would really explore meditation. And I talked about what cured my depression. It was the internalization of nihilism and this idea of acceptance. Nobody owes you anything. You're going to get abused, mistreated, stupid shit is going to happen to you, but suffering is determined by your outlook. There's no avoiding pain, there's no avoiding hardship, but the suffering that's created for it is entirely determined by your mind. You can catastrophize and, make things worse for yourself by saying, why me? Why me? Why does this have to happen? Oh shit, my car broke down and I don't have enough money to fix it. I'm going to have trouble getting to work. Fuck, shit. Or you can look at things from a glass half full mindset and be appreciative of the life you have, appreciative of the experiences you can have. You can, look at your car breaking down and go, fuck, shit. Or you could say, it's not the end of the world. I can carpool. I can take a bus. I'll be able to save money now that I don't have to pay, money for gas. I can just save up a little bit of money here and there and then, finally be able to fix my car and everything will be fine. Like, you can just look at things from a glass half full mindset. Nihilism and the internalization of nihilism isn't a solution to get rid of all pain, but it will eliminate suffering and it will eliminate depression. So if you can work towards internalizing nihilism, think with a glass half full mindset. That, at least in my experience, will get rid of depression. Look at it this way, dude. Everything is stupid. Everything is pointless. We, for whatever reason, put all this stupid importance on how much money we make, keeping up all these relationships with people, saving for retirement, all this stupid shit, and none of it fucking matters. Everything is stupid, pointless, and it's all a dumb joke. It's all going to go away and be destroyed. Everyone's going to fucking die. Nobody's going to live forever. So, why are you stressing yourself with a stupid bullshit of having trouble paying rent, having trouble paying your car, worrying about all this stupid crap when it's all pointless? Why would you stress yourself out and worry about something that's fucking pointless? You're orchestrating your own suffering, and if you just If you just accept that everything is stupid and pointless and has no meaning, the only question you're left with is, why am I choosing to exist? The only conclusion you can come to is the only reason you choose to exist is because it benefits you. So why would you come at things with a mindset that doesn't benefit you? You know, like, you could road rage in your fucking car because somebody's driving like stupid, and you can be so upset all day long about people just being stupid. Why is this person not signaling when they're changing lanes? Why is this asshole cutting me off while I'm driving? And you can be pissed about it all day long. Why? Like this sort of, these thoughts and the way you're thinking doesn't benefit you. And if it doesn't benefit you, why are you doing it? The only fucking reason to choose to exist is because existence benefits you in some sort of way. You can be happy, you can enjoy sex, you can enjoy movies, you can enjoy going to the park, you can enjoy exercising, you can enjoy being in love, you can enjoy friendships, you can appreciate animals and love and pet them and shit. Why would you create a life for yourself that you don't enjoy by being pissed off about, you know, fucking assholes on the road, not driving the way you want, getting mad at your boss for being a dickhead, being mad at fucking women or men in your life being fucking crazy? You don't have to feel this way about anything, and you can just choose to be fucking happy and ignore all this bullshit that is frustrating you. Anger is a choice. Sadness is a choice. Suffering is a choice. And you can just choose to not have any of this crap affect you. There's no need to ever feel any suffering. It doesn't mean you won't feel pain. Doesn't mean you won't have hard things to overcome. But suffering, that feeling of I might as well kill myself, this internal anguish that you face from depression, it absolutely is a choice, and it's created by this bad mindset that you have. And you can let that all go away in an instant if you just choose to recognize that none of it matters, and the only thing that's going to be important to you personally is your happiness and well-being. And happiness is sitting right on your shoulder if you just turn your head and choose to acknowledge it. It's so insane that I lived so much of my life without realizing this, and it's so fucking obvious now that I discovered that. And it's really fucking hard to teach people the truth and to internalize nihilism and to just let all of this stupid, frustrating shit not get to them. But it is a choice, and if you acknowledge that it is a choice and that nothing matters, you can be free of all the stupid bullshit that's weighing you down and giving you these like feelings of despair and sadness and suffering, and you can just enjoy your fucking life. Thanks for the donation though, Abel. Hope that helps.
Trump is going to win, unfortunately. Biden is a rotting corpse at this point, MFG.
I don't think Trump's going to win, but we'll see. Thanks for the donation, Billy. Shinzan Tetsu donated $2.
Viewer
Let me
discretion
see.
is advised.
Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo donated $2. If Trump views American service members as suckers and losers, just imagine what kind of president he would be if U.S. got in war with China under his watch. Yeah. I mean, Trump is just a genuine fucking scumbag and a piece of shit, dude. With the lack of respect that he has for servicemen and women, I don't trust a president like that to make any kind of reasonable decisions when it comes to really any issue on geopolitics, but especially when it comes to, you know, a possible war with China or Russia. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. You don't have to watch this, but did you hear about this? What do you think? Let me see.
Why did Dr. McDougall die? He died because he's a human. That is the simple fact. He died because he is a human. But he had a stroke at 18. So
yeah, so the fact that he had a stroke at 18 suggests that he's prone to he's probably prone to things like heart disease, diabetes, crap like that. It's incredibly rare to have a stroke at 18. I don't know what type of stroke it is, whether it's ischemic or hemorrhagic stroke, but that's still very rare. The fact that he lived to 77, even though he had a stroke at 18, that does say something, that he probably lived an overall healthy lifestyle. McDougall, before he died, he was really fucking skinny and frail, and he probably could have lived a few years longer if he had done weight training, if he had included more protein in his diet, like ate things like tofu, and that would have like increased his calcium and bone density and shit like that. He might have lived a few more years, but yeah, he's fucking old. I don't know what the exact cause of his death is, if he like died in his sleep or something, but yeah, he was just fucking old and his body gave out on him. His diet overall was healthy, though. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. 24 Savage donated $2. Watch this whole video, bro. They be talking about placing Biden with Big Mike now. You know, Big Mike, since the convention hasn't happened yet, it's still possible to replace him. I don't know who Big Mike is. Oh, you mean Michelle Obama? The crotch thing. Yeah, that's not a penis. That's just a fold in her pants. Oh, it's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, 24 Savage. Nigga, she's in chat, donated $2. Billy is Christy and called you a pussy for using antidepressants in chat. I'm sorry, Krusty, I can't let a retard comment like that slide. June 3rd, 2024. Yeah, that's definitely Christy. Thanks for the call out, dude. Speculative analysis donated $2. Remember Genetic Beast when he was saying the same thing over and over again and you thought he was autistic, didn't make sense? Touch base on this thought process. Discuss more. My brother says the same word 10 to 20 times a year and drives me mad. He's definitely not neurologically normal. He might be autistic. He might just be retarded. But he's weird. That's all I can really say. Like, I can't formally diagnose him, but he's not neurologically normal. Thanks for the donation, though, speculative analysis.
That's actually not low for my height. You know what's low is Wimby or something. 217 for 6'5" is not low. The fuck out of here, nigga. You know nothing about the human body. And you're not
I'm pretty sure low tier god isn't 6'5". He's probably like 6'2", 6'3".
a scholar in the topic. I'm literally a scholar when it comes to kinesiology and everything.
Dodo donated $2. Don't be nervous. All right. Well, thank you for that, Dodo. Appreciate it.
It's called a fucking degree.
You are a unicycle beyond my migration. You are a universe beyond my... All right, nigga, this is way too much.
He doesn't know what a mitochondria is, but he studied kinesiology. Got it.
Somebody 80'd out this bum ass nigga. People talking about justify, like, here's the funny thing I don't get. When dumb motherfuckers keep saying stupid shit like, you did so much shit. You did so much shit in the past. What the fuck did I do? Roast niggas in my chat that been bothering me every motherfucking day. Everything I do is rebuttal. I never say shit for no reason. Everything I've ever done is rebuttal. Somebody tried to troll me. Somebody said something in my chat. Somebody was basically on my dick. I've always done nothing but mind my own business. Any outburst or roast you guys seen has been because somebody's been bothering me. Somebody been stalking me. Somebody been on some dumb shit. Everything's been rebuttal. I never just say shit out the motherfucking blue. Say shit for no fucking reason. I've always been bothered, bro.
Dale.
To be a guy like this, and
yeah, we've seen this. Has Turkey Tom ever done a vid on Low Tier God? That'd be funny. Turkey Tom. Low Tier God. No. I'm sure Turkey Tom will eventually do a video on him, like, likely in the future. That'd be funny.
These magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taking better care. I'm so glad this came up.
Well, one cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me,
President Trump?
He made that at a cemetery. Nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said...
Yeah, so he's lying. There were people that were in the conversation where he said that who've said he said that, so he's just lying. Dodo, donate $2. You're getting nervous, man. All right. Well, thank you for that, Dodo. Appreciate it.
It was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the...
Shinzen Tetsu, donate $2. Beautiful. Let me see. I don't know why Herb Green wouldn't just call the fight then and there. That's really weird. Herb, if he dies green. So very nice head kick. You did not see that coming. That was quick. Thanks for the nation, dude. Nicholas donated $2. What do you tell someone that says you don't have to be logically consistent? If you don't if you don't care about logical consistency, that means you could hold literally any position, whether it's logically consistent or not. So if somebody doesn't value logical consistency, then, I mean, they basically don't value anything. So they're just retarded. Thanks for the donation, Nicholas.
The 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing at your side was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now.
Yeah, so far in this debate, Biden's winning clearly.
Doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed.
Turkey Tom is a low tier god video on Tom Dark. Okay, I gotta watch that sometime.
And Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him.
Territory it has already claimed. President Vladimir war
than ever before in our history.
All right,
I gotta see this again.
The topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him.
Okay, so nice dodge.
They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as
Biden has very nice teeth. They're probably dentures.
Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead.
So he's dodging the question and not answering. So I'll take that as a yes.
Right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad.
What? By the way, Trump is the one who on camera said he encourages Russia to invade more territories. Dodo donated $2. While Trump and Biden were debating, RFK Jr. wanted to feel included, so he set up his own debate by himself. Look how sad this really is.
Since he took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people are 8% exempt. The physician were done. Where the kitchen gas, ideally we would take over. In addition to patient, literally situation many people, 400 jobs, back from it is in the world and where American history. He's Hubert Hoover. When we were in the world.
Because of this opportunity. And I want to thank everybody for being here and for this opportunity. And thank you, John. As on X, CNN made some statements suggesting that might be, that he may get sued for that. And I'm very, very grateful for the courage that he's shown to protect freedom of speech in this country. I want to just orient us a little bit about why we're here tonight. And I don't want it to make it sound like this is something that gave the first televised debate in 1960.
Dude, he's just fucking rambling about bullshit.
Making tens of millions of dollars with the two presidential candidates. And this is this collusion with a corporation.
We're following the rules here. Your 2 minutes
You can
are
do
up.
whatever you want with the minute that we give you.
It's your show. You should get an introduction.
I got to follow up.
We're going back to the debate. Here.
You ensure that doesn't drive prices even higher.
Not going to drive taking credit for bounce.
What? Bro, he wanted a debate, and then he sets up like a mock debate where he'll answer the same questions, and then when he gets an opportunity to like respond, he just rambles about fucking bullshit. Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, no wonder they didn't want RFK involved in the fucking debate. He just weigh everything down and say stupid shit. That's pathetic. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
With Afghanistan, it was such a horrible, embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost. But he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, "You know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe."
That's false. There wasn't a single American citizen that was left behind trained in Afghanistan.
This was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why?
What? Hamas wouldn't have invaded Israel if he was president? Like, this is just insane.
Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Ukraine...
Okay, Biden should have pointed out that Trump did not answer that question. And again, point out that Trump absolutely would cave to the knee or bend to the knee, for this stupid peace deal with Putin. He would absolutely try to pressure Ukraine to sign this peace deal if Russia holds on to all the territory they've gained and this agreement that they'd be kept out of NATO. So Biden should have pointed that out. Trump absolutely dodged that question.
Told Trump, do whatever you want.
Dodo donated $2. They thought Biden had a senior debate. They didn't watch RFK Jr.'s debate. Who would be on Trump's death note top 5? And what about yours top 5? Who would be on Trump's death note? Top 5? I guess anybody who he'd consider to be a political adversary. I don't see Trump death noting Putin or Xi Jinping or what's his name? Rocket Man. Kim Jong-un. Like, I don't see him death noting any of those people. It would probably be the people that he would deem a threat to his power. Blurst Trump. Yeah, so he'd definitely death note Biden. He'd probably death note like RFK. There's probably some leaders in the FBI he'd death note, but yeah, pretty much anybody who'd question him, he'd death note. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Want and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never said
that. For 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable?
Dodo donated $2. The good thing is if Biden stays as the nominee, there's another debate coming up in September with Trump, and now everyone's expectations for Biden are so unbelievably low, and he will do better because he won't be sick, so he may pick up support then. Well, again, so far, Biden's doing very well in this debate. It's actually kind of surprising. Everybody was claiming Biden absolutely stunk the bed. Like, he's doing really well. There's only some minor things Biden should have done where he should have been more aggressive when criticizing Trump, but he's done extremely well so far, and we're 30 minutes in. I think people are aren't actually focusing on the debate, and they're just looking at how old and sickly Biden looks, but he's doing well in the fucking debate. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Speculative analysis donated $2. No matter how many times I tell my brother to stop saying boo next to me, he doesn't. He says it 10 to 20 times a day for years now. I don't know what to tell him to make him stop. It's practically impossible. How do I get him to stop? He's 17. Do in-depth sad. I have no idea, dude. Maybe just don't spend as much time with your brother if he annoys you. Thanks for the donation, dude.
To you, keeping the territory in Ukraine.
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending.
We're not spending a ton of money on the war. So when Trump gives this figure, we've spent $200 billion. We haven't literally taken $200 billion out of the U.S. Treasury and then given it to Zelensky. We've supplied him with $200 billion worth of weapons and aid. And again, it's beneficial for us because it's getting rid of old stocks of U.S. Inventory, and we're replacing that with better weapons, and we're getting some of that money back by from just more what's it called? Like it's making industry produce more goods. So we're kind of getting some of that money back by driving up US industry. So it's not just like literally $200 billion.
It should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th.
Okay, I really hope they make him answer. What does that mean? Does that mean you're going to force Russia to move out of Ukraine? Does that mean you're going to agree to some stupid peace deal where Russia gets to hold all the territory? What does that mean? Nothing he's saying makes any fucking sense. Dodo donated $2. I'm not going to lie, in 2x speed or whatever, you have it at does make the Biden senior moment seem way less harsh. It's at 1.5x speed. But if you watch the debate live, it was pretty brutal at real speed, not going to lie. No, it's not. If you actually listen to what's being said, and you don't just like, oh, Biden looks old. Like, if you're actually listening to the debate, Biden's doing very well. Thanks for that donation,
I'll have that
Dodo.
war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
You have a minute.
Before you take office. Okay, well, why don't you do it now, dipshit?
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine from weapons we make here in the United States, we give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think this assessment that Biden did terribly in this debate is just fucking stupid. People do this all the time, especially with like my debates. They'll see me get like angry and yell or something, and then they're like, oh, Vegan Gains lost that debate. He got angry. Like, people are very, very bad at actually listening to the conversation in the debate, and they only look at like optics, like, oh, he stuttered, oh, he's kind of slow, oh, he forgot something there, oh, Biden did terribly, but he's doing great.
Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining.
Dodo donate $2. Can you play Alan Wake DLC tomorrow also? Yeah, sure, I can do that. Donald Trump admits that he had a private conversation with Putin about his illegal invasion of Ukraine before it happened. This is major international news, right? When did this conversation happen? Where? Why? Is media looking into this? Let me see.
When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never.
So this is something Trump is probably lying about, and he is making this shit up. But yeah, for him to say he knew firsthand about the invasion of Ukraine from directly talking to Putin, that is something like insanely stupid to say. So basically, Trump had this firsthand information but didn't tell anybody about this? 2015, Carblung to ISIS hit an anti-tank mine and got yeeted several feet into the air before exploding. Dramatic incident involving an ISIS suicide bomber occurred near Kirkuk, northern Iraq. As the bomber attempted to launch an attack on Kurdish Peshmerga forces, an explosion on the road beneath the vehicle sent the car flying into the air. Moments later, while still airborne, the car exploded spectacularly, either due to the detonation of explosives it carried or from the fuel tank igniting. That is crazy. That's amazing. More. That's nice, Dodo. Thank you. Dodo $92 need to talk to Destiny because he thinks Biden did so bad in the debate. Yeah. Next time he's streaming, I'll chat with him. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas. Number one, they're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened in Israel? We're finding the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so they're 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Okay, that was a good response. Fairway $2. I genuinely feel like my family is mildly retarded and my bloodline has bad genes. No hard feelings. I want you to criticize me and give me good advice. My family isn't smart. I'm on the spectrum and I feel like my parent didn't raise me well. I'm 24 and lost. Well, dude, I don't know what to tell you, but if your parents are retarded and maybe you're a little retarded, that's kind of just the way it is. So do the best for yourself. Who cares about anything? I have bad genes when it comes to mental health. I have a lot of schizophrenia that runs in my family. My parents are kind of fucking insane and have emotional issues. The only thing you can do is just do the best for yourself. Who cares about all the other bullshit? Just do the best you can for yourself. Thanks for the donation, Faraway. Hope that helps.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them? So you got to put up your money like I did with NATO. I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any.
So this is a lie.
We were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over.
That's complete and utter bullshit. Biden has waited for, has strategically held off giving aid to Ukraine so that Europe does it first.
$100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
That made 0 sense. Thank you, Trump.
President Biden, you have a minute?
Bro, people are saying fucking Biden did bad in this debate. Trump is just rambling like an insane lunatic and lying. And Biden is giving, like, good, cogent answers.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. You're going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have, our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but if we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe, what happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations, because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about...
Dude, like, she asked him about fucking Palestine and creating a nation for Palestine. Now he's talking about fucking, like, supporting NATO and the type of money the U.S. puts into it versus other countries. Like, this guy is just... He can't follow a debate, and he can't answer simple questions. And then they're calling saying Joe Biden lost this debate. I genuinely think everybody's fucking retarded. Dodo Donate $2. Biden's like a Palestinian, but he's a weak one. So are all these Gen Z anti-Biden genocide Joe people gonna vote so Trump can win still, so he can nuke Gaza also? Yeah, I don't get it. Afghanistan, all the female students started crying as soon as the college lecturer had announced that female students would not be permitted to attend college due to the Taliban government. Their future dreams, aspirations, everything they could have brought to the world taken away with a few words. They're also stripped of their independence, forced to be dependent on a male, which lends into the whole redaction of modern female and the control of women in highly toxic patriarchal society. Female becomes an object to be possessed. Women power, men who are affected by this. Entitled societies grow up to be immature and stunted. Entitlement places healthy coexisting bonds and relationships. Men are emotionally immature. All in the name of religion, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Sure. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. Proud Lolicon donated $2. People don't even pay attention to the actual debate. They keep making character attacks on Biden, by the way. Recently, there's been insane amounts of bots and comments boosting spam, even on that video. For example, all sexual pictures as PFP have weird sex link in bio. That's weird. It's got to be like Russian bots. Thanks for that donation, Proud Lolicon. Dodo donates $2. You should re-upload your reaction to this Biden-Trump debate because everyone just moaning and groaning about how Biden's mouth is open and he messed up words sometimes. There's actually good analysis and there's not much of it. Also, you will get good views, I think. Probably not. I think it'd be too much work because every like fucking 10 seconds I have to cut out a clip of somebody donating and reacting to shit, so I don't think I'm going to do it. Thanks for that donation though, Dodo.
About the same size as the United States, and they were no cars, no, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that, but the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay, and the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia, at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that.
So, by the way, this argument makes absolutely no sense, and what do you it's just so fundamentally stupid. There's a recommendation with NATO-aligned countries to spend at least 2% of their GDP on defense. There's no mandate to do that. It's just a recommendation. Trump saying most of them aren't spending 2% of their GDP, so why would I help them? So, first of all, there's no mandate for them to do that. And if you look at all the NATO countries that are surrounding Russia, they're spending at least 2% of their GDP on defense. Some of them way more, like 4 or 5%. So what he's saying is just absolutely fucktarded, top to bottom.
At that time, nations at that time. And they said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6 and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent.
Here we fucking go, dude. Oh my god. Rather than answering the question, he starts talking about immigration. And like, again, what he's fucking saying, it just makes no sense. The U.S. has more energy and independence under Biden. Biden's trying to get a bipartisan bill passed. He basically shut down the border. Like, all of these fucking criticisms make no fucking sense.
On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions?
They literally have to ask him the same question over and over and over again because he doesn't answer.
In action on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again.
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary.
So he literally said fight. He said go to the Capitol and fight. He didn't say... Like, when you say, oh, well, I said peacefully, but then you say, go and fight. Gee, I wonder what that means. He also waited as long as he possibly could to try to call off the fucking January 6th insurrection. While the insurrection was happening, he was trying to call people to overturn the fucking vote. Like, this is just a lie. One donated $2. I suspect Russia is related to comment spam. They have Troll Factory, the way ran by Yevgeny Prigozhin, and they did exact same thing in previous elections by doing mass character attack spam against other political opponents. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, one.
Filmmaker, like they say. But she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C., they turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see. I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, he...
CM Punk fan donated $2. Once you claimed that you could beat CM Punk in a fight, checkmate. The all-in footage is shown by AEW and explained by Punk. I really don't get what AEW is trying to show here.
Jack came back from his match. I was the next match. I'm sitting there and I walk up to him and I'm just like, Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit like on TV, you know? And he's just like, well, if you got a problem about it, do something about it. And I was just like, man, come on, man. You know, I'll fucking kill you. Sometimes you just can't let you get close, you know? I thought I was doing a responsible thing, you know? I didn't punch anybody. I just choked somebody a little bit. Samoa Joe was there, told me to stop, and then I quit. I turned to Tony and I said, this place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit. Let's just go out there and kill it.
So because CM Punk choked a wrestler with no actual fighting experience, who's like literally his same size, I couldn't beat CM Punk in a fight. Okay. Got it. Thanks for that donation, CM Punk fan. Dodo donate $2. What do you do in this situation? I guess I'd tell the pilot to avoid the giant skeleton. The debate America deserves.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
You gotta give him that huck too and spit on that thing.
I disagree with that. You have to maintain eye contact, work that chest, cut the balls. My hands wrapped around the Johnson. And most importantly, when he says, I'm going to come, don't change that speed.
Believe me,
I know what that feels like. But anyway.
Good job. Do we like Dick?
Yeah, that's good. Every time Trump says the blacks, I guess he's referring to these blacks. Blacks for Trump. Why are they wearing blacks for Trump when they're not black? The fuck? That's really weird.
Donald Trump said recently he has a great relationship with the blacks, though unless the blacks are a family of white people, I bet he's mistaken.
That's good. Trump's fucking mad. Dude, he's actually mad.
Trump is filthy rich, but nobody told his accent. His whole life is models and gold leaf and marble columns, but he still sounds like a know-it-all down at the OTB. Mr. Trump may not be a good choice for president, but he would definitely make a great press secretary. How much fun would that be?
That's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Just an FYI, after realizing what happened and the true intentions of January 6th convinced me that Trump's a fascist and it was no different than what Hitler and Mussolini did to try and overthrow the governments during World War II. I'll never see it any other way.
Well, yeah. Supposedly, Trump's gonna try the same thing again. There was some conversation that got leaked where somebody on Trump's press team said they have a judge in their pocket who will block the certification of the vote. So if he loses again, you'll probably see a similar thing happen. Thanks for that donation, though, Ben.
Can someone in chat impale my ass with their fat fucking cock? Well?
All right, well, hopefully somebody can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Infinite Warfare.
Well, they've talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. He went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court, and they said no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He didn't do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that there could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that. They saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to
This is, again, just more insane rambling.
jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boy? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34...
Dodo donate tillers, post-debate, focus group. I think most people's opinion is unchanged from the debate.
Moments here. I want to begin, though, with everyone by giving a show of hands. I want to ask the people who are with me here today. Many of you came in undecided. In fact, most of you, by watching this debate, a show of hands, how many of you have now made up your mind? This is unbelievable to think about how impactful and influential this very moment was. I want to get a sense from all of you. We were all watching the appearance of the two candidates. What did you make of how they both performed and the way that they were appearing in the camera and beyond? Who had a strong reaction, especially to the age component?
I would have to say, after watching the debate and watching how Biden handled himself and answering the questions, it reassured me of his unassurance, be able to lead our country. I'm concerned he was hesitant, very not cognitive. Seemed like his data, he was missing his numbers. So very concerning. That's somebody I don't think.
He was like okay, these people are just idiots. I don't think they were able to actually follow the debate, and they were just focusing on like some of the times Biden stuttered or something. Like, they're just idiots. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
4 felonies last month. You said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming.
He literally tried to get fake electorates to, like, he got fake electorates. He tried to prevent the certification of the vote. The felony charges he was found guilty of. He misused campaign finances. Like, I did nothing wrong. Okay.
Right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two,
he clearly did. He clearly fucking did.
Was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and...
Doesn't matter who the fucking judge is. A jury is the one who made the decision, dumbass. And your lawyers helped appoint the fucking jury.
The criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming out. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved around the first place after my son had died, I decided.
Oh, yeah. Trump said Hitler had some good ideas. I remember that.
In Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas, torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones he said, I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas, were fine people? This is the guy who says Hitler's done some good things.
Yep. Dodo donate $2. Candace Owen says people think that the greatest mass murderer was Adolf Hitler. She says the Bolsheviks murdered tens of millions of Christians under the lead of a Russian Jew, Genrikh Yagoda. Fact we were never taught in school. Funny how she mentions he's Jewish. Funny. So Stalin and Mao Zedong are probably responsible for killing more people in a genocide than Hitler, but she's just promoting anti-Semitism when she says this shit.
So let me ask you two questions there about that. Tell me what is Yagoda and what happened with the Bolsheviks and the Christians?
Oh, you just casually killed 10 million Christians. It's incredible. People think that the greatest mass murderer was Adolf Hitler. And no, actually, if you want to talk about genocide, the fact that people in America don't know about what the Bolsheviks did to Christians, where did the idea of a concentration camp come from? The Bolsheviks. The reason why we're not allowed to learn about these people, we don't talk about Henryk Yagoda, is because he's a Jew, right? And so it conflicts with the narrative of Jewish people always being the victim in every single circumstance.
Yeah, she's absolutely fucking insane. Did this even happen in the time frame she's talking about? 1930 to 38. Mass killing that took place in the Soviet Union in 1930s, part and parcel of the interlocking Bolshevik project of state building and refashioning society. Blah, 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 blah. 1917 cost millions of lives, most during the protracted civil war and international interventions of 18... So I don't think this had anything to do with killing Christians. This was mostly people that were considered to be political opponents. So a lot of it was like aristocrats that ended up getting killed. Some wealthier people. I don't think anything had nothing to do with Christians. Yeah, none of this seems to have had anything to do with killing Christians.
We're willing to push away Christian history. We don't talk about Christian history whatsoever because they have this bizarre focus.
We don't talk about Christian history. That's literally what American history is.
Our classrooms on training us to have this bizarre allegiance to Israel. And so to suit us, I feel that we are...
Yeah, Candace Owens is just a massive anti-Semite.
As soon as these guys dropped a ball from this dam, it landed almost where it was dropped. But when they dropped it with a topspin, the ball flew far off the dam. Actually, this phenomenon is called the Magnus effect, and sports players take advantage of it to curve the ball. As the spinning ball moves through the airflow on one side is against the spin, which slows down and gets separated from the ball. Meanwhile, the air on the other side follows the spin and gets dragged around the ball. The net result is an equal and opposite force on the ball, which causes it to curve. As soon as these guys drop...
All right. Kiev was a feint. Ruble is performing currently, is best performing currency in the world. It's not. Putin is a master strategist. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Most countries can't even trade in the fucking ruble, and it's crashing. The only reason the ruble was... Oh, it's Darth Putin. Okay. So these are the people running Russian bot accounts? Yeah, the bot father. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst president, the worst.
That is a very strange way to respond to the accusation that you admire Hitler. I think if somebody accused me of admiring Hitler, the first thing I'd do would be to say, I never supported Hitler in any way. So really weird dodge there.
First presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden?
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried.
So I guess Biden isn't wrong about Trump admiring Hitler since he had nothing to say about that?
A guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
Such a wholesome video.
Let me see Killing Titan. Oh my god. That dog can play an instrument. Oh my god. That's a good dog. Thanks for that donation, Killing Titan.
Challenges you both faced in your first terms, and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are...
I'm to keep sending this to PPA thinking of voting for RFK Jr. who's anti-Semitic and for PPA who deny it. He was bestowed the honorary award of being Anti-Semite of the Week from StopAntisemitism.org Cope.
The anti-Semite, okay, you gave me a link to antisemitism.org. His vaccine thing about how Jews created the vaccine to like kill white and Asian people, that was fucking insane. Collaborated with the Nation of Islam on vaccine issues and claimed he was not aware of Farrakhan's history of anti-Semitism at the time. Sure you weren't. His name's Farrakhan. So, like... Dude, anytime you're working with a fucking Muslim national, like you really fucking think the person's not gonna be an anti-Semite? Sure you didn't know. He does support the Nation of Israel, but he said some insanely stupid anti-Semitic shit with the vaccine. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporate operations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 40.
I'm still just baffled how people have said this debate was the worst case scenario for Biden. Biden has given great responses to every question he's been asked. He's pointed out that Trump hates American troops, is fucking pro-Nazi. None of his fucking political positions make any fucking sense. And he's made Trump look like a fucking delusional moron who can't even stay on topic.
49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who provided had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right. It's been very bad.
Nothing that Joe Biden did had any impact on inflation. Most of the inflation is arbitrary cost increases that corporations made. There's not really anything Joe Biden can do about that. And again, Trump's tax policies are kind of partly to blame for this. Like, they can just arbitrarily increase costs whenever the fuck they want. So, like, I don't know how he can claim Joe Biden's responsible for inflation. Like, care to make an argument for that?
Caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live.
The cost of food has quadrupled. Give me one food product that has quadrupled in cost. One. Name me one. This is insane.
They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New Scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation.
Green New Deal. What? Everything he says is just so fucking stupid. And Joe Biden is giving, intelligent, cogent fucking answers to all these questions. And everything Trump is saying is just so fucking stupid and delusional. And then people are saying fucking Biden lost the debate. Like, what? Because he's old? Like, what?
Inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 50% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, if the ACA has increased, I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. We find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded.
He's just deflating everything Trump says, and then people are still claiming, oh, he lost that debate, he looked terrible. I'll admit he's old. He does come off as really old and disheveled and shit, but he's just deflating everything Trump says.
Recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state.
Okay, so he's asked about the climate crisis, and now he's talking about the fucking police. And then, people are like, oh, Joe Biden can't even fucking follow the conversation. Trump is going all over the fucking place, not answering direct fucking questions, and just talking about completely separate topics.
Is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. In the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically...
So to be fair, it was Hillary Clinton who said that, but he did support her stupid racist stance against, black kids, basically. So yeah, Joe Biden does have a history of supporting racist policies, but like Trump, you're literally calling every single fucking immigrant that comes into the country like a fucking serial killing drug addict monster. So the idea that you're any better.
Black colleges and universities where I funded them and got them all funded. And the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job. Great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in.
The historical black universities thing is a fucking scam. They're the lowest ranking universities. They have the shittiest, most useless fucking courses. And the idea that you're supporting the black community by giving a bit of funding to historically black universities, it's the biggest fucking cope imaginable. The real problem is that a lot of black people are having trouble getting into actual colleges and universities. Him providing funding for historical black colleges is just total bullshit.
Maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country and they're going to take the jobs. And it's already...
I don't even know if that's true. Let me see. Percentage of blacks supporting Trump. Al Jazeera. Oh my God. Pew Research, May 20th, 2024. Early look at black voters' views on Biden-Trump election 2024. Most black voters are aligned with the Democratic Party. That's 83%. And percentage of black voters who would vote for blank if the 2024 presidential election were held today. Biden... 77%. So 77% of black voters would vote for Biden, but he's saying Biden is losing support from the black community.
Started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
You have 38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all...
What? I want immaculate clean water. I want immaculate clean air. And we had the best numbers ever. We actually had H2O. Like, what the fuck? Who the fuck watches this? And then they're like, oh, Biden did so bad. We had H2O. Like,
forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before.
What do you mean environmental numbers? What numbers? Like, my top environmental people, they said we had the best numbers ever. We had H2O. Like, this is just psychotic.
Before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water. He hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States, and I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horrible.
Okay, sorry. You said you did something for the environment. You didn't say what you did for the environment. And then you admitted you backed out of the Paris Climate Accords. So what did you do? Like, he's just literally saying, we made H2O, the cleanest water, just pure H2O. Like, Nothing he says makes any sense.
We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it, and it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. That's a total fucking lie. He didn't do any of that.
It's because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
Dude, this, like, the parallels with Hitler, every single topic, like job growth, economy, the environment, he just talks about minorities, like, ruining our like, the country. That's all he has. Like, it's, oh, what are you going to do for the environment? I'm going to get rid of all the minorities. Oh, what are you going to do for job growth? I'm going to get rid of the minorities. What are you going to do to lower inflation? I'm going to get rid of the minorities. It's literally everything he blames on fucking immigrants.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to, the United States can't get it under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps where thousands of young people will learn how to deal with just like the Peace Corps.
Like, by the way, Biden should have pointed out that he's trying to get away from coal energy and moving to nuclear energy. Like, under Biden, they're making new nuclear power plants. That's going to create way more fucking jobs and way more power production and do way more for reducing climate change, improving water and air quality. So, like, he should have mentioned that, but, like, Trump is just so full of fucking shit. It's crazy.
If Trump wants a reference for his claims that he wants the cleanest air and water, here are his numbers after he deregulated environmental protections lol.
Let's see. One of the Obama administration's most controversial environment regulations, the Waters of the United States rule, expanded the definition of navigable waters under the Clean Water Act. The rule initially sought to clarify which waterways fell under federal jurisdiction. 2015 term was defined to include tributary and bodies of water adjacent to federal waters, including wetlands, blah, blah, blah. So in February of that year, President Trump issued Executive Order 13778, directing EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers to review potentially revised WOTUS. Subsequently, EPA delayed WOTUS's implementation date in 2018 and later repealed the rule in 2019, effectively reversing Obama-era definitions. In April 2020, EPA and Department of Army finalized an updated rule that narrows the definition of WOTUS and significantly reduces the number of federally protected bodies of water. By extension, the recession also narrows the scope of the Clean Water Act. The rule, effective June 26, 2020, identifies 6 protected categories of water. According to the EPA slideshow obtained by EE News under the Freedom of Information Act, the updated definition excludes at least 18% of streams and 51% of wetlands nationwide from federal protection, many of which have been protected since Reagan administration. Most recently, developers received a permit to mine titanium near Georgia's Okefenokee National Wildlife Refuge, as the impacted wetlands are no longer protected under WOTUS. In response, several states and organizations have challenged the final rule. Reversal of EPA's chlorpyrifos ban. Chlorpyrifos. Used commonly on corn, soybean, broccoli, and apples, is the most widely used pesticide in the U.S. However, it has been found to impair child brain development and damage adults' cognitive function. As such, chlorpyrifos registrants voluntarily agreed to cancel almost all presidential use of chlorpyrifos products in 2000. In November 2015, after a petition and subsequent legal action,
Capture the flag.
Don't think we're going to play Capture the Flag tonight, but thanks for the donation, the faggot in chat. Subsequent legal action from the Natural Resource Defense Council and the Pesticide Action New York. Oh my god, I fucking hate looking at white screens. EPA agreed to revoke all chlorpyrifos tolerances in March 2017. The EPA administration, Scott Prudiff, signed a controversial order rejecting the previous petition and effectively revising the chlorpyrifos ban. The decision came just 2 days prior to EPA's court-ordered deadline. More than 3 years later, in September 2020, EPA issued 3 updated chlorpyrifos assessments: a draft ecological risk assessment, a revised human health risk assessment, and an updated drinking water assessment. The assessment invoked EPA's newly revised scientific transparency rule, which requires EPA to only consider scientific studies with publicly available underlying data, regardless of peer review or publication, to dismiss prior evidence of the pesticide's health risks, stating that the science addressing neurodevelopmental effects remains unsolved. However, the agency excluded several empirical studies cited in its previous decision-making. EPA also neglected to include various animal studies from 2017 and 2018 that conclusively found this word is so weird. I want to say chlory, but it's chlorpyrifos, caused decreased learning, hyperactivity, and anxiety. California regulators use these in statewide reassessments to ban the pesticide, becoming the only state after Hawaii to do so. Additionally, attorneys claim Columbia University research involved in a critical study were willing to show their data to agency officials but not release the information publicly due to privacy concerns. Methane standards. Near the end of the Obama administration, EPA, the new source performance standards to limit methane emissions and volatile organic compounds from oil and gas wells, a lesser mentioned greenhouse gas. So after the change in administrations, the agency announced it would do so by June same year. EPA announced a 90-day stay, later proposed a 2-year extension to delay the rule's effective date. Following the challenge, EPA later proposed revisions to the NSPS provisions regarding methane leak. So yeah, basically Trump has repealed all of these environmental regulations and in every conceivable metric has made the environment worse. Thanks for that donation, though, Ben.
We're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
So every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden.
Yeah, so Trump absolutely fucking lied about reducing the cost of insulin. He lied about his environmental protection standards, gave literally no argument, and then again, people are saying Biden lost the fucking debate.
If nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I'm proposing that everybody, the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy.
$2 follow-up from earlier. I don't buy into superdeterminism because it suggests if you could know all conditions of all particles at that moment of the Big Bang, you could calculate the state of anything in the future since everything is predetermined. But if you can imagine a scenario where you had a machine that told you all the initial conditions of the particles at the Big Bang, superdeterminism says you would be able to calculate where you will be at any time in the future, like tomorrow at 5 p.m. So if you do the calculation, find out where you'll be, super determinism, if true, would mean that you would not be able to decide to go somewhere else even after calculating and knowing where you will be. Simply don't buy that. Well, I actually had this I had this thought too. So that's the funny thing that makes me think free will is possible. If you had this sort of machine that could determine the space and position of every single particle, you could make a decision that would change the outcome. So the only way superdeterminism would work is if you didn't know the outcome. Then you could make predictions that would be 100% accurate, but if you knew the outcome, you could make a conscious decision to choose, to change the outcome. So, free will might exist on a more, like on a small scale, where you can make, very minor decisions that are, that aren't determined, that aren't predetermined, but larger decisions, like, I don't know, who you're planning on marrying or something like that, that might not be a product of free will. So free will might exist, just not to the extent that we think it does. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Began to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent, but the biggest thing will do it if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanted to cut Social Security and Medicare, both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that he, I believe, supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And under the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants, another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen that he can look you in the
That's not a response.
face. About so many other things too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and sucker story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a
This is not a response. This is just a character attack.
disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid.
No, they're not.
They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
See what I mean? The only thing he can fucking do is blame the immigrants. That's his only argument for literally everything.
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one who acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care.
Just absolute fucking dunk.
Which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have.
Oh my God, here we go. And then he can't answer the fucking question and he just dodges and then he's going to talk about immigrants again.
19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot.
The fuck is this? Get the fuck out of here, bitch.
I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put him there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border, that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time.
See, I literally predicted it. He doesn't respond, and then he just talks about immigrants again. That's all he can do. Like, how the fuck do people think Trump won the debate when he doesn't answer a single question and then blames immigrants for everything? Dodo donated $2. You have to remember super determinism is a physics argument for universal determinism. So if you falsify it in the scenario where you have a machine that could tell you the initial conditions and then calculate your own state in the future, then it's 100% false. Well, yeah. Yeah, so it's not falsifiable if you don't know the state. It becomes falsifiable if you do know the predetermined future. So it's kind of like a Schrodinger's cat thing where again, I think it does suggest that we do have free will. It's just that we can't express free will if we don't know a predetermined future. So there are circumstances where you do have something that can be predetermined. But if you don't know the outcome, then you can argue that we don't have free will. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. This was such an amazing, deep moment in the movie. It's really dark for a Disney movie. If you think about it, systematic murder just to get back at one man for denying him a role as sidekick.
Bob Parr is my husband.
Would you like to find out?
Yeah, I guess so. Syndrome was just a fucking weenie retard dipshit. Syndrome was a really annoying villain. He was just a dickhead. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders.
Yeah, right. He reduced border traffic by 40%. That's nothing.
He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He's the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We are the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity.
Why do you think so many people want to come in? Like, we've already had 4 years of Biden. The fact that more people are trying to come in might suggest to you that it's a pretty good country to live in.
We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one. wants to screw around with us. Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up. Go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians. They've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One from best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care. He did virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take a minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad.
He won't answer. He won't answer. He just goes to making personal attacks against Biden and then blaming immigrants. He will not answer.
And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you. And they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants to try.
Like, so you're telling me somebody who's in a 20% tax... Yeah, so if somebody's in a 25% tax bracket, I think that's if you make over 400,000 U.S. progressive tax rates. So if you're in the I think it's over 400,000. Yeah. No, here we go. For single filers, the tax bracket is from the 24% tax bracket is from 95,000 to 182,000. So he's saying if you make over $95,000 per year, you're going to have to pay 96% tax rate. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I grow up and I see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, fact of the matter is.
Yeah, this is just absolutely retarded. If you cut taxes, you get less tax revenue. You don't make up for the deficit in tax revenue from people making so much more money. That's just fucking nonsense.
Is that he's dead wrong about, he will increase the taxes on middle class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming in the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that are important. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You have the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your...
Yeah, dude, we're almost through the entire debate. Biden did fantastic. I don't know, like people got these little tiny clips of Biden stumbling over his words here and there, but he did fantastic in this fucking debate.
Term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying.
Like I can understand why he wants another debate now. He did great against Trump. Everyone's fucking just a psychotic moron.
Doses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come.
I don't know if Biden can remove Trump tariffs. Yeah, so fact sheet. President Biden takes action to protect American workers and businesses from China's unfair trade practices. In response to China's unfair trade practices and to counteract the resulting harms today, President Biden is directing his trade representatives to increase tariffs under Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974 on $18 billion of imports from China to protect America. So he's increasing them slightly. Okay. Trump is claiming he's going to increase tariffs on literally all goods. And like again, he's also claiming he's going to reduce income taxes by just increasing tariffs. This doesn't really make any fucking sense. Dodo donate $2. There's actually a hypothesis that the collapse of the wave function in quantum mechanics is the basis of free will. And I think that might make some sense in the context of that thought experiment I mentioned. But obviously we don't know yet. Could be. Could be. You know, I had a weird, like, you probably saw it. In my shroom trip that I had, like, a couple months ago, I was saying it is both true and not true that we have free will. It's hard to understand how I was thinking in the shroom trip. Like, you're definitely in a different state of mind, but I remember saying it's both true and not true that we have free will, and that might actually be the case, because again, if you don't know the outcome, you wouldn't have free will. If you do know the outcome, you would have free will. So those two things might actually be true at the same time. Kind of interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst.
He doesn't have the largest deficit.
The worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So I don't know how Trump can say this. Joe Biden's destroying our country because he's not taxing China, but he admits he's taxing China. Dodo Nateller, something interesting if you notice, Trump has been completely avoiding eye contact with Biden. When Biden looks at him when he's speaking, Trump looks at the moderators and awkwardly smiles like he's literally scared of Biden. Well, yeah, I mean, he's probably a weak pussy who's afraid of eye contact. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border where it started.
Okay, wait a minute. So Trump says he has the best border policies ever. No illegals were getting through, but then he admits that there was this wave of drugs coming across the border. So how does he square that with his position that he has the best border policies?
Started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot, and
we got the most incredible dog. We got this dog. He could sniff opium from a mile away. We got the most incredible dog. Like, everything he says is so stupid.
We were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low, because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now.
Again, immigrants, every question, immigrants. What are you going to do to support black families? The immigrants bad. What are you going to do to help the drug crisis? Immigrants bad. What are you going to do to help help reduce carbon emissions? Immigrants bad. Dodo donated $2. I watched the debate live, and it was hard for me to even pay attention to what they were saying because I was so focused on just Biden looking so feeble and old and having his mouth open and his voice, but rewatching it, especially 1.5 speed. Biden did great. Yeah, he did great. I think people were just too focused on the way Biden looked. And like, I guess his hoarse voice where he was talking kind of slowly. But he did fucking great. He absolutely smoked Trump. Thanks for the donation,
Is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues and said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well,
he can't answer. He's just going to say immigrants bad. Like Joe Biden actually gave an answer, and he was saying, well, part of my border deal was to make sure that we have, machines and technology to actually, detect fentanyl and these other drugs to prevent them from even getting across. And then all fucking Trump can say is, oh, the border's so bad under Biden. Biden's destroying our country. He's letting in all the immigrants. You see, there are all these different shades of brown. Some of them are light brown. Some of them are dark brown. Some of them are kind of like a middle-ish brown, a mulatto, if you will. But they're all brown and they're all bad.
Because this does pertain to it. He ended remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made a catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say it's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter. I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out.
What the fuck is he talking about? He was asked, what are you going to do about addiction in America? And then he starts talking about how there's a reporter in Russia. I'm going to get him out. First thing I do when I become president, I'm going to get that reporter out. This guy is a fucking delusional maniac whack job who clearly has fucking dementia. He can't even remember a question he was asked 10 seconds ago, and he starts talking about a fucking reporter in Russia when he's asked about American addiction. Like, again, how the fuck did anybody watch this and think Trump did better than Biden?
He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases. We paid $6 billion for 5 people.
Oh, my God.
I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Diana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you.
Okay, bro. I don't even know if it would have made him look worse if they just asked the question again. Like, I didn't ask you about a reporter in Russia. Can you, like, again, answer the question? Like, that might have made Trump look worse, but, like, it also might have just wasted more time. I know they had a limited time for this debate, but, like, my God, the guy cannot answer a single fucking question and then just goes off on these just inane rambles.
President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized as being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 50 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought off a lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips. We used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and then bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call them, to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs.
Damn, dude, you can make over $100K working at a Silicon Fab facility without a college degree? It's pretty fucking good, dude.
You look like a retarded autist trying to logically deconstruct a presidential debate because they're all about optics and nothing about facts. To say that Biden smoked Trump when he acted like a skeleton about to keel over is the funniest cope ever. Fag.
Okay, well, if we're not going to care about facts and logic and actual political opinions and decisions our leaders make, and all we care about is how fast somebody can talk, like, this is the reason why all these countries are voting in the most retarded, idiotic, incompetent fucking politicians to run the country, and everything's going to shit. So if that's the way you vote, then okay, great. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and our those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be...
You know what? I just had an interesting thought. Dodo was talking about,
You're spot on about free will. Imagine the Big Bang being a driven car, knowing all variables, velocity, wind resistance, gravity, means you know an accident is going to happen. Events since universe started could have only gone in one direction.
I don't see the car now. Like, I understand that, you could have perfectly predicted the emergence of, like, planets and stuff and sentient life. I think there is a truth to the, what was it? The super determinism? But what breaks super determinism is consciousness and the ability to have free will. So if you don't know an outcome, a conscious mind is going to be a product of super determinism. But what breaks super determinism is the ability to know beforehand. And I think one thing that you may actually have control over is your own thoughts. So, yeah, I think depression might be an example of that, because if you know, like, if you have knowledge of nothing, like nihilism, that may actually be a way to exercise free will. One of the few ways to exercise free will. Control over your own thoughts. I just had that thought. I really got to piss. I'll be right back, but thanks for the donation, Mola. All right.
82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions he couldn't do.
Dodo donated $2. I think what you just said is very reasonable. I gotta go soon. I will try to finish watching your review of the debate, though, because this is good. Well, thank you, Dodo. Appreciate the donation, man. The debate's almost over. It's just another 16 minutes. But thanks, man.
But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was.
Biden's like, what? Like he's like what the fuck is he talking about? One donated $2. As someone in chat pointed out, if this stream gets taken down, can you re-upload your reaction to the debate so others that weren't here can see? Also, can be very informative to other people that aren't versed in politics and philosophy like Republicans. If the stream gets taken down, if it has nothing to do with the debate itself, I don't know if the Wall Street Journal is gonna make some fucking copyright claim or something. If I get copyright claimed for like a song I played on the stream and nobody can see it, I'll re-upload it. But if the Wall Street Journal makes some copyright claim and it gets blocked, I won't bother because it'll just get blocked again. Thanks for the donation, though, one.
25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
Okay, that was all made up bullshit. If Trump were to take a cognitive test for dementia, he would probably show early signs of dementia.
You can see he is 6'5" and only 225 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. And by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. He's a 6 handicap.
That's great.
Of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Yeah.
But I've
seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
Let's not act like children.
This is hilarious. Oh my god, dude.
A specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to. And I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. The only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is attack on all, a required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful peace. Because of the people, not me, it's because of the American people. They're capable of anything. They step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up.
Yep. Trump is a way greater threat to, global democracy, and he is much more likely to lead the world into World War III than Biden.
Follow-up. The question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said,
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice. Trump didn't even answer the fucking question again. Again, he went on an inane ramble about bullshit and didn't even answer the question.
Right? Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to...
Dude, he's literally said he's admitted that he wants to sign a peace deal with Putin and let them keep the territory they've gained. Like, what is he talking about?
Take Ukraine. And, you asked me a question before.
By the way, the only reason Russia didn't invade Ukraine under Trump's presidency is because of fucking COVID. They were going to do it earlier, but Putin is such a germaphobe. He didn't want Russian troops going into Ukraine, getting COVID, and then transporting it back to Russia.
You do this with... He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the Golden Dome.
Oh my god, this is the stupidest thing you could possibly fucking say. Russia is running out of troops. They've lost 500,000 troops to attritional losses. That's both killed and severely injured who can't return to battle. So people who've lost limbs. And they're so desperate for more troops that they are making a deal with North Korea to send over their soldiers to fight in Russia. Putin is terrified of another mass mobilization because he knows people will probably revolt and just not go because they know they're just guaranteed to die in Russia. In Ukraine. So why would they agree to sign up to the military if they know they're going to die when the consequence for not fighting is 10 years imprisonment? It's better than dying in Ukraine. So he's doing everything he can to avoid mass mobilization to the extent that he's willing to make a deal with fucking North Korea to send over their fucking soldiers. The only people who are losing fighters and are desperate to replenish their attritional losses is fucking Russia. What he's saying just makes no fucking sense.
Hard to explain the car analogy due to word limitation. The point is, you have free will since you're not aware of all the variables. In your scope, away from this knowledge, you have free will, so it'll always be logical to hit the brakes regardless.
Don't you mean the opposite? If you don't know the outcome, you do not have free will. If you know the outcome, you have free will? Isn't it the opposite? Thanks for the donation, though, Mola.
That are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President Trump,
president.
the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely.
They literally had to ask him 3 times to answer that simple question. A simple yes or no question. They had to ask him 3 times for him to answer. Elias Tony Tellers, Biden is funny as hell. Let me see. What the fuck? Is this edited? Is he even blinking? What the fuck? Dude, that looked so weird. I thought that was like a deep fake. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these But the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else in a nice location.
Oh, that's bullshit. He was planning on running again. That's a fucking lie.
Someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There's no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea if you lose again, you accept anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate live.
It is now time.
We've made significant progress.
Closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience, or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic, and he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior. All along, it's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credit people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians.
Look, it's all the brown people. The brown people are evil. I'm going to do everything to stop the brown people from coming in. Thank you.
This man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't.
There we go. There you go. That's all he has. That's all he has.
Respect him. We looked like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke.
We didn't stop Israel. Right.
That did business with Iran, including China. They couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible.
Right. Everybody respected Trump. Fake news. Oh, it's all wrong. They're all liars. If everybody respected you, then why do they keep lying about you, supposedly? Right.
Rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like, even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers.
What the fuck? What was that? We have space age materials that you could only get in Asia. Now we got rid of those regulations, and you need those space age materials. You sign a document, you got it right. What was he talking about?
Where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden.
That was retarded. Okay, after seeing that debate, I'm convinced like every political commentator is like a fucking idiot, especially like Young Turks. Biden did great in that debate. He absolutely dominated fucking Trump. The only thing that looked bad optically was Biden was just slow old man-ish. But what he said was smart, cogent, to the point. He proved Donald Trump was lying and wrong about everything. Donald Trump could not make a single fucking argument. He couldn't answer simple fucking questions. He dodged the entire time, went on inane rambles, lied about literally everything. How the fuck can anybody think Joe Biden did poorly in this debate? Like, they're just idiots. Elias donated $2. Dude played dead to take revenge. Let me see. Well, that seemed to have been a winning strategy. When you're the guy who gets to walk away, I guess you win at the end of the day, right? Thanks for the donation, Elias. Dodo donated $2. Don't forget to play Alan Wake DLC tomorrow. Also, maybe you can start Still Wakes the Deep. Also, when are they going to make Stray 2? Also, when is the Life is Strange game coming out? And please try to talk to Destiny about Biden debate and stream it. Record. Good night. Okay, I'll try to do all that. Yeah, we'll probably play Alan Wake 2 DLC tomorrow, and we'll play It Wakes the Deep soon, if not tomorrow, like within the next week or two, something like that. And I'll try to talk to Destiny. I don't know when Life is Strange 2 is coming out. I think it's coming out in like 2026 or 2025. Something like that, and I don't know if they're making Stray 2. I'm not sure, but thanks for that donation, Dodo. All right, it is fucking late, so I think I'm gonna head to bed now. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. We actually met the dono goal, so thanks for helping me pay my rent. Oh. I'll be on tomorrow. Good chance I'll be doing an early stream, like in the afternoon, because I don't have to train tomorrow. So I'll see you all tomorrow, and sweet dreams.